Good morning, Jay. Trying to get it set up here. Um, mm, I don't see the feed for Tyre Nichols today. Do you know if they are, if he's having court today? Let's check with our. Child, the things I could really be saying on this channel here, boy. Really? Okay. You know what? This was a person who followed me back. Yes, yes, yes. Okay. Okay, so I am anticipating that the trial for Tyre Nichols will continue today. It's in Memphis, so they start court around 9 o'clock. So yep, okay, so it won't come up for another hour. All right. So in the meantime, in between time, we'll be looking at Miss McCabe back on the stand talking about God knows what. Or lying about God knows what, because one thing she gonna do. And let me make sure that this never pop up on my stuff again. Because thank you. Never want to know else about that person. Good morning, Beta. Good morning, Kim. Good morning, Sonia. All right, y'all. I'm about to get these people out the door. I'm 100% certain my friend is still laying across my bed, sleep, because he did not want to get up this morning and go and get ready for school. So that's the thing. So I will be getting up to, and I not only wake him up, but make sure that his eyes is open and he can move around before I make him get in the car, because he'll just get in the car and go right back to sleep. So that's the thing. Um, so I'm gonna go ahead and meet y'all in the comments. Let me make sure that the audio is on, because I forgot just to do that one time. All right. So I shall see you guys in a bit.
Court is now open. You may be seated.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I call the case?
Please.
For the record, before the court is Como versus Karen Reed, 22 CR 117. The parties are present. The jury is not present. The matter is on for trial.
So I was told that you wanted to see me, Ms. Gianetti?
Yes, please.
Okay, come on up to sidebar, folks.
All right, let's bring the jurors in. And actually, I'll see you about scheduling while we're here. I forgot something. I do. Thank you, Chrissy. So good. Did you see this? And then I'll take it back whenever. Tori.
The jury.
Don't worry. Thanks, Paul.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Cannoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
For the record before the court is Commonwealth versus Karen Reed, 22 CR 117. The parties are present. Our 18 jurors are present. The matter is on for trial.
All right. Good morning again, counsel. Good morning again, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors.
Good morning.
I have to ask you those 3 questions. Was everyone able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left 2 days ago?
Yes.
Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case?
Yes.
Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left on Wednesday?
No.
Everyone said no or should they have. So today is a full day. We will be recessing this afternoon around 3:40, 3:45. All right, Mr. Jackson, if you go to the podium as soon as Ms. McCabe comes in. May we have Ms. McCabe? All right, please. Whatever you want.
Please raise your right hand. I solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Yes.
All right, good morning. Good morning. All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. McCabe.
Good morning.
I'd like to draw your attention back to the time that you were watching the SUV out of the front door, through the front door at 34 Fairview. You have that time in mind?
I never watched it, but I went and looked at it.
Saw it.
Sorry, yes.
All right. I just want to clear up one of the time frames that you indicated you last saw that SUV. You saw that SUV for the final time at 12:45 a.m., correct? It was up past the flagpole at that point.
Can't be sure of a specific time.
You indicated at a prior hearing in June of 2023 that you, in fact, did see it for the last time at 12:45, and you know that because of a text message that you sent at 12:45. Is that right?
I did send a text message at 12:45. That is correct.
Did you say, quote, and by the way, for court and counsel, this is at 782 lines 24 through 25, going to 783 lines 1 through 13 or so. Actually, 1 through 3. It's 782 going to 783. May I approach you?
Yes.
Mr. Brennan?
Thank you very much.
No problem. Actually, Ms. McCabe, and for court and counsel, I'm going to back up just a little bit up to line 20. You stated, quote, "So I think my husband and I were talking just like about what they were doing. And then I sat back down, and then at one point I think I said hello. And then I said at 12:42, where are you? And then flip, I don't know if that's my last text or if I did one more. Yeah, 12:45, hello, because they were still there. And then question, so the dark SUV was still outside the house at 12:45. Answer, at 12:45. Do you remember that question and answer colloquy back in June of 2023?
I've been asked a number of questions, specifically those words, no. I do remember testifying. I believe I said, I think in there. I think that, and to be honest, I'm not sure of exactly the times. I didn't pay close attention to when I was texting and when I was sitting. I was going back and forth to the door.
But in June of 2023, at a hearing under oath, you did say that it was at 12:45 that you last saw the vehicle.
I believe I said, I think.
Refresh your recollection, take a look at the transcript, abstract now.
I believe the word I think is in there.
You believe, but you're not sure.
Okay, I'll look at it.
Refresh your recollection.
Sure.
May I approach?
Yes.
Same.
Thank you.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Does that refresh your recollection, Ms. McCabe, what you said in June of 2023 about seeing the SUV at the location at 12:45?
I see what I read. Sorry. I saw what I just read. I don't remember my exact words of every testimony, but I did just read that. Yes.
And in fact, what you said back in June of 2023, quote, I don't know if it's my last text or if I did one more. Yeah, 12:45, hello, because they were still there, period, correct?
That's a part of what I said.
And then the question was, so the dark SUV was still outside the house at 12:45, answer, at 12:45.
And then I said, I think, my husband and I. So there's more to that conversation.
Okay, what I read you is what the transcript indicates. You said on June 8th, 2023, correct?
Can you answer that? Is that correct?
That I saw it at that time.
Ask the question again.
Sure. That what you testified to in June of 2023 was you saw the SUV for the last time at 12:45. That's what you said. at least back then.
That's part of what I said.
I don't know if that's my last text or if I did one more. Yeah, 12:45, hello, because they were still there. Question, so the dark SUV was still outside outside the house at 12:45, answer at 12:45. That's what you actually testified to in June 2020.
That's what that says, correct.
Thank you. You've been asked about with whom you communicated first thing in the morning when you received that 4:53 a.m. call. There, at that call and thereafter, shortly thereafter, within those next few minutes, correct?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, you were asked by Trooper Prince in a formal interview on February 1st, 2022. I know that was a while ago, but in that initial formal interview 3 days after the event, Trooper Prince, the female trooper, asked you who you called or who you communicated with during that important few minutes after you received the first phone call from Kaylee's phone, correct?
I'm not sure of our exact conversation, but she did ask me a number of questions.
Do you remember telling her, I spoke with Karen Reed, obviously?
Again, I answered whatever question she asked me. So
Okay,
if she asked, I did speak with Karen Reed that morning, correct?
Okay, Ms. McCabe, my question is, did you tell Trooper Prince 3 days after the fact, I spoke with Karen Reed? Yes or no?
If you have a report, I don't remember the specifics. I met with many, many police officers.
Sure. Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at her report?
I'd like to take a look at it, yes. Thank you.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you very much. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Ms. McCabe, you can familiarize yourself with that report, and there's a tab if that helps you, because
Okay.
it's somewhat lengthy.
Okay.
See if that refreshes your recollection.
Thank you. Okay.
May I approach?
Yes.
Welcome.
Ms. McCabe, did that refresh your recollection as to what you told Trooper Prince?
I know what happened, so I just answered
Yes or
the
no?
questions.
Yes or no? Does that refresh your recollection as to what you told Trooper Prince?
Yes.
Okay. You told Trooper Prince that you had a conversation on Kaylee's phone with Miss Reed, correct?
Yes.
That you also called Julie Albert after you got off the phone with Miss Reed the first time.
Yes.
And then thereafter, at some point, you talked to Tom Beatty, correct?
I never spoke with Tom.
I'm sorry, my mistake. I misspoke. You called Tom Beatty.
Yes, I called Tom Beatty.
Did not get through to Tom Beatty.
I didn't, no one answered, yes.
Okay. Then you spoke at the grand jury about the same issue. Who did you talk to and who did you call in those minutes after the initial call on Kaylee's phone, correct?
I'm going to object. I'd like to be heard.
All right, come on up.
I don't know how we gonna sit through this here, but God. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, LaRon. Looks like I'm gonna have an easy day today. As far as deliveries, I only have 3. Oh, nice. That's nice to hear. I heard that they were talking and laughing too much, so they were shifted around. Oh, the family. Good morning, Ashley. Good morning, Kay. Sidebar. Yep, they headed over to a sidebar. I thought Sunshine was in here. Hey, Sunshine. And Edward. Where Edward at? I have a syllabus question. How do I get it to you? I can drop my email in here. It's from my boy, Edward. He a real crybaby. Yeah. It looks like it's gonna be a quiet day at work today. I'm hoping, fingers crossed, that it is, because they didn't wear me down. They have worn me down this week. So I'm extremely excited to not have to. I'm debating what I'm gonna do with my with the. I don't know. This sucks. Sucks. I'm still waiting for Tyre Nichols to come on too, y'all. So.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. McCabe, you were also asked the same series of questions about, or a series of questions about the same events concerning that 4:53 phone call and the calls that you made shortly thereafter, correct?
Yes.
And in that testimony, you also, consistent with what you said to Trooper Prince, said, I spoke with Karen Reed on Kaylee's phone. I then spoke with Julie Albert, or I called Julie Albert, and then I called Tom Beatty, correct?
I object.
That objection sustained.
What did you tell the grand jurors about who you called or who you attempted to communicate with in those first few minutes after that 4:53 a.m. call?
I don't know exactly what I said on that day, but I know who I spoke to.
You said on that day, you spoke to Karen Reed, correct?
On which day? What are we talking
The day of the grand jury.
Okay.
That would be April 26, 2022.
I don't have the paper in front of me, so I don't know my exact words.
Well, I'm not asking you for your exact words, but did you tell them, as you sit here, do you remember telling the grand jurors under questioning by the Commonwealth that you spoke with Karen Reed?
I spoke with Karen Reed that morning. Again, I've been at many grand juries and different things, so to remember specifically, I don't remember specific questions and specific answers. But yes, Karen Reed did call me that morning on Kaylee's phone.
My question is, what did you say to the grand jurors? And you're saying you don't remember?
What question are you asking me?
Whom did you attempt to communicate with in those first few minutes after you first received the phone call on Kaylee's phone?
If you're asking me now, I can answer you.
I'm asking.
I don't remember this. I'm sorry. I don't remember the specifics. If you want to show me and then I can review it. I know the answer to the question. I'm just not sure of my exact words on that day.
I didn't ask you what your exact words were. I'm asking you about your memory. You're testifying based on your memory, Ms. McCabe, are you not?
Object.
All right. Go ahead and answer that question. Are you answering these questions based on your memory, Ms. McCabe?
So I'm answering questions based on my memory of what happened on the 28th and the 29th. I've testified multiple times. I've been interviewed by multiple police officers. So to pinpoint one conversation is a bit of a challenge for me. But what I can tell you is what I remember from that day, which was, I'm sure, very similar to however I answered, because it's the same.
Yeah, Rich?
Yeah.
Refresh your recollection and look at the
Tell Mr.
transcript.
Vernon what page you're on.
Sure. 188, 189, thank you.
Thank you.
I didn't get an answer to that question, Mr. McCabe. Would it refresh your, I just have to do this for the record. Would it refresh your recollection to look at the transcript?
I'll look at it, yes.
Okay.
Okay.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Did that refresh your recollection about what you told the grand jurors in terms of whom you communicated with or attempted to communicate with that morning?
Yes.
What did you tell the grand jurors?
I told them that I communicated with Miss Reed and that I called Julie Albert.
And Tom Beatty.
Oh, and Tom Beatty, I'm sorry.
Right. So in both of those statements, to Trooper Prince, when you were asked about your communications, and at the grand jury, by the way, at the grand jury, when you were asked who you communicated that morning, who you communicated with that morning, you didn't need to see a report, did you? You didn't ask to see a report like you're doing here.
Well, I'm asking because you're asking specific questions about what I said on a specific day. And depending on who's asking the question, they ask questions in a different manner. So the answer is always going to be the same. If you ask me who I spoke to, I'm always going to tell you I spoke to Miss Reed and Julie. I called Julie Albert and I called Tom Beatty. The answer is always the same, but the way the question asked and maybe some of the words that I use may be different. And I don't remember on specific days. We've been questioned many times, but the answers are always going to be the same. The wording may be different.
You done? Finished? Is that answer?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
I'm going to allow that, but let's move on.
I'm trying, Your Honor. When the Commonwealth asked questions about who you contacted that morning at the grand jury, you didn't need to have your recollection refreshed with anything. You said, I talked to Karen Reed, I called Julie Albert, I called Tom Beatty, correct?
Correct.
And that's exactly what you told Trooper Prince as well. Karen Reed, Julie Albert, Tom Beatty. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
But you did make another phone call that morning that you left out of both of those statements, didn't you?
I'm not sure.
At 5:07 a.m., you called over to 34 Fairview, didn't you?
If it's in my phone record, then I must have.
It's in your phone records that you're aware of. Well, let me ask it a different way. You're aware that your phone records actually show that at 5:07, you called to 34 Fairview, Nicole Albert's phone, correct?
Correct.
It shows also that that call lasted 38 seconds, correct?
I'm not sure what it shows.
You actually spoke to your sister, Nicole, that morning?
I did not speak to my sister, no.
So that 38-second call went to voicemail?
I'm not sure. All I can tell you is I never spoke to my sister Nicole that morning prior to waking her up.
But you do acknowledge that you made a phone call at 5:07 to Julie Albert. I'm sorry, to Nicole Albert, your sister, over at 34 Fairview in those early morning hours, correct?
Yes, I learned after. When I first questioned, it's days after. It was a chaotic morning. I remembered the waterfall, Julie, then Tom Beatty. Calling to my sister wasn't as important ingrained in my mind at that point. No.
And then you testified at a grand jury, not hours or days later. You testified at a grand jury months later, correct?
Correct.
And at that grand jury, you also left out the fact that you contacted your sister, correct?
There's nothing nefarious. I remembered who I called. I didn't go back and look at phone records
I didn't say it was nefarious. Why would you use the word nefarious?
because there's nothing about me calling my sister that is nefarious. And I feel like you're insinuating it might be, and it's not.
Did you use that word because it sounds nefarious?
No, I just used the word because I think that's how you're trying to portray something that is nothing.
Or did you use that word because you think that's how it's coming across? That's nefarious.
No.
Without contacting 34 Perry.
No, not at all.
Later that morning of January 29th, and by the way, you do acknowledge that your phone records show that you called at 5:07 a.m. to your sister's cell phone, correct?
I don't have them in front of me, but I believe that is correct. Yeah.
Okay. Were you calling your sister's phone to alert her of something? Is that why you called?
No.
Later that morning on January 29th, after those initial phone calls and after the scene had been cleared, at about 11:30 in the morning, you did have a formal interview with Massachusetts State Trooper Michael Proctor, did you not?
I did, yes.
Day before yesterday, you testified that Karen Reed, actually I think it may have been Tuesday, you testified on direct examination that Karen Reed just showed up at your house screaming, correct?
Correct.
In point of fact, you told Michael Proctor in that 11:30 a.m. or thereabouts, that interview that morning, that on January 29th, when Karen was on the phone with you, you told her to come to your house. Isn't that true?
No, I never told her to come to my house.
She told you she wanted to go search for John, and instead of saying, I'll come meet you or I'll go wherever you want to go, you told her, no, come to my house and pick me up and we'll go together. Correct?
No, that's incorrect.
Do you remember talking to Trooper Proctor on that day?
I do, yes.
Do you remember exactly what you told him concerning the plan to either come to your house or go search for John?
There was never a plan for Karen to come
Do
to my
you
house.
remember exactly what you told him with that regard on that issue?
No, I don't.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at a police report that he drafted on that issue?
Well, those are his words or summary.
That's not my question. I know these are his words. He wrote it.
Mhm.
My question is, would it refresh your recollection about what you told him to take a look at his report?
I know what happened and I know what I told him. I don't know what's written in that report.
Yes or no?
I don't need to see the report, no.
Because it would not refresh your recollection to see a report where he indicated that you told him that you directed Miss Reed to come to your house.
I object. The objection is sustained and I'm going to strike that.
You also told, I'd like to be seen now.
Okay, we can just like that, please.
Child, y'all know she's stressing me out because it's not that hard. I get it though. He's trying to impeach her and she's just making it the most difficult thing to do in the world. It's like, girl, you already been caught in a lie. We already know that you lied to the FBI, girl. Like it don't even matter what else you feel like you got to say or whatever else you feel like you got to cover up. You lied to the FBI. So, it doesn't matter. Just say you don't remember and get off the stand. I don't remember.
May I?
Sure.
Thank you. Ms. McCabe, during that same interview, you also told Trooper Proctor that while driving back to One Meadows, after you had been picked up by Karen at your house, while driving back toward One Meadows, that's actually when Miss Reed told you she had broken her taillight, correct?
Miss Reed told me in the morning at my house.
Okay. I know that's what you're testifying to now.
Mhm.
What I'm asking is, what did you tell Michael Proctor on January 29th? It's freshest in your mind.
That she had told me she had a cracked taillight when she called me.
You didn't tell him that she indicated she noticed her taillight had been damaged on the drive back to One Meadows after she got to your house?
She mentioned it then as well, but she also had told me when she was on the phone, that's why my husband yelled out that we shouldn't be driving with a cracked taillight.
But in fact, you did not tell Trooper Proctor that story. What you told him was she told you on the drive back to One Meadows after having picked you up, correct?
I told him she told me in the morning and on the drive back.
So if he didn't write that in his report, it's obviously incorrect. Gotcha.
Sustained.
Of course, that drive back to One Meadows would have been 5:30-ish or so, maybe even a little later, 5:35.
Approximately, yeah, I'm not sure.
Well after she backed out of the driveway and struck another vehicle at One Meadows, correct?
Do you know that?
No, I have no idea.
All right, next question.
Speaking of Trooper Proctor, when you first interviewed with him during that same interview on January 29th, you noticed that he was taking notes, obviously.
Yes, he was.
You told him about your observations of the taillight that day, is that right?
I'd have to see the report, but I believe I told him about it, yes.
And that was literally the same day that you made the observations, is that right?
Yes, it was.
He asked you to describe specifically what the taillight looked like,
Mhm.
and you did so, correct?
Could I see the report?
All I'm asking right now, I've got the report.
Okay.
If you need it, I'll give it to you. I'm asking about your memory, Ms. McCabe. Did you tell him about what the taillight looked like?
If he asked me what the taillight looked like, then I would have told him what it looked like, yes.
And what you told Trooper Proctor on that day is that you, quote, saw a crack in it. Is that right?
I believe I said it was broken and cracked and it was missing pieces.
Isn't it true that what you actually said is, we got out at John's house and looked at the taillight, back right taillight, saw a crack in it, correct?
I said that I saw it and it was cracked and it was missing pieces.
You noted that he was taking notes, correct?
Correct.
Have you ever seen those notes?
No.
Would it refresh your recollection as to what you actually told him in terms of that description, to take a look at his notes?
So ask it differently, that's sustained.
Sure. Do you remember exactly the words you used in describing that taillight to Trooper Proctor as you sit here today?
Again, the taillight was cracked and missing pieces.
Okay. I know that's what you're testifying to today,
Mhm.
Ms. McCabe. We're all aware of that. You've said it 4 or 5 times now. What I'm asking you is, what did you tell Trooper Proctor on January 29th? That's my question. Do you remember the exact words you used to him on the 29th?
I believe I said it was cracked and missing pieces.
Do you know that, or are you guessing?
I'm not guessing.
Okay. Do you remember that specifically?
I remember describing it as cracked and missing pieces.
Do you remember saying it had a crack, or she saw a crack in it?
I do not remember saying that, no.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at a copy of his notes?
Those are his notes.
Ms. McCabe, we can do this all day. Would it refresh your recollection to look at a copy of his notes? If it wouldn't, just tell us.
No, it wouldn't.
Okay. As you sit here today, are you telling this jury that you deny saying to Trooper Proctor, you saw a crack in it? Are you denying that statement?
I'm not denying it.
So you could have told him that.
He asked me multiple times different questions. I spoke to him at my house, and then he had called me. So maybe one time I said it had a crack in it, and another time I said it was broken and missing pieces.
So it's very possible that that's how you described it on the 29th, Ms. McCabe. It had a crack in it, right?
And missing pieces.
I'm not asking you to finish my sentence. I'm asking you, is it possible that that's what you told him that day? And how to crack it? Yes or
That-
no?
Yes, that was
Okay,
one
thank
way.
you.
Mhm.
In the days following January 29th, in the events of January 29th, 2022, were you and your family coordinating your versions of the events that occurred on that morning?
No,
Were you and your family coordinating some sort of damage control in terms of the language that your family would use to the public, to the press, to law enforcement?
no,
Did you and your family use a group chat? You and part of your family use a group chat to text each other to coordinate your communications with either the press or the public or law enforcement or family or friends?
I have multiple like group chats with family and friends.
You had a very specific group chat that included yourself, Nicole, your sister,
Mhm.
Brian Albert, and Matt McCabe, correct?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, if I may.
Okay.
I have a 2-page document that I'd like to have marked right at the station.
All right,
Asked to approach.
sure.
Thank you.
Did you show Mr. Brennan what it was?
Mr. Brennan, I failed to show you.
That's okay.
Thank you. It's the one from the 29th. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Can you tell me if you recognize what's depicted or what's contained on that 2-page document?
Yes.
Don't read it at this point. Just tell me, what is that? What are we looking at?
This is a, looks like a group chat with me and my sister, Nicole. Oh, no, just actually conversations with just myself and my sister, Nicole.
May I approach?
Yes. Jackson, I need my.
Oh, sure.
McCabe for identification.
Did you happen to catch the date of these chats? I just
I-
took the document away from you. I apologize.
It's okay. I didn't know.
May I approach?
Do you have an extra copy so she has one and you have
I'll
one,
just leave
Mr.
that one.
Jackson?
I've got an extra copy for myself. I'll leave that one.
Thank you.
Do you note the date of that series of chats?
Yes, it says 1/29/22.
Okay. Is that a chat just between yourself and yourself and Nicole, or is that including others as well?
I think it's just myself and Nicole.
There was another series of chats, we'll get to that in a second, that does include Nicole, Brian, Matt McCabe, correct?
Yes.
On this particular set of texts, do you see the first text starting in the green box? That is a text from you to, it says Coco, correct?
Yes, that's my sister, Nicole.
Okay. And you recognize this text,
I do, yes.
and you recognize the texts following in the following bubbles?
Yes.
I would ask that this be marked moved into evidence.
Is there any objection?
If I could review it briefly.
Sure. Why don't I see you at sidebar for a minute about this?
Yeah, so I just wanted to kind of clarify. Me and Kay were kind of talking about it in the chat, but I was just saying that I feel like AJ is part of the problem sometimes because I think with the questions that he was just asking around the pieces and whether or not the tail light was cracked or not makes a difference, because if they're going to talk about the conspiracy piece, they have to talk about how they first testified to knowing about her tail light being cracked and how did it look. And those are important pieces, right? Pieces again. And so I feel like he was stuck on it because he really just wanted her to say, yes, I testified that it was cracked at that time. Because it's the pieces part is missing from the report. And then later on, it was cracked and in pieces. And then we know that pieces of the tail light then becomes findable by a variety of people. But my issue with AJ is not that he wants to get that out or pull that out. It's just his foundation will be laid. And I don't know if he's doing this because if this is the way he lawyers or if it's because of Bev or Brendan, but he'll then ask the same question like 2 more times. And it just, I don't know if it irritates me. So I'm trying to remove my bias from it, but it also ticks off Jen. And then she starts going off into her tangents. So I just think sometimes he's part of the problem. But we are queued up to listen to Tyre Nichols' trial today. So I am waiting for that to start. Is when it does, y'all, we are switching over. I will tell y'all that thus far, the defense has called 9 witnesses. Most of them were characters. And I'm just reading from Jerry Askin's Twitter. 7 were called. 7 were called yesterday. 9 witnesses have been total. They've been character and expert witnesses. So yesterday's testimony was interesting because they did put the EMT. They did put the EMTs on the stand yesterday in the Tyre Nichols trial, and they were basically trying to insinuate that he passed away because they didn't render aid. But at the end of the day, they shouldn't have had to render aid. There should not have been a need to render aid. And so, interesting testimony. You do see a little bit of remorse from the EMT up there, but that's kind of how it went. Somebody just reached out to me about the LSAT and applying to next cycle if I don't get in the school that I want to, which I think I actually may take that route instead of attending the school that I was actually accepted into, because it is like it's a commute to go to school. So I'd have to quit my job and I'd have to commute a nice distance to go to the school that I got accepted into because I'm sorry, not because I just lost my train of thought because I was reading, typing, and thinking at the same time, which y'all know I can't do. I might apply to the next cycle because the school that I was accepted into, it has a commute. And so I would have to everybody would have to make sacrifices for me to go to school, on top of the fact that I don't want to relocate to that area. So I'm considering, if I don't get into the school that I want to get into, just reapplying to it next cycle. And somebody's like, well, you can get a tutor and retake the LSAT. I'm never taking that test again. I'm never taking that test again. They never have to worry about me sitting for that thing again. It's a wrap, boom. It's a wrap. I'm just going to work on my essays the second time around if I have to reapply. And I am actually willing to relocate, but not to the area that school's in. I don't want to move to Illinois. When does the next cycle start? So just in like September and October, each school's application acceptance date is different. So you can apply the school, like I said, the school that I want to go to, I can apply as early as September if I stay at home. But I am willing to locate to another state. So if I apply early, if I don't get in and I just spend the summer working on my essays and getting them, better, more pristine, I can submit. And then if I get accepted into this other school in another state that I'm willing to go to, I would just use the time to prepare to leave with honesty. So I think that's the route I'm gonna take, to be honest. But I'm going to law school. It don't matter. I'm going if I go here or if I go somewhere else. And then what I do, because I got student loans, but I'm not in default. So what I would do is I would enroll into maybe like 2 or 3 courses at the community college, so that I could get like so they could continue to defer my student loans. I'm a professional student, y'all. I'm a professional student, baby. I do not. Student loans is crazy. I would never pay those. I don't understand why we even have them. Everybody should be able to go to school for free. So, yeah, that's what I'll be doing.
All right, so the objection is noted and overruled. So, Mr. Jackson, you can put that K for identification is now an exhibit.
May I approach?
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Before
All
I
right,
proceed,
so, jurors, before you consider any electronic communications in your deliberations, and you heard Trooper Garino read a lot of text messages the other day. I didn't interrupt him, I probably should have, but before you consider any electronic communications in your deliberations, you must first find that it is more likely true than not that the person who either authored or created or transmitted the communication was in fact the person alleged. So here we have communications between, allegedly between Ms. McCabe and her sister. Before you can consider them, you must find that it's more likely than not that they were the people who sent and received those. If you do not find it's more likely true than not that the person alleged to have created or sent them, then you may not consider the electronic communication in deciding your case. Now, when you read or hear about these text messages, you may not consider the statements for their truth, but you may consider them solely for the limited purpose of understanding the state of mind of here, Ms. McCabe, when she sent those messages. All right, so now that's what I needed to do. Mr. Jackson, your turn.
thank you, Your Honor. With the court's permission, I would ask that the January 29th text be published.
Yes.
Mr. Wolf, is there a way to, there we go.
Margaret, the witness might need that exhibit.
Your Honor, may I approach just to retrieve the exhibit?
Yes.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I was just going to say, could you please enlarge that?
Any way to make that bigger? And we'll take one bubble at a time.
Ms.
Thank
McCabe, do you need lights on or are you okay?
Oh, I'm okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Ms. McCabe, does this appear to be a representative copy of what you're looking at? It's just been marked for evidence?
Yes, it does.
Starting at that top text, which is the green bubble here, can you see at the very top where it says from, there's a redaction?
Yes,
The last 4 digits of that phone number, do you recognize that?
yes,
Is that your phone number?
yes,
Do you see just beneath it, it says 2, and there's a line that says Coco?
yes,
Is that your sister?
yes, it
That's
is.
Nicole.
Yes,
And if you look down on the bottom right corner of this exhibit, do you see a time and date stamp?
yes, I do.
What is that time and date?
It's 1:29:22 at 7:54.
Is that 7:54 p.m.?
Yes,
Okay. Can you read for the jurors what you texted to your sister at 7:54?
sure. Carrie talked to the cops and kept it simple.
Who's Carrie?
Carrie Roberts.
And this is a text that you sent about Miss Roberts's interview with the police.
Yes, it is.
If Mr. Woke, can we pull up the next text, please? Do you see the response in the blue bubble?
Yes, I do.
Who's responding to whom?
I'm responding to my sister, Nicole.
Can you please tell us the time? And we know it's the same date. What
Yes.
time is that?
That would be 7:56. Or 58, sorry. I'm not sure if that's an 8 or a 6.
I may have misheard you. The blue bubble is from whom?
It's from my sister, Nicole,
To whom?
to me.
Okay, I may have misheard you. I thought you said the reverse. I want to make sure we're very clear. The blue
sorry.
bubble is from Nicole. The green bubbles are from you.
Yes, correct.
Got it. And this text says, I'm sorry, read that for me one more time.
Sure. Okay. Try and get some sleep. Talk tomorrow.
Next text, please. What's the time of this text?
7:57.
This is from you to Coco, to Nicole.
Yes.
What does that text say?
Any update?
What did you mean by any update?
I meant had she heard anything or learned anything new?
Next text, please. Do you see a response from your sister to you?
Yes.
What does that say?
We'll get more info tomorrow. Don't want to text about it.
Next text, please. Is this a text from you to your sister Nicole?
Yes, it is.
What does that say?
Right.
Next text, please. What is the date and time of this text?
It is 1:29 in 2022 at 8:01 p.m.
And this is in response to the text that you just read from you to your sister. And this
Yeah.
is now a text from your sister back to you, correct?
Correct.
What does this text say?
Okay, text me in AM or if you hear anything later.
Thank you. We can bring the lights up for just a moment. One of the texts, the third from the bottom text on the second page, in other words, the top text on the page, was from your sister to you. We'll get more info, TOMM, correct?
Yes.
Don't want to text about it, correct?
Yes.
TOMM means tomorrow.
Yes.
This was January 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
Tomorrow would have been January 30th,
Yes.
2022. Is that right?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm holding another document. This is a multi-page document. Eight pages in total. There's a base page on the bottom, 02148. You got a copy. Thank you. May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Thank you.
Can you please take a look at that document, flip through it, and let me know when you're finished?
This is the document we discussed at sidebar.
It is, Your Honor. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. May I stand at the witness stand for just a second?
Thank you. Don't have a separate copy for Ms.
I-
McCabe?
I do. I'm going to hand you this one and ask that this be marked. Just a
Okay.
couple of foundational questions. Ms. McCabe, do you recognize what was depicted in these documents?
Yes.
Does this appear to be a group chat between and among yourself, Nicole Albert, Chris Albert, and Matt McCabe?
I don't believe Chris Albert's on that.
I'm sorry, my mistake, Brian Albert.
Yeah, Brian,
Okay.
sorry.
So the four of you?
Yes.
Okay, and does this appear to be a group chat that was engaged between and among y'all on February 1st, starting, I'm going to try to bookend it, starting
Okay.
at about noon, ending at about 5 or 5:30 that evening?
I didn't look, but I'll take your word for it.
You just look at the first one or two.
Oh, yeah.
If you
February
want to talk
1st,
on it,
yeah.
talk on it, nothing to do with this.
Okay. Yeah.
And then the last one, same date, around 5:30.
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'd ask that this be marked
Say, for identification or in evidence?
into evidence.
Same objection, Mr. Brown?
Please.
Yes, that can come.
48.
Can I?
And jurors, the same instruction regarding the electronic communications and the same instruction regarding this is not to be used for the truth of what's in there, but simply as opposed to Ms. McCabe's statement.
With the court's permission to publish, please?
Yes.
If we could start at the second text down. Ms. Wool, can you make that a little bigger? I apologize. Thank you. Do you recognize what's depicted both on the screen and in your hand?
Yes.
Does it appear to be the same thing?
Yes.
Okay. Taking a look at that first text,
Mhm.
who is that from and who is it to?
Okay. All right. It's from Brian Albert, and it's to myself, my sister Nicole, and Matt McCabe, my
And-
husband.
And if you can orient us, please, and I won't do this with every single text, but orient us for the first text. What date and time is this text?
This is February 1st at 12:50.
So this is about 3 days after the event in question.
Yes.
12:50 noon,
Noon. Yes.
just before 1 p.m.
Yes.
What does that text say?
Julie said Channel 4 is in D&E.
And that's from whom?
Brian.
So Brian Albert explain what that text means.
So Brian Albert is telling us that Julie told him Channel 4 is in D&E.
Who's Julie?
I'm sorry, Julie Albert.
Thank you. Let's go to the next text. Is this in response to the text that you just read?
Yes.
The prior text mentioned Channel 4 and D&E. What is
Mhm.
D&E?
D&E is a sub shop that is owned by Chris Albert.
Is that in Canton?
Oh, sorry. Yes, it's in Canton.
On the main street of Canton?
Yes.
Directly next door to what?
Waterfall.
Across the street from
Oh,
Waterfall.
sorry, CF McCarthy's, yeah.
Thank you. Across the street from Waterfall, directly adjoining, they have an adjoining wall to CF McCarthy's, correct?
Yes.
And D, is it D and E or D in E?
D and E.
D and E. Okay,
Yeah.
that's just the name of the pizza sub shop.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you for that context.
Mhm.
Ms. McCabe, can you read what this text says, who it's from and who it's to?
This is from Matt McCabe to myself, my sister Nicole, and Brian.
Can you read it for us, please?
Sure. Eating, I assume. Ask Chris to ask some questions. Tell them the guy never went into the house.
What does tell them the guy never went into the house mean to you? How did you take that?
I took that as John never came in the house.
Who's the guy?
John.
John O'Keefe.
Yes.
And the beginning of that sentence is tell them that the guy never came in the house, correct?
Yes.
And the sentence before that is ask Chris to ask some questions, correct?
Yes.
So this is Matt McCabe directing that Chris ask questions of Channel 4, correct?
I wouldn't say directing.
Whatever word you want to use. He was
No, I'm saying that Matt,
suggesting.
I think we're all looking to find out what happened. So Matt was like, ask some questions. What do they know?
And also indicating that Chris should tell them the guy never came in the house, correct?
John never came in the house, correct?
Okay. Next text, please. Can you orient us? Who is this text from and who is it to?
Okay. This text is from Brian to myself, to Nicole, and to Matt.
Brian who?
Sorry, Brian Albert.
And this is in response to the text above that you just read, correct?
Yes.
Where Matt McCabe said, tell Chris to find out, get an update or something, and tell him that the guy never came in the house. This is
Yes.
in response to that text.
Yes.
And what does Brian Albert respond?
Exactly.
One word, correct?
Yes.
Next text, please. This is a green box, so I presume this is you.
Yes, it is.
And this is to whom?
To Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
And what does your text read?
It means, oh my God.
It's ONG, but
Yeah.
it meant to be OMG, correct?
Yes. Yeah. I do a lot of errors.
Which stands for oh my God.
Yes.
Next text, please. Who is this from and who is it to?
So this is from my sister Nicole to myself, to Brian, and to Matt.
And what does that text read?
It says, I assume it's just to eat, but Brian, if she is there, ask her what the deal is.
Next text, please. Before I ask you about this text, the last text, that was from whom one more time?
My sister Nicole.
It was from your sister Nicole?
Yes.
And she mentions a she, a pronoun she.
Yes.
Is that referring to Julie Albert?
To be honest, I don't know who she's referring to.
Well, remember the first text started, or did the first text start with someone reporting that Julie said that Channel 4 was in D&E?
Yes, it did.
So would that prior text mean get Julie Albert to get some updates on what's going on? Let's go back to that last text one more time.
Yeah,
You see where it reads, if she's there? Does that mean if Julie is at D&E, hence she just reported that Channel 4 is there?
I'm truly not sure if who she's referring to as the she.
Okay, fair enough. Let's go to the next text, please. Mr. Wilk, I think you missed one. The one above it. Who's this text from and who's it to?
This text is from myself, and it is to my sister Nicole, to Brian, and to Matt.
And what does this read?
This says to ask if we heard if she is in a mental hospital.
Next text, please. Who is this from and who is it to?
This is from me to my sister Nicole, to Brian, and to Matt.
What's the time on this text?
2:55.
And what does it read?
Carrie is here going over timeline.
Who's the Carrie referring to?
Carrie Roberts.
What is here?
I would assume here would mean my house.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Brian to me, to Nicole, to Matt.
And what does this text read?
I did hear that.
Next text, please. Who's this text from and who's it to?
This text is from me to my sister Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
What does it read?
And we handed the phone to Carrie,
Who's Carrie?
Carrie Roberts.
What phone are you referring to?
Mine.
Who was on the other end of that phone?
On February 1st, I believe it could have been Michael Proctor.
Next text, please. Who is this from and who's it to?
This is from me to Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
What does it read?
She is telling him everything.
Everything is in all caps with an exclamation point, correct?
Yes, it is.
What's the timestamp on this, Ms. McCabe?
2:55.
Who's the him that you're referring to in this text?
I believe it was Michael Proctor.
Next text, please. Who is this from and who's it to?
This is from me to Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
What's the timestamp on this text?
2:55.
Same minute that you sent the last text?
Yes.
She's telling him everything?
Yes.
And then you follow up with what?
All the stuff.
Next text, please. Who's this responsive text from?
This is from Matt to myself, Nicole, and Brian.
And what's the timestamp on this?
4:35.
What does this read?
Yep. If she pleads out, it will end. If she fights it, it will be an episode.
Who's she?
I'm assuming that would be Miss Reed.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Nicole to me, to Matt, and to Brian.
And what does this read?
She liked the text about
The previous text?
Yes.
Meaning like a thumbs up or a like?
Yeah, it just says liked. So
The one that reads, yeah, if she pleads, it will end.
Mhm.
If she fights, it will be an episode.
yes.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Matt. Oh, sorry. To me, to Nicole, and to Brian.
And what does this read?
Brian, sitting separate.
Is that a period or a comma? I honestly can't see. Is that a period or a comma between Brian and sitting? Or can you tell?
I can't tell if it is or it's just like the way it printed out. I'm not sure.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
Brian, to me, Nicole, and Matt.
What's the timestamp on this?
That is 4:55.
And what does that text read?
Okay.
And the next text. This is another green bubble. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is me, Matt, me, Nicole, Matt, and Brian.
And what did you say? What did you write in this text?
I wrote you listening.
And what's the timestamp on this?
That is 5:15.
I'm sorry, it would be what time?
Oh, I'm sorry, 5:15.
And in fact, at 5:15, Ms. Roberts was in your house being personally interviewed by Massachusetts State Police, correct?
They were there. I'm not sure if this is the exact time, but yes, they did come over.
Just to be clear and to orient us, there was a phone conversation that you were privy to between Carrie Roberts and Michael Proctor telephonically, correct?
She was
Earlier in the day.
yeah, earlier in the day he had called me, and then Carrie had asked to speak with him.
And that's the handing for the phone. correct?
Yes.
And later, a couple of hours later, 5-ish or so, she was still at your house. Michael Proctor came over and interviewed her at your home. I'm
No,
sorry, not Michael
sorry.
Proctor, Massachusetts State Police.
came over and spoke to myself, her, and Matt.
And you wrote you listening to the group, correct?
Yes,
Who was that specifically directed to?
I honestly don't know.
Was there anybody else in the house during her interview other than you and the troopers?
My husband, Matt, my daughter, her friend, my other daughter.
So of the people on this text chain, the only person that would have been in the house that could have conceivably, quote unquote, listened would be Matt. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
It's from me to Matt, Nicole, and Brian.
And what does it read?
Cops here again.
You were reporting to the others on this text stream that the police had arrived at your house. They were in your house with you and Carrie that you just described, correct?
Yes, I was just telling them that they were here again.
Next text, please. Who is this from and who's it to?
This is from my sister, Nicole, to myself, Brian, and Matt. And Nicole says, call us after.
And what time was this?
This was 5:23.
Did you take this to mean that she wanted you to call the group after Carrie Roberts' interview and update them about that interview?
I took it as that she just wanted, to call and see what the cops said and if there was any update, any information.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Matt, and it's to myself, Nicole, and Brian.
What time is this?
This is at 5:31.
And at 5:31, what does Mr. McCabe write to the group?
This girl could write a book nonstop.
Was that in reference to Carrie Roberts having her interview with the Massachusetts State Police?
Yes, it was.
And this girl is Carrie, correct?
Yes.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from me to Nicole, Brian, and Matt.
What time is this text?
5:32.
And what do you write to the group?
I love it.
And this is in direct response to Matt McCabe's, your husband's text about Carrie Roberts could write a book, correct?
Yes.
Suggesting that both you and Mr. McCabe were listening to her interview, correct?
We could hear different parts of it, correct?
Next text, please. And who is this from and who is it to?
This is from me to Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
What do you write?
I wrote, she is telling them everything.
Similar to the text that we earlier saw that was in all caps when you indicated she's telling them everything, correct?
Yes.
On the phone. That was in reference to what she was saying on the phone.
Yes.
This is in reference to the live interview, correct?
Yes.
Also indicating that you were listening to and were privy to the content of her conversation with the police.
I could hear bits and pieces of it, yes.
Enough to say that she's telling them everything.
When I used the word everything, I meant it in not only was she telling them what had happened, but she was also telling them opinions and different things.
Okay, so you could hear it that much.
I could hear her saying some opinions.
Okay. Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from my sister Nicole to myself, to Matt, to Brian.
And this is in response to she is telling them everything, correct?
Yes.
And the text reads what?
Good.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Matt to myself, to Nicole, and to Brian.
And what does it read?
He says, going to miss the basketball game at this rate.
You mean Matt says.
Oh, sorry. Matt says, going to miss the basketball game at this rate.
Indicating that he was still in the house and still privy to the conversation between Carrie Roberts and the Massachusetts State Police.
He was waiting for them to talk, but Carrie kept as he said, she could write a book. So he felt he was going to miss the game because she just kept talking.
Next text, please. That may be the end of it.
Yeah, it is.
Is that the last text on the page?
Yes, it is.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes.
Do you want both of them? Okay. There you go.
Ms. McCabe,
Yes.
these text messages were on a private chat, both the one between you and your sister, as well as the group chat, correct? There's a private chat, it's not open to the public.
Correct.
You never intended, obviously, for any of those texts to become public, correct?
I handed my phone over, so I knew all my texts would be seen.
When you were writing the text, when the group was chatting back and forth or texting back and forth, those were intended to be private texts between and among just the people on the text string, correct?
I just was texting my family. I wasn't thinking any more of who was going to see it.
You certainly did not expect when you were writing those texts that the defense, Ms. Karen Reed's representatives, would ever get a hold of those texts. That was not in your mind, correct?
Would never have been in my mind, no.
That is a textbook example, what we've just seen, of witnesses colluding with one another about a subject matter that's under investigation, correct?
And move for an instruction. All right, jurors, disregard that comment completely. Disregard that question.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
Baby, I was not expecting this. I thought we was gonna have another day where the freaking Jim McCabe testimony was sending us through, but they didn't went through these text messages, y'all. And like I said in the comment, I am balls deep. Again, what I found interesting, I threw it in the chat because y'all know I will forget, and I'm not taking notes today, was that the way that they disassociate themselves from Carrie and from John. Like they don't, it seems to me that they don't mean as much as they are putting on. They refer to John as the guy, tell him that the guy never came in. Like, why would you say that? If he's a meaningful person in you all's life, especially the McCabe's lives, why would y'all even allow them to even speak like that? Like, I don't know. It's just, it was weird to me. And then the McCabe's, that girl, like, or the girl, maybe, and I could have that and the misplaced, but that girl, like, y'all don't like Carrie either. And why are y'all so damn invested that she can't even interview at her own damn house? She has to interview at y'all house because y'all want to be a part of the conversation, because y'all want to listen in on the conversation. You sat here and testified the other day that when she, okay, sorry, I'm on a tangent now. I'm gonna replay the instructions. I'm gonna replay them.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. In the text that we just saw, you were colluding with other witnesses, percipient witnesses in this case through those text messages, were you not?
I was not.
You were organizing your statements to the police based on what you overheard and what you heard during Carrie Roberts' interview with the Massachusetts State Police, weren't you?
No, I was not.
You were reporting back to other percipient witnesses what you heard and saw during other witnesses' statements to the police, to wit, Carrie Roberts, correct?
I was telling them Carrie was speaking with the police.
And you told them she's telling them, quote, everything, correct?
Yes, I told them some of the opinions that she stated.
And when Mr. McCabe said she could write a book, she's going on, in other words, she's going on and on, your statement was, I love it, correct?
Yes.
And you reported that back to other witnesses who were not privy to Ms. Roberts's statements to the police, correct?
To my sister and to my brother-in-law, yes.
And then your sister asked for updates when Carrie Roberts was done, correct?
I don't know if it was in regard to updates when she was done or updates like, did they tell us anything? Is there anything new? We were still all trying to figure out what had happened.
The four of you were discussing the facts surrounding this case, not only with each other, but discussing interviews, formal police interviews that you heard or overheard with another witness, weren't you?
I told them some of the things that Carrie Roberts said, yes.
And you were happy about what she said after you had created this timeline with her, correct?
The timeline had nothing to do with it.
But it was certainly chronologically, her interview with the police was after this timeline had already been created between you and Carrie Roberts.
Yes, we both put down what had happened so we would remember.
And then once she was interviewed, you were responding to the rest of the group. She's telling them everything, meaning everything we just crafted in this timeline, right?
No, I meant she was telling them everything. She was telling her personal opinions about Miss Reed.
I want to change gears for a second, Ms. McCabe, and ask you about that visit that you took to Michael Lank's house. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I just don't want to keep these at the podium. Thank you, Your Honor. Have you and Ms. Roberts discussed that visit to Michael Lank's house before your testimony, before you testified to it for the first time in May of 2024, about a year ago? Did y'all discuss that at all?
I don't recall.
You testified under oath in that proceeding that you went, and I want to be very clear about this, that you went from One Meadows, the O'Keefe residence, John O'Keefe's residence, directly to Michael Lank's residence, which is in another neighborhood in the same town, correct?
Yes, we went. Correct.
And you indicated that you were there to drop off one of Carrie's daughters. Is that right?
Yes.
That's how you testified in May of 2024, about a year ago.
Yes.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
You spoke to Lieutenant Tully about this very same visit on May 10th, 2024, before your actual testimony in that other proceeding a year ago, correct?
Yes.
All right, and what y'all talked about was your visit and your travels over to Sergeant Lank's, by the way, Sergeant Michael Lank of Canton PD, correct?
Yes.
The same Michael Lank that we've talked about.
Yes.
You talked to Lieutenant Tully about that trip over to Michael Lank's house, correct?
Yes.
You indicated that in that interview with Lieutenant Tully that you went over to the Lank residence with Carrie Roberts to pick up her daughter at the residence, correct? Not to drop her off, but to pick her up.
She was with us at Meadows, so we dropped her off.
Right. I know that's what your testimony was a couple days ago.
Mhm.
I'm asking, when you talked to Lieutenant Tully on May 10th, 2024, before your testimony last year, did you tell Lieutenant Tully we were actually there to pick up her daughter? That's why we went to Michael Lank's house. That's why you went to Michael Lank's house.
I went to Michael Lank's to drop her daughter off.
What did you tell Lieutenant Tully?
That I went to drop her off.
So you didn't say pick her up to him.
I don't believe so, no.
So if he said that, that would be another example of an incorrect report.
Sustained.
Do you remember exactly what it was that you told him during that interview?
I know that Lexi was with us at Meadows Ave and we dropped her off at Mike Lank's. So if he mixed up pick up and drop off, that could have happened, but we had Lexi with us and we dropped her off there.
Okay, so you believe that may have been his mix-up, not yours?
Sustained.
Is that, I'm sorry. Do you remember exactly what it was that you told Lieutenant Tully during that interview?
I know I said that we dropped her off.
Okay. It was 11 days later that you actually testified, correct?
11 days later from,
After the interview, about 10, 11 days after the interview with Lieutenant Tully, that you actually testified in court in a proceeding about this issue.
then I don't know the exact dates of when I testified.
If you testified, say, May 21st versus May 10th, it's about 11 days.
Yeah.
All right.
Mhm.
When you testified in that other proceeding, you did testify that you had dropped off Carrie Roberts' daughter, not picked her daughter up. Is that right?
I know I dropped her off, yes.
Did you also talk to Carrie Roberts about her testimony and what she was going to say about dropping off or picking up her daughter?
No.
Okay. You never talked to her about it before you testified or before she testified last year?
We both know what happened, so
I'm just asking if you had a discussion. That's all I'm asking.
I have no idea if we discussed that.
So you might have.
I have no idea.
And in the last year, let's clock it around all the way to now,
Mhm.
you've probably discussed it additionally with her, correct?
Probably not that detailed, no.
Now, you also indicated, by the way, the reason that this subject matter came up with Lieutenant Tully is you were confronted with certain location data records indicating that you were at Michael Lank's house for a period of time, correct?
Sustained, ask it differently.
Were you provided any records and asked about records that showed that you were at Michael Lank's house on January 30th, 2022?
I was asked if I had gone to Michael Lank's house, and I had, to be honest, I had completely forgotten because those days were just a complete blur. But then I remembered that after we left Meadows Ave, we did drop her daughter off at Michael Lank's.
All right. Do you recall ever seeing a document, seeing something that indicated that you were actually a piece of paper, a document, a record, anything indicating that you were seen at Michael Lank's house through GPS location data forms?
Did I ever see a record of that?
Correct. Did Lieutenant show?
No, he didn't show me a record.
He just asked you about
He
it.
just asked me.
Did he tell you during that course of that interview that he had been provided with GPS data records indicating that you went to Michael Lank's house?
I don't remember the specifics of what he asked, but I know that he did ask me if I had been there.
Did he tell you that he had received those GPS data records from the defense?
Sustained.
Did he tell you anything about receiving any documents from the defense that prompted the question where you were on January 3rd?
I don't recall.
Before that interview on May 10th with Lieutenant Tully,
Mhm.
this is preceding your testimony last year.
Okay.
Had you ever reported that you went to Michael Lank's house, Sergeant Lank's house on January 30th to anybody?
No, to be honest, I completely forgot about it.
You indicated that during that visit, you sat outside in a car, in Carrie's car, correct?
Yes.
Basically for the entire visit. Is that right?
Yes.
You indicated that you did not go in the house except to use the restroom possibly, correct?
I have a faint memory that I ran in to use the bathroom.
You indicated that you did not see Sergeant Lank at his home, correct?
I don't believe I did, no.
What time of night was this?
I don't know. We had been at Meadows for a while, and then we left, dropped Lexi off, and then I went home. I don't know a time, maybe afternoon. I'm not sure. I'm sorry.
Your Honor, I have a 10-page document that I'd like to have marked as identification with the court's permission.
Sure, show Mr. Brennan on your way up.
Take your time. Mr. Brennan is just going to review that document. I have no problem with that. Thank you. Good? Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Do you recognize the document
So
though?
has it been marked yet?
I'm sorry, I asked that it be marked for identification at this point, just only for identification. Sorry.
So Madam Court Reporter will mark it and give it back. Okay,
Thank you.
Should it out for identification?
thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Once you get the document back, I'll ask you a couple of quick questions about it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sorry, Gracie.
or DNA and serology and crime scene reconstruction.
Do you have a scientific background?
I do.
What was your education?
So I received a Bachelor's of Science degree from Erskine College in Due West, South Carolina in 2009. After I received that degree, I went on to work at a genetic center that I helped diagnose mostly children with rare genetic diseases. I then accepted a position with the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation as a special agent forensic scientist within the forensic biology unit. And then I was also a member of the violent crime response team. During that time, I also got a graduate certificate in the field of forensic DNA and serology from the University of Florida.
How did you get involved with TBI?
So again, I applied and accepted the position when they offered it to me. I participated in training there that all TBI agents go through for both to become a forensic scientist and a member of a violent crime scene
And
team.
what would your position be called?
I was a special agent forensic scientist.
What did that involve?
So for the most part, that involves just working evidence. So when evidence comes into the lab, I would accept it from the evidence receiving unit, take it back to my space in the lab, and then perform my testing, which included serology testing and DNA testing.
While at the TBI, did you get called upon to give testimony in court concerning your findings?
Yes, I did.
And how often did that happen?
I believe a little over 20 times.
And did that include offering opinions on the results of DNA testing?
Yes, it did.
And then did you eventually leave the TBI?
I did. I accepted a position over at St. Jude Children's Research Hospital in their shared resource center. So I was helping all of the researchers at St. Jude look at DNA analysis. And then in 2018, me and another former TBI agent decided to form the company that we have now, SEP Forensic Consultants, where we offer education and knowledge to attorneys in these fields.
And have you continued testifying in courts since leaving the TBI?
Yes, I have.
And how often have you done it since you left the TBI?
A little over 20 times. I believe this is my 48th opportunity to testify.
And have you had judges recognize you as an expert in the area of forensic biology and DNA testing?
Yes, I have.
Have you ever had a judge refuse to accept you or recognize you as an expert in that field?
No, I have not.
When have you testified on behalf of the state of Tennessee when you were at TBI?
Correct.
And how did you get paid for that?
It was my salary that I got, the state of Tennessee paid for it.
And do you charge now that you're no longer with TBI?
Yes, I take funding from both the state of Tennessee for indigent clients if they do not have the funding, and then I also take private funding from people who can fund it.
And how are you getting paid in this case?
So I'm getting paid through PORAC, which is the legal defense fund for police officers.
Is there any difference in what you do for private individuals and what you do for the government in terms of what you get called on?
No, not really, especially in my testimony portion. The main difference is I don't have a lab right now. It costs millions of dollars to have a DNA lab, so I don't have the equipment to do that. But so I don't touch the evidence and necessarily process it, but I do go through the whole process looking at the data that is produced by the lab.
And do you maintain a resume?
I do.
Your Honor, may I approach? Sure. Let me show you a document, if you can identify that for us, please.
Yes, sir.
Is that your resume?
It is.
Your Honor, I would mark that as the next exhibit.
Yes, sir.
So the 6-page resume, Spencer has exhibit 34.
Say 34, Your Honor.
Yes.
Ms. Spencer, what did we ask you to do in this situation?
So like in most cases I get called about, it is looking at the data that was produced by TBI or any forensic lab and reviewing it and then determining what conclusions I would come up with. And then again, helping the attorneys understand what those conclusions mean.
I want to show you a document that's been marked as Exhibit 30 in this case, and see if you can identify that for us.
Yes, sir.
And is that, what is that?
So this is the official forensic biology report issued by the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation.
And are you familiar with the person who actually authored that report?
Yes, I reviewed her work.
And is that somebody you worked with at TBI when you were there?
Yes, since I was in the Memphis lab at the time, she works in the Nashville lab. So we didn't work directly with each other, but we worked together, yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I would tender Ms. Spencer as an expert in forensic biology through DNA analysis.
Your Honor, there's no objection. Forensic biology through DNA.
Yeah, through DNA.
It's not all, but
So tell us, what is forensic biology?
So forensic biology can really be broken down into these 5 steps. We have evidence, serology, DNA analysis, interpretation, and then review. So overall, it's the process of finding hopefully a body fluid and then eventually making interpretations on that DNA that was found on that item of evidence.
And so you have the body fluid. Would you know where the body fluid came from?
So yes, once we get into the serology portion, you start looking at specific items of evidence, and then you would be able to identify where you obtain that body fluid from.
Now, what is it that you, as an analyst in this case, consider to be evidence?
So myself, as an independent forensic consultant, I'm mostly considering my evidence to be the documentation and data provided by the forensic lab. So in this case, the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation. On top of all their data and the reports they issued, sometimes I also get things like medical examiner reports, videos from body-worn camera footage or surveillance video, and investigative documentations produced by law enforcement.
And are there other sources of information that you gather other than just documents?
Yeah, again, mostly I'm focusing on the DNA analysis. So that's what my main focus is looking at all of the data produced by the forensic lab.
And that's when you begin once you have all that, that's when you begin your routine that you go through in trying to reach an opinion.
Correct, yes.
Let's just start with serology and tell us about serology.
So if I was working in the lab and looking at an item of evidence, the first thing I typically would do is to look for a body fluid. And serology is the study of body fluids. In forensics, we mostly focus on blood, semen, and saliva. And the reason we focus on those three body fluids is because we know that they contain a good amount of DNA. So we know that once we go through the DNA process, we have a good chance of getting an informative DNA profile that we can actually make some conclusions from. So there's three general steps that we go through for serology testing. The first is screening, which means we're just looking at this item of evidence, either with our naked eye or with some help. And we're just narrowing down some areas that we want to test. We then do a presumptive test, which is just indicating to us that a body fluid is present. And then we can do a confirmatory test, which will confirm that that body fluid is present.
And how do you, is this things that you get from the TBI?
So again, this isn't me doing this right now. This is what I would do when I was in the lab. This is me looking at an actual item of evidence and doing these tests.
But the TBI report would cover all these various findings.
Correct. This is exactly what TBI did in all of the evidence submitted in this matter.
And then how do you use the results of these tests?
So what I use with these results is it helps me indicate or confirm whether or not a body fluid is present. So once I know whether or not a body fluid is present, I'm then going to use that information along with the DNA results to make an overall conclusion using all of the data that we have available.
So once you get the body fluid, then you go to the DNA analysis?
Yes. So once you identify a body fluid on an item of evidence, you're usually going to take a sampling. Now or can we go back one slide? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Sometimes if there's not a body fluid, you can just sample an area for what's called trace DNA. So you didn't find anything, it was negative. So you're going to take a Q-tip and kind of run it over the area and collect any DNA that may be there. So after we have that sample that's either has a body fluid on it or that we're just taking that trace DNA from, we're going to take a cutting from it and then go into our DNA process.
Okay. So now do I go
Yes,
to
sir.
the next slide?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
So this is our DNA process. So first, DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid. It's the recipe of what makes you, you. So it tells your body everything from your hair and eye color down to your predisposition for diseases. So it is specific to an individual unless you have an identical twin. And we use it in forensics to help identify individuals because it is specific to an individual. So these are the general steps in the DNA process after serology.
So in extraction, what happens?
So extraction is the first step of the DNA process. This is the step that we've found that body fluid or we've taken a sample from that item of evidence. And we're now going to take that cutting, put it in a tube, and what's called lyse or open up any cells present, cells such as epithelial cells, skin cells, break those open and pull out the DNA and clean away any cellular debris left over. So we eventually end up with a tube that it just has DNA in it.
So if we were there at the TBI and we looked at the results of that extraction, what would we see in your hand?
It would just look like water.
Okay.
Yeah.
In a small test tube?
Yeah, in a test tube that's about this big, it would just look like water.
And is that all the DNA that you have to work with in any particular testing?
Yes, when we do that extraction step right there, that's the DNA that we're going to work with for the rest of the time, and that's what we've taken from that item of evidence.
So do you ever find yourself having to monitor how much you actually use for one test or another to make sure you have plenty of the evidence?
Yeah, so part of the process of extraction is making decisions on how much water or chemicals you're going to put that DNA in. But through the process, we have specific amounts that we use through that, so we're not using it all up. As a forensic scientist, my goal is not to consume a sample. I want to make sure there's some left over, either if I make a mistake or if somebody else needs to process that sample in the future. So yes, we use a small amount every time and don't use it up.
So after extraction, what happens next?
So after extraction, we have quantitation, and that kind of sounds like what it is we're trying to determine how much DNA is there, the quantity of DNA present in our tube. So not only does it give us the total amount of DNA present in that sample, but it also gives us the amount of male DNA in that sample, a male to female ratio, and a degradation index. The degradation index just tells us how much the DNA may be damaged.
And what are you looking for with the quantification?
So the main point of quantification is that it really helps with the downstream application, steps 3 and 4, because we're going to target a specific amount of DNA to go into those steps. It also gives us an idea, again, of how much DNA is present in the sample. Again, if we're looking at our serology results and it's indicating that a body fluid is present, I'm going to look at those serology results and see if that's consistent with a body fluid.
And the next step is amplification?
Yes. So amplification is a fancy science word for making copies. So what we're doing in this step is we're making copies of specific areas on the DNA that we've extracted and figured out how much DNA we have.
You mean like 5 or 6 copies?
We're making millions of copies, and we're making millions of copies of what's called short tandem repeats. These are those specific areas we're going to focus on. And they're areas on the DNA that we know just repeat over and over again. So we make millions and millions of copies of those. And it's essentially just like you taking a piece of paper and copying it on a copier. Just going to continue to make copies of it.
How do you know when to stop?
There's validations are done, and again, we're targeting a specific amount of DNA. So we know that this amount of DNA takes this long to make this many copies of. And we have set protocols of how we're going to make copies of the DNA.
And the next step is separation?
Yes, this is our final step in the DNA process. So like I said, we just made millions of copies of different areas of those short tandem repeats on the DNA. So now we have to separate them. So we separate them based on size and charge. And at the end of this process, this instrument here will take basically a picture of the DNA, which will be what we use during interpretation. And that picture is basically, you can go to the next slide. It's a bunch of peaks and numbers that we use. And these, maybe this will help. Can't see it. Those boxes on the top, you see that are in green and yellow, those labeled ones, those are all the specific areas that we made copies of, and those are what we're going to compare. So those peaks and numbers below, that's what we use to make a comparison.
So you sort of overlay on the comparison?
Somewhat, yes.
And so what's next?
So what's next is the interpretation step. I failed to mention that we have kind of two sets of samples when we're doing DNA analysis. We have those evidentiary samples, things that came from the crime scene or from individuals involved in the incident. But we also collect standards from people. Standards, if you've watched any crime show, you've seen somebody take a big Q-tip and run it on the inside of their cheeks. That's a buccal standard. And all that is for us to know what that person's DNA profile is, so we can eventually compare it to our evidentiary samples. So our interpretation step first starts out with ensuring that everything went well. We look at controls that we ran in our sample and make sure that everything performed and had good quality. Once we do that, we're then going to look at each of those DNA profiles, those peaks and heights or peaks and numbers that we just looked at, and start interpreting. And how we interpret it is we basically start describing that profile. So do we have a full, partial, or limited profile? Meaning, do we have data at all of those locations we made copies of, or are we missing data at some places? We also try and determine how many people are present in this sample. A number of evidentiary samples that we work with in forensics have more than one person in them, which is called a mixture. So we determine whether or not it's a single source profile or a mixture, and then how many people are present in there. And then finally, sometimes we can also determine a major and minor contributor. A major contributor is somebody who is showing up more strongly in that profile, and a minor contributor is the opposite, showing up much less in that profile.
Spencer, I want to hand you Exhibit 30, and you're talking about getting these profiles. Could you read some of the descriptions of the profiles and explain those to us based on what you just said?
Yeah, so an example, and we'll look at this in a little bit. An example of an interpretation would be the DNA profile is consistent with a mixture of at least 5 individuals, including at least 1 male. And then we have some that also say the major contributor matches a specific person, and then the minor contributor profile is inconclusive. So that's kind of the terminology that we're using in the reports once we've done this. And the way that we eventually get to is those standards that I just talked about. That is when we're going to be able to say that a match is present. We're going to take that standard of that individual and compare it to that profile that we've already made conclusions on from the item of evidence and see if that person is a contributor. And that's what we call the binary method, because basically we're saying, is this person in this profile or are they not?
Okay, and then what is that? Does that complete the interpretation process?
Yes, other than documenting it in a report, which is exactly what TBI did.
Okay, and is that where you get to the review process, or?
Yes, sir. Yes. So once a scientist who has done that whole process, done their interpretations, put their conclusions in a report, they're then going to hand off this report, this draft report, to 2 other people. And this is the review process. We have a technical review and an administrative review, and they sound exactly like what they are. Technical, we're going to go through what did we follow our manual and our protocols that we have in the lab? Do I agree with your conclusions, the data that you produced? And then our administrative review is exactly what it sounds like. Did you spell everything correctly? Did you dot all your I's, cross all your T's? All of that good stuff.
So basically, did we ask you to review the review?
Yes, I kind of like to say that what I do is like a super technical review of the case. I go in and look at it again. I try and look at it how I would if I was a technical reviewer, but I'm usually also incorporating other information into it. And that's why I kind of call it a super technical review.
So are we ready now to go into your examination of the evidence you got from TBI?
Yes. So this is going to be pictures from TBI's analysis along with their results. And then, and we'll look at this as we go through. So the first exhibit we'll be looking at is exhibit 1A and 1B, and that's Mr. Martin's boots. You can see 1A is the left boot and 1B is right. So like we talked about before, the first thing TBI did was that serology process. So they're going to screen it and then try to identify any body fluids on these two boots. The body fluid they're focusing on in this case is blood. So how they did that is they used a presumptive test, which is on the slide is TMB&P, which is tetramethylbenzidine and phenolphthalein.
Now, let me ask you something. On the slide, it looks like the boots have been sectioned off. Is that something? Tell us, what is that?
Yes. So what the analyst did is she was testing these specific areas to try and narrow down where the blood was. So she's focusing on the same areas, and she focused on the same areas for all of the boots that she processed in this case. So you'll see similar areas circled on all of the boots we look at. So she circles these areas because not only did she do the serology, but she took those samples like we talked about, the trace samples, and they went on to DNA analysis too. So the entirety of the left boot there, 1A, was TMB&P negative, which means it's negative for the presence of blood. And then if we can go to the next slide, this is 1B, so the right boot. This area that you can see there that has that blue arrow, that was TMB&P positive. So again, that's a presumptive test for the presence of blood.
And just for the record, the boots we're talking about right now are Emmett Martin's boots. Is that correct?
That is correct.
That's Exhibit 1.
Yes. Yep. So again, all three areas on each of these boots were swabbed for DNA analysis and taken into that process. Okay. So we'll have 3 samples per boot that we'll look at eventually with our DNA testing.
Next slide.
Yes, sir. So this next slide is basically the same of what we looked at for Mr. Martin's boots, except these are Mr. Haley's boots. So again, we have 2A is the left boot, 2B is the right boot. We have those areas denoted again that she focused her testing on. And again, we have 3 areas per boot. Again, the left boot tested negative for TMB&P, so it is negative for blood. And then the next slide. The right boot tested positive in that area, presumptively for the presence of blood on Mr. Haley's right boot.
So where'd you go from there?
So what TBI does next is they're going to move into the DNA process. So those samples that they took from those areas of swabbing with their Q-tip, they're going to take a cutting and then go in through our 4 steps that we talked about: extraction, quantitation, amplification, and separation.
And is this the results on the screen now of Martin's boots?
Yes, sir. So after going through that process, we again are going to get those DNA profiles that I showed you of each of those samples that we talked about, those electropherograms that are just peaks and numbers. And these are the interpretations of TBI. So when they sat down and looked at these DNA profiles that they generated from those exhibits, those items and those samples, this is their interpretation.
And what was that interpretation?
So for Mr. Martin's boots, again, looking at the left boot, which was negative for the presence of blood, that area 1 is a mixture of at least 5 individuals, including a male, and it was inconclusive. So typically when we're doing interpretation using that binary method that I talked about, whether or not somebody is included or not included, when you have a mixture of DNA that goes anywhere from 3 to 4 individuals, it becomes very difficult for me as an analyst to try and do any interpretation of that, because it's what we call a nasty mixture. There's just a lot of people, and it's really hard to pull specific profiles out and determine who is really present. So what happens with that is it becomes, we have at least 5 individuals. I know a male is there, but I can't do any more interpretation of it. So it's inconclusive.
In your experience, is it surprising to find a lot of different people's DNA on a boot?
So shoes in general usually produce mixture profiles. If you think about your shoes, you're walking around in your home, anywhere, you're collecting DNA from your family members on your feet, putting it in your shoes and on your shoes if they're sitting around the door. But we also have to take into consideration what these boots are worn. These are police officers' boots that they're wearing out to crime scenes, interactions with a number of individuals every night. So the idea that they have a lot of other people present on their boots is not really odd.
So that number is something you would expect.
Yeah. Yes.
And what go on with your conclusions on the Martin boots?
Yes. So sample number 2 is a mixture of at least 3 individuals, including a male, and it again is inconclusive. And a sample can also be inconclusive, even though I said it's 3 to 4 people we're really looking at. We can't really start breaking down that mixture. Sometimes you just don't have a lot of DNA, so it's not a really good profile that you can be confident in to make good interpretations on. And then 3, we have a mixture of at least 3 individuals, including a male, and the major is consistent with Mr. Martin and the minor is inconclusive. So that's, again, like we talked about, we have that major contributor that's showing up more strongly than another individual or any other individuals present in it. And it's Mr. Martin, which we expect Mr. Martin to be on his own shoes.
And what about the right boot?
So the right boot, for sample 1, we have a mixture of at least 2 individuals, including a male. That's inconclusive. And then for 2 and 3, we have the same results. We have a mixture of at least 2 individuals, including a male, and the major matches Mr. Tyre Nichols, and the minor is inconclusive. That's for sample 2 and 3. And if we remember back to our serology results, that 3rd sample on that boot tested presumptively positive for blood.
And so that's all the conclusions on Mr. Martin's boots?
Correct.
All right,
Yes.
so let's go to Mr. Haley's boots.
So again, it's going to look almost the exact same. Left boot, we know, is presumptively negative for the presence of blood. On sample 1, we have a mixture of at least 7 individuals, including a male. That is inconclusive. On 2, we have a mixture of at least 4 individuals, including a male. The major is consistent with Mr. Haley, which once again, it's his boots. Minor is inconclusive. And the 3rd sample is a mixture of at least 3 individuals, including a male, and that again is inconclusive.
So what did you draw from this analysis of Haley's boots?
So at this point, we don't have a lot of information. We just know that Mr. Haley is present on his boots. So once we get to the right boot, though, the first sample is at least 6 individuals, including a male, and again is inconclusive. Sample 2, we have a mixture of at least 3 individuals, including a male, and then the major matches an unknown male. And what we mean by an unknown male is that all the standards that we used in the case that we compared the evidence to, that profile doesn't match anybody. So it's an unknown person that we don't know who it is. Okay. And then the 3rd sample, which again, it tested presumptively positive for the presence of blood during our serology testing. It was a mixture of at least 4 individuals, including a male, and it was also inconclusive.
So where do we go from there?
So based on these results, and after I looked at them, I decided that we could possibly employ a relatively newer technique within the field of forensic biology, but not new in the world of science, and it's called probabilistic genotyping. And the main point of probabilistic genotyping is to help deconvolute or demix these nasty mixtures. So it's going to use science and a computer to do this instead of me as an analyst doing it.
Now, how common is the use of this probabilistic genotyping?
So it's becoming much more common in the last couple of years. There's really 2 companies out there that have probabilistic genotyping software. The one that we used is called Cybergenetics. The software itself is called TrueAllele, which you'll see in a minute. But what they have the software and they work the software.
So are those 2 companies like the Pepsi and Coke of this type of?
Yeah, so that would be the Pepsi. The Coke version would be what's called Star Mix, and you can actually purchase Star Mix and bring it into your lab and use it yourself. So more and more labs are starting to bring probabilistic genotyping online within their own labs.
Is that pretty expensive?
Yes, it is very expensive.
So which one did you use?
I use the TrueAllele from Cybergenetics.
And is this sort of a form of artificial intelligence?
No, it's using math for the most part. So what it's using from the TBI, I sent the data files that produce that DNA picture, that electropherogram. Those data files were sent to Cybergenetics. So they use all the data within those data files to do their interpretation. So their software uses statistics, biological modeling to use all of the data and to make more of an interpretation, or to be able to better deconvolute and unmix those profiles.
Does the FBI use this type of software, I guess?
Yes. The FBI, I think, has brought on StarMix, so the Coke version of this rather than the Pepsi. Again, that can be brought into your lab, but TrueAllele has been used in a number of states and a number of cases to give more information, including in the state of Tennessee.
And how many times have you used this in the past?
I believe this is my first time using it for a case. I have done training through them, and I've also done training through StarMix, so I'm very familiar with this type of procedure and this software.
And how did you decide to use it in this case?
So because we were focusing on Mr. Haley's boots, what we decided was that we were going to take the data produced by TBI from all 12 samples, right? 3 from each boot, and send that off to Cybergenetics or TrueAllele for them to use in their software.
And next slide.
Yes, sir. So what TrueAllele did was they did a preliminary screening test, and that's what these results show on this PowerPoint. So it's basically just a table up there, and if we just explain the table a little bit, we have all of our item numbers. So we see we have 2A is our left boot, 2B is our right boot. We have 1, 2, 3 samples for each one. We then have the comparison to Mr. Haley's standard, and we have the comparison to Mr. Nichols' standard. And then they also, because we had that unknown male that was on the boot, that was also used as a standard in this case as well. Down at the bottom, we have a table that represents kind of what these numbers that you'll see in the table. So remember when we were talking about interpretation, we are either including someone or saying it's a match, or we're saying it's not a match and they could be excluded. So that's what these numbers are representing. These numbers are actually the number of zeros given within the probabilistic statistics that they produce. If there's the blank over on the right-hand side, as you can see, blank means no statistical support. So if we look at the comparison to Mr. Haley, we can see that in most areas we have strong support for him being present on his boot. Again, he should be present on his boot. That's not surprising, right? So next, the comparison is to Mr. Nichols. So we have on sample A2, we have a 1, which is inclusionary. On B2, we needed more testing. TrueAllele stated they needed more testing, so no determination was really put there. And then on B3, it was inclusionary and 9 zeros on there. So moving closer to that stronger support we have for that inclusion.
And so what does inclusionary mean?
So inclusion means that the software is telling us that that person's DNA is present in that mixture sample.
And this looks like some sort of probabilistic graph. What is this?
So this is what comes with the TrueAllele. It's basically, I made this into hopefully a more understandable, the line graph that was on the bottom there. That's all that is just that converted to the line graph that I put on there. It was hopefully a little bit more understandable.
So once you got that data, did you make another graph?
Yes, I did. So what I did is that we wanted to look at all of the results we have using TBI's serology results, their quantitation results, the DNA interpretation, and then incorporate that TrueAllele results that we got from this. So we're going to compare Mr. Martin's right boot, we have one B up there, to Mr. Haley's right boot. And again, if you remember, those samples are generally in the same area. And for both samples 3, they were positive, or presumptively positive for the presence of blood, okay? So that third column there is our quantitation value. So that again is telling us how much DNA was present in that sample from that item of evidence. So the unit of measurement is not really important. It's nanograms, but not really something important. We can just look at the numbers here. So if we're looking at, we'll focus on the third sample of each boot. We have a total of 2.76266 nanograms of DNA that was taken from that item of evidence.
And that would have been Mr. Martin's boot?
Correct. Now, not only are we looking at this quantitation value, but we're looking at the DNA results. So the DNA results showed us that there was 2 people present in this sample. So because that's the total amount of DNA, we can kind of divide this quantitation value by our number of contributors. So we take that 2.76 and divide it by 2, and we have a general idea of how much DNA each person in this mixture is contributing, okay? So then we move down to Mr. Haley's sample 3 that again was presumptively positive for the presence of blood. We have a total amount of DNA that's 0.22681, and that amount of DNA is shared by 4 people. So we then have to take that value and divide it by 4. So we have much less DNA in general, but we also, because we have more people involved, each person is giving less DNA.
So with Martin's on this, you would take that 2.76 and cut it in half for Martin's value.
Yes, generally, yes.
And then on Haley's value in the yellow, you would take that number, 0.22681, and divide it by 4.
That is correct. Yes, to get a general idea of how much DNA each individual in the mixture is giving to that sample.
And were you able to reach any conclusions based upon this graph?
So again, taking into the totality of the results that we're looking at, serology results, quantitation results, interpretation results, and TrueAllele results. We have a limited amount of blood on really both samples. But once we start looking at the quantitation results, we see that that 2.76 is looking to be more consistent with a sample that is blood. And that's based on my time working cases, looking at DNA samples from what I know is blood. And then we also, again, incorporate those DNA results looking at the number of contributors, okay? We also see, we have to start also incorporating, the other information I was given. So the videos I was provided, was both the body-worn camera footage of officers and the Sky Cop video footage. And then also looking at the medical examiner's documentation saying that there was blunt force trauma to the torso as well as the head.
So did these findings correlate, in your opinion, with the what you saw in the video?
Yes, they did.
How so?
So for the most part, what I was looking at is potentially where could Mr. Haley have struck Mr. Nichols? And looking at the DNA results, we see mostly with that quantitation result, because it's such a smaller amount, 12 times smaller than what we have from Mr. Martin, that is not necessarily consistent with what I would expect a blood sample to provide. Okay. So again, we're only looking at a presumptively positive blood test. There are other body fluids that can contain blood, such as saliva, sweat, especially depending on what activities you have been involved in. So looking at those results, it's not clear that it is definitely blood from that sample. It could also be transfer from, say, epithelial cells or your skin cells.
What is epithelial? That's skin cells?
Yes, that's skin cells. And you have epithelial cells all over your body. And you would expect them to be, you know, even on your clothing, of course, on your skin as well.
And the vast, the 12 times more DNA present on the Martin boot. What do you make of that?
So again, because of that amount of DNA that we have, it is more consistent with being blood. Again, we do have that presumptive test. We don't have any confirmatory tests. But again, the main point of doing serology is to try and identify that body fluid, because we know those body fluids have a good amount of DNA. 2.76 is a good amount of DNA that I would be confident I'm going to get a good informative profile as I was going through my process.
So as between these two contributors, Mr. Haley and Mr. Martin, what is more likely to have occurred on the scene based upon your DNA analysis?
So I think that based on DNA analysis, it provides information on the strike that Mr. Haley made was not necessarily to an area that had blood on it. So this could have been his torso, it could have been his clothing, it could have been something of that area.
Mr. Martin?
That, again, because it being that high amount of DNA, it is a major contributor of Mr. Nichols that is more consistent with blood. So it would be in an area where blood was present, such as his face.
Have your opinions today been within a reasonable degree of certainty within your field?
It's based on my expert experience and opinion, yes.
Your Honor, at this point, I would like to mark as an exhibit the graph that Ms. Spencer shared with us that was previously on the screen.
Any objection? No objection. Go ahead to the DNA graph as exhibit 35.
Your Honor, I believe that's all the questions I have.
Right. Next in line would be Mr. Zilla. Oh, I have no questions, Your Honor. All right, Ms. Barry?
No, Your Honor.
Stay.
Good morning, Dr. Spencer.
I am not a doctor.
Yes,
It's okay. Yes, good morning.
Good morning. I'm actually an expert in probabilistic genotypes.
Awesome.
No, I'm just
I was going to say, that's very exciting.
Star mix sounded delicious.
Doesn't it? It sounds like a cereal, I think.
I do just want to quickly recap some stuff. So I'm looking at this from a broad perspective here.
Yes, sir.
Okay. A good amount of DNA, which is probably blood of Tyre Nichols, found on Emmett Martin's right boot.
That is correct.
And before, I think I know the answer to this. In your presentation, you had like a blue arrow that pointed to a section of a boot,
Correct.
and that's not pointing to a particular spot. That's picture a section, right?
Yes, sir. Yes. So the TBI analyst wasn't able to really narrow down a specific stain on it. You have to think about it's a black boot that's really hard to find blood on. Blood we like to describe as a reddish brown stain, and that's just difficult to see on black material. So she sampled that area, and that was the general area, and she would have sampled that whole area for processing. Yes.
So the blue spot doesn't mean that's a little spot.
No, sir. No. Yes. Yes.
Gotcha. So a good amount of Tyre Nichols blood on Emmett Martin's right foot.
Yes.
Right boot.
Right boot. Yes. Based on the quantitation results. Yes, sir.
And then we looked at Officer Haley, Defendant Haley's boots.
Yes, sir.
And we have found an amount of Tyre Nichols DNA, to a probable, dealing with probabilities
Yes.
on Defendant Haley's right boot.
That is correct. Yes.
And so we have Tyre Nichols' DNA on both the right boot and on Haley's right boot,
That is correct. Yes.
which is consistent with Martin boot having kicked Mr. Nichols.
Yes, it could be. That could have been the reason why blood was on it. Yes.
And is consistent with Haley's boot making contact with Mr. Nichols.
That is correct. Yes.
But we found more DNA on Martin's boot than we did Haley's boot,
That is correct. Yes.
which means probably we've got more of Tyre's blood on Martin's boot than we do on Haley's boot.
Yes, that is also possible. Yes.
And we've talked about Mr. Haley's kick to Mr. Nichols, correct? Is that correct?
Somewhat. Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Well,
Yeah. I'm sure you guys have. Yes.
Okay, we
Yes.
talked about a little bit.
Yes.
And here you reviewed the Skycop footage,
Yes, I did.
and you reviewed some body worn camera footage.
Yes, I did.
I just want to make sure that if we can play the poll cam footage when Mr. Haley comes out. You can play some other stuff as well. This is just so we see the cake again that we're talking about.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
I know that you weren't there. I'm not gonna ask. Yeah.
Yes.
And while they're queuing that up, in fact, you've worked at TBI previously,
Yes.
but it was before this case.
Yes. Before this case. Yes.
We can start at this case if you like that way. We can just start here. We can just, if you can just fast forward to where the camera switches over. I'll call your attention to just a couple spots in the video. Okay?
Yes, sir.
This is the Castlegate video. Just go, if we can split from the start, just split from the start is the easiest thing. There may be 30 seconds where we're waiting. Maybe, here we go. We're starting the video at 20:32.
Yes, sir. Yes. Thank you.
Stop it there. I tell you, that's Officer Martin that just kicked Mr. Nichols in the head. Is that consistent with your knowledge and review of the video?
Yes, it is. Yes.
And is that type of strike that may result in a transfer of DNA from Mr. Nichols' head to Mr. Martin's boot?
Yes.
You can't specify which, but is that type of contact that could result in that?
Yes. Yes.
All right, we stop it there. We saw Mr. Martin kicking him again in the head, is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
And is that again the sort of thing that could transfer Mr. Nichols' DNA to Mr. Martin's boot?
That is correct.
Shit! Give me a motherfucking hands! Watch out! I'm gonna tie the fuck out of you! Get the fucking hands! Watch out! Watch out! Give the head! Give us your hands! Give us your hands! Watch it! Give me your fucking hands! Ross and Castlegate. We are east of the intersection. Right here. 230. The Castlegate Clear Street. You can get here from Raw.
You see that right there, just up there, you see it right there?
Yes, sir.
And has that been identified as Officer Haley there that runs that?
Yes.
And is it that kind of impact, did you take it?
Yes.
Is it that sort of kick that could result from to the transfer of Tyre Nichols' DNA to Mr. Haley's boot?
Yes.
Just a little.
And Castlegate.
Stop there. Did you just see that?
Yes.
And was that Mr. Martin again?
If you tell me it's Mr. Martin, yes, it is, yes.
It is Mr.
Okay.
Martin.
Yes, sir.
And is that the sort of kick that again could result in the transfer of Mr. Nichols' DNA to Mr. Martin's boot?
Yes.
And I think I understand your testimony to be that from this, perhaps we can conclude that since Mr. Martin's right boot has more DNA of Mr. Nichols on it.
Correct.
That it's more likely that his boot contacted an area of Mr. Nichols that had blood.
Yes.
And we see it for himself. He kicks him in the head.
Yes.
But from looking at Mr. Haley's boot, since it has less of Tyre Nichols' DNA, it's harder to ascertain the area in which Mr. Haley actually kicked Mr. Nichols.
Yes, that is true.
Could be I would assume kicking somebody, tell me if I'm right or wrong, kicking somebody through the foot could result in transfer of DNA no matter where you kick that person.
Yes, that's true. Because again, as we talked about, your DNA is all over your body and on your clothes. So especially if you're kicking exposed skin or even clothing, it's probably going to transfer those cells are going to transfer to that shoe.
And so all we can really talk about is probably or probabilities or whatever. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
And even a closer view of the video doesn't really answer that for us. We could play Blake's body camera. Stop it there real quick. That's Officer Haley's cake.
Okay.
Again, it's unclear from that if he kicked him in the side, the shoulder, in the head, neck, whatever.
Correct.
I might as well play Officer Martin's cake. About the same with Officer Martin's cake.
Yeah, in that video. I have not reviewed that video before, but yeah, you can't tell from that video. But yes.
But what we can tell from the DNA and from the videos are that Officer Martin kicked Mr. Nichols at least 3 times.
Correct.
And Defendant Haley kicked Mr. Nichols while he was on the ground at least 1 time.
That is correct.
No further questions.
Anything else from the defense?
Spencer, as a DNA analyst, do you have anything that you can opine on other than probability?
No. Again, my job is to look at the DNA results and provide information to attorneys and juries. And I use probabilistics within that, or statistics, I'm sorry, within that.
And would you categorize the items that you use to come to your conclusion as objective evidence?
Yes, I would say yes.
As opposed to subject, correct?
Correct, yes.
I believe that's all I have.
Anything else of this witness? No, sir. All right, those are all the questions I have for you.
Thank you, sir.
You ready with your next witness?
I believe we're going to take a witness out of order. Justin Smith's going to provide a witness. He may have a moment so that we avoid technological problems like yesterday.
Put an expert on the stand to basically say that they don't believe. Well, they were basically trying to argue that Haley didn't deliver any of the blows that would have killed him, but that ain't gonna fly with the jury. He kicked them. He was there. He was complacent. He just said that he wants to basically get his video queued up so that they don't have tech issues like yesterday. They're also taking a witness out of order. So Justin Smith is going to be putting on a witness right now.
They'll be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Looks like another expert.
Thank you. Before you start your questions, can I have the attorney proof?
And now they're having a little sidebar. So, yeah. A little sidebar kicking off right now. So, that's also happening. I got to give me some breakfast, y'all. I am starving. I have not eaten this morning. I had a rough night. And I need to pull it together. Child, I know. I'm curious what's going on over on the current retrial, because I know today it had them folks in a frenzy. Had them folks in a frenzy.
All right, good to see you.
Thank you, Honor. Sir, could you please state your name and spell it for the record?
Yes, it's Jared Zwicky. That's Jared. Last name is Zwickey.
Your Honor, may the deputy pass the witness a document that has been shown to the district attorney's office. Sir, is that a copy of your professional resume?
Yes, sir, it is.
I'd like that marked next, Your Honor, with your permission, the next sequentially marked exhibit.
So the 2-page resume of the wiki has exhibit 36.
Sir, we're going to briefly go over your experience, training, and education. We're going to give, not that it's not important, but we are going to give, for lack of a better word, the Cliff Note version, all right?
Yes, sir.
Since you're not shy about these things, how old are you?
I'll be 81 this year.
I say that only because I hope for myself. How long have you been in law enforcement?
I served 38 years in law enforcement.
And have you been a chief of police before?
Yes, I have in 2 organizations.
All right. Have you attended college training put on by different law enforcement organizations in order to become proficient in your chosen field of expertise?
Yes, I have.
Have you also provided training to different law enforcement organizations, again, in those same fields of your expertise that we'll be talking about more of?
I have, yes.
Have you trained, for example, the FBI?
I have.
Have you trained the Secret Service?
I have.
Have you trained the Los Angeles Police Department?
Some members of the Los Angeles Police Department, yes.
And having gotten to know you for a number of years, you've trained officers and police departments across the country, from the Northeast all the way down to Texas to California, in areas of deadly force. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Defensive tactics.
Yes.
By the way, give us a thumbnail version of what is defensive tactics.
Well, defensive tactics, actually, it's a misnomer. It's defensive tactics plus arrest control techniques. It's the ability to teach people how to arrest somebody and get them under control. And the other part of that, the defense, is defense of yourself and others with either weapons or with your hands.
And do you carry a number of, I'm going to call them certifications? Do you carry a number of skill sets as it relates to martial arts and fighting skills?
I do. I have been fortunate enough to acquire 3 black belts in 3 different systems. One would be a Chinese system. The second one would be modern arnis, which came from the Philippines, which is double stick fighting or with sticks or with machetes. And with Bajak, karate came out of the South Koreans, is a dagger set teaching a defense with 2 daggers. They all pretty much intertwine. And then along with some Aikido training that I first studied back in 1964, 1965 with Los Angeles police instructor who was an Aikido expert as well.
Only because I'm short and fat. Does that explain why you're in such good shape?
Yes, sir. I practice every day.
Every morning. I have to wait till you're done before I call you. Is that right?
Absolutely, sir.
All right. Now, you not only have you been a police chief, but have you also been a SWAT team member?
Yes, I have. Actually, I worked on the SWAT team for over 20 years.
And have you been a SWAT team commander?
I have been, yes.
Did you well, let me back up one bit. Have you been qualified as an expert in the field of defensive tactics, human factors, arrest techniques in state courts across the country?
I have, yes.
Have you been qualified as an expert to testify, give opinions in the areas of body cam and pole cam videos in order to render opinions regarding the appropriate level of force that a respective officer or officers have administered?
Yes.
Do you have an estimate on how many times you've been qualified and testified in live court as an expert in those areas?
Boy, that's pretty hard to give you an exact figure.
Best estimate.
I'm just going to estimate probably over 90 times during my entire career.
How many federal courts have you been so qualified to testify as an expert?
Once again, I think that's a little hard to go back over 50 years, but I would say probably at least a quarter or more of those cases that I testified in over the years.
And have you been qualified in the Sixth Circuit, which includes Tennessee, in the U.S. federal court as an expert in those areas?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. And briefly, tell us what is known in the area of court testimony, court expert testimony, as a friend of the court. What is a friend of the court?
Well, my understanding of friend of the court was or is when an individual has a certain expertise, is asked by the court to offer the court an opinion. Basically, like my field would have been use of force.
Have you been asked to serve as a friend of the court by the courts, to serve as a friend of the court, to actually provide them expert opinions in federal court?
I have, and I believe it was 1987 in the San Francisco Federal Court regarding major issues that we were having with the war protesters at the Concord Naval Weapons Station.
And that had to do, if I remember correctly, I don't mean to lead you, but having examined you before, that had to do with active resistance and passive resistance. Is that right?
Yes, that was helping the court to understand what the ground rules were going to be for what is a passive, what is an active resistant, and what level of force any of us in the law enforcement community could use when we were making arrests.
All right. Now, being a police chief and all those other things, have you also served on what is called the post commission?
Yes, I have.
And the post commission, give a layman's definition of what the post commission is for the jury.
Well, post commission basically sets the standards for training for law enforcement officers throughout the state of California. There's about 40, I think, at the time, 43 different academies throughout the state, some at universities, some at law enforcement agencies. And there are about 43 different categories of instruction. And the state of California through Post then makes sure that every one of those categories of instruction are certified, and that people who are teaching those domains, learning domains, are qualified to teach it.
And you served in that capacity for how long?
Well, let's see, from 1997 to about 2011, I was the academy director at one of the university or a junior college. And we had the post committee, so I had to serve during that time as a subject matter expert for use of force, firearms. And then we also participated in developing not only the curriculum for those, but also for role-playing exercises and computer training for the academy students as well.
And have you, number one, testified as an expert in the area of what is referred to within your industry as human factors?
I have. Yes.
What is a layman's definition of the analysis of human factors?
Well, basically put, there's some real basic factors such as what we refer to as tunnel vision. The second thing is auditory exclusion, what you hear and what you feel. And then there are environmental factors. And every one of those factors are looked at in all aspects of law enforcement investigations, whether it be traffic accidents, whether it be plane crashes, whether it be fatal accidents, where we have to reconstruct maybe what the driver saw or how the driver reacted, were they under the influence, to basic mechanical defects of a vehicle. So we're looking at all those factors plus environmental, what were the lighting conditions at the time of a particular incident, and what type of an incident was it, because that type of an incident really dictates what kind of an emotional response that the individual officer, a suspect, and witnesses will go through when they're involved in those kind of encounters.
Have you performed and exercised that expertise first level or first option as an investigator of an incident? In other words, where you come on to investigate and conclude what happened in an incident?
Yes, you have to.
And have you also used that training, skill, experience, and education in giving expert opinions to law enforcement agencies or the courts in areas of human factors?
I have, as well as individual officers, to not only experienced officers, but new officers coming into the business, to let them know basically that an arrest situation is not only a physical one, but it's a mental one as well. And they have to go through the steps of things like anger. How do you control anger? And how do you control excitement? If you're involved in a possible shooting situation, how are you going to stop that rapid breathing? So we try to not really inoculate an officer to those things, but to just make them aware and try to give them some techniques how to reduce that level of stress that they're going to be going through.
And have you been asked by the FBI to give this type of training or inoculation, as you call it? Have you been asked by the FBI to provide that type of human factors training and advice to their own FBI agents?
Yeah, not directly. I didn't have to go to the academy to do that, but through our training, every training that I give, whether it be hands-on training with a defensive technique, how to defend yourself, whether it's a baton, which is the training I gave to the HRT, which is a hostage rescue team out of San Francisco. They're training with a baton because nobody had taught them that.
So the record is clear, the hostage rescue team out of San Francisco, for what agency?
For the FBI.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. things that they have to be careful of as well. And part of that is the emotional control of your anger when you're striking somebody. You have to keep things in reference.
Were you finished?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, it seems like you have a lot of irons in the fire. And here you are testifying on behalf of Justin Smith. Are you paid for your time to provide expert consultation and advice and testimony?
I am just like every other expert, and the attorneys that are here today. Yes, I do get paid for my services.
Okay. Of all the courts that we've talked about, of all the agencies we've talked about, or you've talked about, have you ever been declined or denied or refused by any court in this country, federal or state, to testify as an expert in the areas you've listed?
No, sir, I've not.
I'm going to tender this witness as an expert on behalf of Justin Smith in the areas listed thus far in the record, John. I knew you'd do something.
We talked about a whole bunch of expertise.
That is duly short. Defensive tactics, human factors, deadly force, police training, police officer training, investigations of critical incidents. And if I left one out, Your Honor, I might have to come back and get a mulligan. All right.
Any objection to those classifications?
There you are.
All right, we'll show these tender.
Now, by the way, did I list the appropriate areas for this case that you're testifying for?
I think so, with maybe one exception is all of the digital analysis.
See? Tell us what background you have as it relates to digital and video analysis and when you used it, sir.
Thank you. Actually, when I first started in 1974 with training and for investigations of critical incidents, the only readily available digital type of information was surveillance cameras. And it wasn't until 2012, actually, when the body camera was first introduced in California and was starting to be used by law enforcement. So that was my first encounters. It started out with some civilian use of surveillance cameras. And it involved, if I might just explain briefly, a shooting incident by a Anchorage police officer who was parked in a parking lot, happened to see a gentleman come out with a rifle, and he was pointing it at several individuals nearby, and he feared for their life and took a shot at the individual, missed him, and the whole controversy was, why did the officer acted so recklessly? And when I looked at the surveillance camera, I found that it didn't show anything of these people off to the right-hand side of where the officer was. And then I later learned that it was only one frame every second. And if that filming rate was 1 frame per second, there was all those other frames missing. And I had to call in an expert from the company to clarify that.
Let me, thank you. You know, when we were kids and we take the edge of a book and we draw a picture of a guy about to jump his bicycle over a ramp, and then on the next page, we move that bicycle up a little bit more, and then the next page, you do a little bit more. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Absolutely, yeah.
Everybody over the age of 60 probably knows what I'm talking about. And then you flip the pages, and it makes like a little old Disney stick cartoon, doesn't it?
That's correct.
In between each one of those pages is what you're talking about, the frame rate. Is that right?
That's right, referred to as frame rate.
Okay. So what are the drawbacks, for lack of a better word, deficiencies in today's modern poll cams like we have in this case?
Right. Well, I think I basically answered that question one way is because in that earlier shooting, there was only 1 frame per second, so other things were missed.
Are you familiar with the frames per second rate of the Tennessee Memphis Police Department poll cams in operation?
I am. I'm not sure exactly what the initial frame rate was when it was filmed, but when it eventually goes to a central receiving and is processed and digitized, because it's sending over by radio frequency. It's not like a camera that immediately is recorded here. It has to be transmitted over a long distance. That frame rate may have been 16 frames per second, but by the time it's produced, it's 8 frames per second, which was what the SkyCap camera was at the time of this incident.
Good. Now, because it may have started out or had the capabilities of 16 frames per second, but because it's transmitting that images over radio frequency back to headquarters, your research discovered that it was being dropped to about 8 frames per second.
That's correct.
And then body-worn cameras, Axon body-worn cameras issued to MPD police officers. What frame rate are they?
They're 30 frames per second.
That's 30 frames per second, right?
That's correct.
Now, even I can figure out that is a clearer or more precise measurements. Is that right? Or film taking?
Well, it's even above what they call the national standard. National standard is 24. This camera will run anywhere from 24 to 30. It can be reduced. But 24 is the standard. 30 makes it really smooth and clear and easy for everybody to see.
Now, you told us what the drawback is of pole cams, and that is clarity. By the way, is focus also a problem with pole cams?
Focus, and the other fact is it's so far away. If you've got like in the pole cam, it is what they call PT. It's a pan and tilt. It only has so much focus that you can make, and then the quality of it at that distance diminishes. And even with a light sensor in the camera, you get more of a darker, grainy type of a picture that you're looking at. It's what we've been looking at here.
But it's the best we got in this case. But I was asking you, the body-worn camera is much better. Is that right?
It is much better, yes.
But there are drawbacks to the use of body-worn cameras, aren't there?
There is not only body-worn cameras, but as well as the surveillance.
Yeah, we've already talked about surveillance.
Yes.
I'm moving on to body-worn cameras. Body-worn camera, just give me the 6 or 7 highest deficiencies of the body-worn cameras that's utilized by the Memphis Police Department.
Best way I can describe it is the fact that the body camera is normally kept here on the chest. And whenever we look at whatever the image is being projected, we make an assumption, sometimes falsely, that the officer is looking exactly where this is. Anywhere where I turn, that camera will be looking at you, but I may be looking over here at the council. Okay. It doesn't help the officer feel a suspect's hand. You won't see if there's any tension that the officer feels when he grabs the suspect's hand. That's not recorded on here. You'll see the hand and you'll see the officer holding that hand, but you'll never feel the resistance through a camera. Those are some real basic things. And lastly, if I may, is because the body camera is attached to the officer, whenever there is a disturbance fight, and I'm trying to turn and grab a suspect, what you get is a blurred image. And then you're really not going to see what happened. And the last thing is, if the movement of this camera or an individual that somebody is dealing with is faster than 1/3 of a second, again, 1/3 of a second, that may be like 10 frames of what this is recording, you'll never see it. And there's only one way to see it. You have to slow it down to a 1 frame per second interval in order for us to see what that image was.
And you've been here all week listening to the testimony, have you not?
I have, yes.
And Officer Mills was called to the stand, and based upon his testimony initially saying that when he came up on Bean and Smith, those two fellas, it looked like they were throwing punches or whatever. And then Mr. Perry cross-examined him and slowed on the TV screen it down to just half speed. And then Mr. Mills testified, you were here, that they did not hit him in the face or the head. They were hitting his wrist and hands. Were you there for that?
I was, yes.
But your computer program, or what I call a computer program, your player program actually breaks each frame down into 1/60th. Is that correct?
Partially.
Okay.
It's actually, I do have a software that allows me to take a recording like that image and slow it down to 1/30th of a second. If my camera is at 1/30th, I can slow it down to 1/30th. If the camera is at 24 frames, it will slow it down to 24 frames. If it's 8 frames, the software will slow it down to 8 frames per second. So across that spectrum, I think.
Right, I use big numbers, I'm sorry.
It's all right.
But even using Mr. Perry's Flintstone version of just slowing it down to half, you saw what we saw, is that right? They never made contact with the face or head.
Oh, clearly, yes.
As it relates to slapping at the hands, as you saw in that video, is that a defensive tactic?
Oh, well, it is if I'm trying to reach somebody's hands to get them out of the way so I can grab them. Yeah.
What is a distraction slap?
It could be a variety of things. It could be to any part of the body, could be close to the face. I may not ever have to touch your face. It's just flip up towards your eyes and it can distract you for a moment. That's a distraction, a suspect, right.
And does it not also trigger the reaction of the suspect? If their hands are down here and you do a distraction slap, does it sometimes bring their hands up to guard their face?
Oh, absolutely.
Is that what you saw in the video with Tyre Nichols?
Yes, it was.
Is that what your conclusion is as an expert as it relates to what Bean and Smith were doing over Nichols trying to get his hands?
Based on my experience and training, absolutely.
All right, now more administrative, I call it administrative. As part of your working for Mr. Smith, have you reviewed all of the Memphis Police Department training that Mr. Smith received at the Memphis Police Department Academy?
I have, yes.
And unless you have an objection to it or unless you have a problem with it, was the training that Justin Smith received, did it meet the standards nationally of law enforcement training?
That's a difficult question because on paper, it does look like the standards of post within the state of Tennessee were met. But whether or not they actually performed all those, I wasn't present during all of those training sessions. I couldn't give you that kind of an answer.
All right. Bear with me. Mr. Attorney, what I'm doing is I'm going to go to here's what I'm doing. I'm going to that. It's 25, 24, 28, 6, which is less than 3 minutes. And that is only Justin Smith's Judge, I just want to make sure that I get only that. And so again, if everyone could be patient with me for a moment. Right now I'm muted. I'm not projecting it. I'm just getting it to the right spot.
Oh, he definitely putting us to sleep over here today. He definitely putting us to sleep. I do have Jim McCabe queued up so that we can switch back over there when the time comes. Because I put Ren comment in the chat, y'all. They say that Bev didn't got tired of it. So if Bev didn't got tired of something, I need to see it. Because I don't believe Bev get tired of anything.
Judge, I am paused where I need to be, and it's unmuted at 100%. So I'm going to do what I've been told by Miss Rebecca to project it. Can't believe it. Now proceed, Judge.
This video you all already seen. They're just trying to stand by.
I'm gonna get it when it gets to Mr. Justin Smith. All right, before I hit play, you reviewed what is commonly referred to at the Memphis Police Department Training Academy as the Bad Bob video. Is that right?
I did, yes.
And in order to set some groundwork, the officers are sprayed with one shot of OC spray in one eye, which the eyelid is closed when they're shot with the shot. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the other eye is covered, they call it a tactical L, that keeps it even off the eyelid. Is that right?
Yes.
And do you recognize the person that's in that video that I'm about to play?
Yes, I do.
Who is it?
Justin Smith.
All right, I'm going to hit play and let it proceed through, okay? It's only, what did I say, what's 2 minutes, Your Honor?
This is starting at, for the record, it's starting at 25 seconds, sorry, excuse me, 25.
Yes, 25:24, and we were going to go through 28:06.
Yeah, you good? Good? Sir. All right, do you take well? Sir. Do you take well? Shut your eye, hold your breath. Hold it. Control yourself, take a breath, open your eye. Don't fight, shit!
Maintain your composure, recruit. Maintain your composure.
You gotta control yourself. What is your name?
Justin Smith, sir.
What's your IBM?
13999.
Where are you from?
Arkansas, what's that, Arkansas?
Who's the commander of the Memphis Police Department Training Academy?
Commander, sir.
Who's the commander of the Memphis Police Department Training Academy?
Commander, Lieutenant Dan, I don't know, sir.
You don't know the commander of the Memphis Police Department Training Academy? Lieutenant Colonel Anthony Rudolph.
Rudolph, sir.
How many fingers small enough?
Can't see, sir.
Open your eyes, you gotta look. Don't want it, I'm gonna spray you in the face.
Hello, sir.
Smith, get it together. Control yourself. It burns, that's it. Breathe. Open your eyes. How many fingers small enough? Don't bite.
Look, like 6.
That's 6. Look.
Fuck. Long as you stay there, long as it burns. Compose yourself.
3.
Yes, sir.
You see that Bob?
Yes, sir.
Look at it. Don't bite it. Don't bite that Bob. Open your eyes so you can see. Don't walk like a blind man.
Grab behind the neck.
Stop
fighting! Stop fighting! Stop fighting! Stop fighting! Smack him! Smack him! With your elbows! With your elbows! Stop fighting! Get him with your other elbow! Stop fighting! Yeah, give him some kneecap! Stop fighting! Stop fighting! Stop fighting! There you go! Shit! Give him the other knee! Give him that other knee! There you go! There you go! Give him some more elbows! Stop fighting! Stop fighting! Okay, handcuff! Handcuff! Go get Bob on the ground. Open your eyes so you can see where he's going. Yeah. Come on. Open your eyes. Get the bag. Put your hand behind your back, sir. Don't do it. Put your hand back in your head, sir. Yeah.
Go ahead. All right. I'm going to minimize this. All right, minimize it again somehow. All right. You watched that training?
I did.
You've watched that training before?
I have.
You've gotten to know Justin Smith. as part of me, like better word, hiring you. Is that right?
I'm sorry, get your last part?
You got to know Justin Smith, have you not?
Yes, sir, I have.
Was he out of control there with one shot of OC in his face?
Oh, absolutely.
It was amongst friendly people, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
That experience with OC spray, is that similar to what Justin Smith experienced at Bear Creek and Castlegate?
No.
I know what you're
Yeah.
was let's do it another way.
Yes.
The effects, the physiological effects of only one shot of OC spray in one eye, was that a much less troublesome or harmful series of events?
Oh, absolutely.
How so?
Well, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, he had at least 3 exposures to the face
When?
during the struggle with
Mr. Nichols.
Mr. Nichols. That's correct.
So he had 3 experiences with OC spray there at Bear Creek and Castlegate
That's correct.
with a subject who had or had not been searched for weapons.
Your Honor, basis of knowledge.
You can just lay the foundation as far as what you would know from videos.
But I'm not going to be limited to the video. Have you reviewed the investigation of the Memphis Police Department and the Tennessee Bureau of Investigations, as well as the FBI and the Department of Justice, that relates to each and every act of Justin Smith and Tyre Nichols on January 7th?
Yes, I have.
So are you familiar with those facts?
Yes, I am.
So how many times did Justin Smith get shot in the eye with pepper spray?
At least 3 times on the scene.
And was Tyre Nichols ever searched during the entire process?
No, he was not. That I could see. Or know of.
Did you see any documentation that he'd been searched?
Absolutely none.
And you've heard sworn testimony that he was never searched, right?
I have, yes.
So do you have any reason to believe that Tyre Nichols was searched?
Not at all.
Until a suspect is in handcuffs and searched for weapons, is the scene secure?
No, it's not.
What Justin Smith dealt with at Bear Creek and Castlegate, was that an unsecure, dangerous scene?
Absolutely it was.
Does Justin Smith wear glasses to your knowledge?
Yes.
All right. Let's go to the did you review the Memphis Police Department use of force policy as well as the force continuum?
I have, yes.
Now, I'm going to show you just the cover page of it.
Okay.
I'm an officer of the court sworn to not mislead the court. You've reviewed the Memphis Police Department use of force policy, is that right?
I have many times.
It's been provided to us in discovery.
Yes.
I would ask that be the next sequentially numbered exhibit. It's about that thick, Your Honor. We'll take care of it.
We have something.
We do not. What?
I thought we entered some policy, but
I was told earlier it had not been admitted yet, so maybe I misheard. I'm sorry.
I have the policy and procedures.
Okay, let's move on. It sounds like it's already in evidence. The jury will later be able to see it. Back to what I was saying. I would like the Memphis Police Department use of force policy as well as the force continuum is moved into evidence as an exhibit. And it's going to have to be late filed so that we can print it off on 8.5 by 11 paper.
Put a marker.
Yes, sir.
As exhibit 37. The MPD policies.
Yes. It appears to be 13 pages, Your Honor. I'm going to go now to a video, and I'm going to hit pause so that we don't accidentally do anything, okay? Have you watched all of the body-worn camera and all of the poll cam videos provided by the state of Tennessee, the Department of Justice, to us in discovery?
I have, yes.
And one of those includes the Chris Wilson body-worn camera. Does that ring a bell for you?
Yes.
All right. All right. This is one of the videos that we just put in. But, may I proceed? This video I have marked here is 8 minutes, 51 seconds. Sir, at times I will stop during this video to ask you a question, okay?
Yes.
You want to do the lights, Judge? Yeah. Can you see from where you are, Mr. Zwicky?
I can.
Do you see Justin Smith in that video?
I do on the far right-hand side.
And Justin Smith, for his tactical bulletproof vest, has 2 reflective strips on his ribcage. Is that right?
That's correct.
Justin Smith also had white bottom tennis shoes on. Is that right?
That's correct.
And before this scene depicted, what did Justin Smith have on his head?
He had a ball cap on.
Like a baseball hat?
That's correct.
Did he have glasses on before this incident?
He had glasses as well, yes.
All right, I'm going to hit play. You're familiar with Justin Smith's voice, aren't you?
I am.
Is that Justin Smith we hear yelling out?
It was.
With the pole running down from the wall. Hey, you see the mark, you want to stop? Stop. I'm talking about take folks out. I'll cover traffic and everything.
Are you familiar with Justin Smith's voice?
Yes.
Who was that telling Hemphill or 2938 to bring the paramedics down?
To bring down for Mr.
Who
Nichols.
was it?
It was Smith.
Justin.
Justin Smith.
Smith. What's up, man? Yeah? Yeah. I seen him. Like, when you turn around, if you look at the I said, cut this shit out. on, man. I got sprayed too. Oh, yeah, my shit. Oh, what's up, man? Yeah, man, I said I running down the fucking street, man. Hold on, what do y'all feel? Right here. I said, see no more. Well, you said that. We went.
By the way, just for clarity's sake, I stopped at 20, 40, 39. The person on my right-hand side of the screen, you recognize as who?
I believe it's Officer Martin.
The one on the right side.
Yes?
Mr. Haley,
All right.
could you stand up?
Oh, that's Haley. Yes, I'm sorry.
All right. And then the bald-headed fella, stocky fella on the left side of the frame, who is that?
It looks like Officer Mills.
And I'll try not to hit pause again, but in your review of this, you got to learn what Lieutenant Dwayne Smith looked like too, right?
I think I know what he looks like. Yes.
Starting again.
He wiped his face. He wiped his face. Right.
Have you also come to recognize the white fella with the American flag on his left shoulder as Robert Long from the Memphis Fire Department?
Yes.
Starting again at 2041:11. Since we're doing it for everybody else, you see the guy with the beanie on his head, and he's got his left thumb underneath his bulletproof vest. Do you recognize that to be Tadarius B?
Yes.
By the way, how many active critical scenes, fatality shootings have you been to in your career in law enforcement?
Well, I'd be lying if I told you I knew exactly how many, but quite a few.
More than 100?
Oh, absolutely.
You know the term what hot wash means?
No?
Adrenaline dump?
Oh, yes.
As you see these officers interacting with everybody in a, I don't know, a weird kind of vibe, they're talking, is that something you would expect to find at a critical incident at the conclusion of it?
Yes, I heard that many times. It's a release from all the tension that they've gone through.
Your Honor, I was just asked that Mr. Zumach remembered it's his witness. He's leading quite a bit.
Rephrase the question.
I'd respond that I'm not, but I'll continue. I'll do it the right way. I've done it long enough. I can figure it out.
Thanks, sir.
You've seen Mr. Smith in this video, is that right?
Yes.
That last statement made by that last voice. First, do you recognize the voice that
Yes.
was just heard?
Yes, Justin Smith.
And did you hear what he asked? I'll be glad to replay it for you again if you'd like.
Would you please?
All right. Because I don't want to lead. We'll just take as long as we need, okay?
Yes.
Did you hear that?
No, sir, I'm sorry. I can't pick that up.
Do you need to move closer?
I could try.
Did you hear that Mr. Smith asked a question of someone?
Yes, I could, but I could not hear his articulation of what he said.
All right, I'll move on.
Okay.
All right. Without leading you, sir, you see a man with a very disheveled looking beanie on his head standing there, second man in from the right margin.
Yes.
Who's that?
I believe that is Lieutenant Smith.
Thank you. The record reflects he's identified a man with a beanie on his head arriving on the scene at 20:43:35 as Lieutenant Smith. Proceeding.
Hello, read it again.
Will you pause? Do you see Mr. Tyre Nichols in that image?
Yes, I do.
And what position is he in?
He's in a seated position against the side of Justin Smith's patrol car.
We are at 20:44:26. Moving forward. Did you just see Tyre Nichols make a movement?
Yes, sir, I did.
And you see a black man with a baseball hat on, and you see the white man you had earlier identified as Robert Long of the Memphis Fire Department. Is that right?
Yes.
As Mr. Nichols fell over to his right, did you see the medical providers attempt to catch him?
No.
Want to watch it again?
No, I can answer the question.
Well, I want to watch it. Is Mr. Nichols conversing with the two medical providers?
Doesn't sound like it.
You see anybody attempt to keep his head from hitting the ground?
Yes. Pulled the bag away so that allowed him to just drop to the ground.
Going forward at 2044-33. Were you able to capture or see with your eyes the suspect just a moment ago?
Yes,
Was he still laying on his side?
yes, it remained there.
What is the recovery or supine position when it comes to emergency medical treatment?
It would be still upright against the car.
As he was originally?
Yes.
You see Mr. Nichols there in that? You see Mr. Nichols?
No. I think he's
You see
still
the
laying
flashlight?
down.
What?
I said, I can't see him up against the car. I can only see his, what appears to be part of his body still laying on the ground.
Keep an eye on it. Bear with me. Is that better? Do you see Mr. Tyre Nichols' head right there?
I do.
Where is it?
It's still on the ground right next to the bag that was pulled out from beneath
That was
his
at
head.
2045:48 where I pointed it out earlier, but you do see it, right?
I do.
Move on. I have played it through the Wilson body cam through 20:45:48. I'm going to show you, but before I show you, I want to ask you, I know you've already said it, but out of an abundance of caution, did you review all body-worn cameras involved in this investigation?
Yes, I did.
Did you review Officer Martin's body-worn camera regarding the attempted traffic stop?
Yes.
I would draw your attention to the screen for you to confirm or deny that this is Emmett Martin's attempt at a traffic stop. I have stopped the Axon body cam counter at 20:22:25 in the bottom left-hand corner toolbar. It shows 42 seconds from its beginning. Is that correct or incorrect?
Correct.
So if you will you monitor the best you can the length of time Emmett Martin had his blue lights on? All right, it's off. It appears the blue lights are off. Correct or incorrect?
They're off, yes.
And what I see on the screen is the Axon body camera counter of 20:22:56. And in the bottom left or bottom toolbar, it shows 1 minute and 14 seconds have elapsed. So as not to suggest to you the answer, can you do the mathematics, please, and tell me how long Mr. Martin had his blue lights on?
Well, it looks like it's over a minute. I can't add that right up, but
Do you remember the first number we started at?
yeah, it started
42?
at 27 seconds and it wound up at 54 seconds.
Without leading you, first number that the record will reflect that I told you blue lights come out was at 42 seconds in the lower left-hand corner.
Correct.
We are now at 1:14. So would that be, give or take, 30 seconds?
Yeah, it's pretty close.
Continuing on. That video ends at 20:23:15, a total elapsed time of 1 minute and 32 seconds of that traffic, or what you just had depicted for you on the screen. Is that right?
That's correct.
By the way, Judge, that what we just saw is part of that collective exhibit, but had not been shown prior to today. Is that right? All right, sir. Long video. Very important to us here in this courtroom. So I'm going to play for you the MPD poll cam. Have you reviewed this poll cam video before?
Yes.
Approximately how many times have you reviewed this poll cam video?
Seems like over about 50, 60 to 100 times.
All right. Do you have some points within the poll cam that you wanted to call my attention to so that you can tell me to hit stop?
I do.
Okay, I just want to make sure. We don't want to tie up anyone's time by fishing around for it, okay?
Right.
So I'm going to hit play, and you tell me what you need me to do.
Okay.
Fair enough?
Okay.
And the spots you're going to stop us at are matters within your expertise. Is that right?
Correct.
All right.
Mr. Zuma, if I could take a pause the video.
Oh, yes, sir.
Before we get in this line of questions, as it may be a little bit, is there anybody in the juror that needs a break? All right, seeing none. All right, you can proceed.
Thank you. Okay, we momentarily stopped it at, when you know it, locked off up there. You're just gonna trust me, right? All right, hit play at. What is that up there in the top of the screen where we can't see the time? What kind of did it make it go away? Huh? Judge, the problem is, for some reason, it's probably my fault, but there's something that says connected to Elmo Cast, and we probably need to get that off so that we can see the. Just take it off full screen. Right here. It's still up there. See it up there?
Yeah.
Can I drag it? Because it make it important now to be able to read the time. Mr. Stingle, feel free to sit back in your seat. That's great. I appreciate it. Thank you, Ms. Tanisha. All right. What? If we want to go off this version, because earlier when I was on this version, somebody said big screen it. So all right. We are at 203235. I want to ask you something. I've stopped it at 203326. Trying to anyway. Do you see lights reflecting off that brick mailbox cover?
Yes,
In your studies of these videos, did that indicate anything to you?
yes.
What was it?
Indicate there's a vehicle coming in and it's reflecting off from the headlights.
Based upon what I'm gonna call the wristwatch time of 20:33:31, that's 8:33 p.m. and 31 seconds. Is that right?
Yes,
Based upon timelines that we know from first traffic stop, the 6705 pole cam, and when the call went out from Mills chasing the suspect. Is it safe to say that the confrontation with Tyre Nichols is actually going on right now outside the screen?
yes.
And so that the jury understands how it is that this camera is moving around. Where is this camera controlled from?
That particular camera is controlled from a pole mounted up in the sky. And it is not a fixed position. It is what I mentioned earlier, a pan and tilt. It can move. But this particular view is off to the left and it will be cycled.
You misunderstood my question. Who panned it? I said you misunderstood my question.
Yes, sir.
Who panned it and who tilted it?
It would be somebody in the control center.
Back at headquarters.
At headquarters.
That's what I was trying
Not at the scene. Yes.
All right, hit the play at 203331.
And pause.
Did I do it at the right time?
Okay. That's where it'll start.
Okay. told me to hit pause. Tell me if you see as, for what you're here testifying about as an expert, do you see anything significant in that frame?
What I see, obviously, where the cars are parked, and I see the officers, three officers standing. Can't quite make out from. Yeah, I see the other officer. I believe that's Officer Mills off to the right-hand side, the other side of Justin Smith's patrol car.
I'm going to do it the old-fashioned way. You see that car that's pointing left and right?
Yes, sir.
Is that the car that the headlight reflections were on the mailbox?
I believe it was, yes.
You can see the car is pointing the different direction toward that Mercedes camper.
Yes.
Whose car is that?
Justin Smith.
All right. Next, see the fella that's standing like this, kind of split-legged, with his back to the camera?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize that person?
Officer Martin.
Okay. Now, do you see the fella just up and to the left from Emmett Martin that has tennis shoes on?
Yes, that's Justin Smith.
You see the fella on the ground. We know who that is. And the fella standing just behind the fella on the ground, who is that?
That's Officer Bean.
All right. Then you see a bald-headed fella far to the right behind Emmett Martin's car. Do you see that person?
Yes.
And who is that?
Officer Mills.
All right. So right now, just for the record, what officers are on the scene at 203348? Run through them again.
Officer Martin, Officer Mills, Officer Bean, and Officer Smith.
Okay. And of course the suspect.
And Mr. Nichols, yes.
Hitting play at 203348, and I believe you told me to stop it at 3405. Is that right?
That's correct.
All right, we'll do my best.
Pause. Very good.
What of significance is in that scene for your testimony today?
What was significant to me is I was able to see two officers depart from the scene. One would be Officer Mills on the right-hand side, and then Officer Martin going towards his vehicle, which you'll see at the driver's side right front fender or left front fender. And you have two officers that are still bending over Mr. Nichols. One is Officer Smith, the other one's Officer Bean. And then during that time frame that eclipsed, Officer Smith stood up, put his head up in the air, walked away from Mr. Nichols while Mr. Bean was still watching Mr. Nichols on the ground, and looked up in the direction of that particular stop sign, street sign, and remained there for a short period of time, went back to the position next to Officer Bean and actually placed his hands, paused for a minute, and then bent right back over to Mr. Nichols and began to try to do something to control him.
To control who?
Mr. Nichols.
In that image that you had me stop on, are Mr. Nichols' hands secured?
No, they're not.
Is Mr. Nichols bladed on one hip?
Yes, he's on one side of his body, which would be the right side at this point.
And is there any significance of a suspect blading his body? If so, what is that significance?
Yeah, it is significant to me in terms of, I've seen it before with other suspects trying to control them. It's a position where it could be for an exit to get away from another officer. It's you're positioning your body both for fighting as well as trying to get up off of that ground. And it'll become evident in other video frames of what I'm talking about.
All right, I'm going to hit play at 20:34:05, and I believe you want me to stop at 20:34:19.
19, correct.
just so the jury and all of us, the person walking back up to Nichols on the ground that his back is to us, is that who?
That's Officer Martin.
All right. I'm sorry for stopping her. Stopped early again, didn't I?
Yes, sir.
What did Martin just do?
But that's okay. We can do that.
What did Martin just do?
He just did a soccer type kick to his upper part of his body. Can't see exactly where that landed, but in that direction.
But my client, Justin Smith, can you see what he was doing while that was going on?
Yes, he's still bending over Mr. Nichols at the time that the strike was.
Bending over, doing what?
Well, I can't tell exactly what his hands are doing, but he's trying to control Mr. Nichols on the ground with his hands.
Hitting play at 34-14.
All right, stop.
Went too far?
That's fine.
Okay. What is significant of where you had me stop?
In addition to that, what you saw is the movement from Mr. Nichols. He went from his right side back to his back side, and then he'll flip over again over to his right side. And then you saw the positioning of Officer Martin. To me, that's pretty important because I watched him throughout this entire set of frames, is what he was doing and how he was moving as the officers were trying to control him. Him meaning Mr. Nichols.
Based upon your expert analysis of video imaging, police tactics, Justin Smith, you see him there?
I do.
His legs are spread. He's over beyond 90 degrees. Would you agree with that?
Yes, I would.
Can he see? Is it even possible for him to see Emmett Martin from that spot?
In my opinion, no.
All right. Moving on from 2034-21, I think you want me to stop at 2034-50. Is that right?
That's correct.
We saw another kick there, didn't we?
Yes, you
Actually,
did.
strike that question.
Pause.
All right. I did.
It's okay.
During that last snippet, for lack of a better word, you had me stop at 2034-52. What of significance, in your opinion?
Once again, it shows the continual movement by Mr. Nichols on the ground. And he wasn't passive at that point. He was continuing to resist. And I can tell what Officer Smith is doing. He's trying to grab his left hand and apply a handcuff to it. And I think it's either at this point or shortly thereafter, he manages to get one handcuff on that left wrist.
So the record is clear. Who's he?
He, again, meaning Mr.
Justin.
Nichols. And he meaning Officer Smith.
Okay, so again, so the record's clear. What police officer's got the handcuff trying to get it on Mr. Nichols' left arm?
Justin Smith.
All right, and do we see that in this image?
We do. I see it, yes.
All right, I'm gonna hit play at 34:52, and I think you want me to stop at 35:19. Is that right?
That's correct, sir. Stop.
All right, stop. During that snippet from 20:35:05 there-ish to 20:35:19, what did you see of significance from the standpoint of your expert?
without having to go frame by frame for you to see it, what I saw was Mr. Nichols position his body off to the right-hand side and start to move his lower part of his legs, his left leg. And I saw Officer Smith pull up on the handcuff. He's got one hand on the left wrist. And he's trying to position the body, excuse me, he's trying to position Mr.
Who is he? If you use the word he.
I
please
said
identify the
Officer
person.
Smith was trying to position Tyre Nichols into a forward motion onto the ground. And as he was trying to do that, you'll see a struggle where the arm will go back up again. That's Mr. Nichols pushing off in one direction against Officer Smith. And then Tyre Nichols managed to get up off the ground in a rather quick manner before Justin Smith could push him on the ground, and began to move to his left. And
Move to whose left?
Move to his left.
Who's his? Who is his?
Still talking about Tyre Nichols moving towards his left. Okay. You can also see the position of Justin Smith's left foot going off to the left-hand side. And they follow Mr. Nichols, they meaning the other officers, which would be Officer Martin and Officer Mills, around into a counterclockwise position. And you'll see, if we were to go back and play that over again, you'll see Officer Bean grabbing a hold of Mr. Nichols and pulling him backwards as Justin Smith is trying to grab both of his hands now up front and pulling him in another direction. So in essence, he basically made a circle and was being pulled back, right back towards the position where he was initially on the ground. And then you can see Officer Martin circle around the patrol car. And I use the term almost stalking him, because he initially was on the ground earlier in the frames that you saw. You could tell Officer Martin was circling, trying to get in and do something to Mr. Nichols, whether he was trying to grab him or whatnot. Can't tell through the video. But finally, when he reached around the other side, meaning Martin, Officer Smith was positioned with a left hand, while Officer Bean had Mr. Nichols' middle section. That's when Officer Martin struck Mr. Nichols in the head or in the facial region. And then Mr. Nichols was directed by Officer Smith and Officer Bean off to the side as Mr. Nichols was starting to walk away. And then you'll see Justin Smith bracing his leg on the ground to stop Mr. Nichols, and that's when the tape ended.
All right. It has been argued, you've been here in court as an expert, it has been argued that Justin Smith was somehow holding Tyre Nichols' arm to his side to permit Emmett Martin to do what he did. You've heard that testimony or heard that argument, correct?
I did.
Based upon your expert analysis of this video and the actions of Justin Smith, is that true?
No, it's not true.
By the way, you see the two stripes, reflective stripes on Justin, his bulletproof vest?
Yes, I do see him now.
All right, you see the two reflective stripes?
I do.
What?
I do, yes.
And you also see Justin's left leg, left foot, is that right?
That's correct.
Does the positioning of Justin's rib cage and Justin's positioning of his left leg have any significance to you?
Yes, I believe he's being pulled forward.
By who?
By Mr. Nichols.
Was that the last snippet you wanted me to stop?
Yes, it was, sir.
Now, as part of your expertise or your in evaluating these cases, do you direct, oversee, and have prepared animations for demonstrating to juries what was going on with specificity?
Yes, I have.
And in order to lay the groundwork, lay the foundation, did you do that in this case?
I did.
And could you please describe for the jury and for the judge, what is that process of taking what we've seen video-wise and turning it into specific animation?
Yes. What we try to do in those animations is take the original footage, such as the poll cam footage that we just watched, and take it by frame and superimpose it over an animated figure, and then rotate that figure in the same direction that the officer was moving into. So it's not just the made-up figure without a baseline. The actual figure that we're inserting over the image is taken off of a frame of the body, either a body camera or off of the pole cam.
So if we see a pink or a blue figure that we haven't seen before, are those figures overlaid over the actual images on the video?
One on top of the other, yes, sir.
All right. With your honor permission, I'd like to play. Would it be helpful for you to watch what you had prepared to explain your positions to the jury?
Before we do, is the state seeing this?
Yeah.
No, you're.
Okay, I don't want to argue with her. I want to go back and look for an email that I sent, but I'll be glad to take a break and show it to her. How's that?
And that's going to be fine. Ladies and gentlemen, your lunch has arrived or is about to arrive, so we're going to, before we get into this next line of question, we're going to go ahead and excuse you all for your lunch. We'll just go ahead and let the jury step out.
Oh, thank you, Your Honor.
Jury's out of the courtroom. The animations or whatever you're continuing to show up, you can just make sure. I'm going to ask before every piece of evidence is published to the jury that make sure that the opposing side has seen it. So if you all can just make sure that it's done before you present it, even if it's just confirming with the opposing party that they've seen it, so we don't have any issues. But we're going to go ahead and just stand in recess for lunch. Y'all
Or maybe approach briefly before we recess.
That is also 1/30/2022, and that is at 5:28.
Got it. Taking a look at page 6. Do you see a location pinpointed on that map?
Yes,
What is that again? What is that location?
that is 1/30/2022.
The location, the address?
Oh, I'm sorry. That is Fairview.
Appear to be 34 Fairview?
Yes,
And what's the date and time?
5:36.
Taking a look at page 7. Do you see anything located on that, a pinpoint location on that page?
Yes,
What's the date? I'm sorry, what is that location?
that's Fairview again.
And what's the date and time?
That is 1/30/22 at 5:40.
So just to be clear, the page before was 536 and this page is 540.
Yes,
Okay, take a look at page 8. Do you see what's pinpointed on that page?
yes.
What is that location without giving me the address?
I believe that's Mike Lanks.
What's the date and time?
1/30/2022.
January 30th, 2022. And
Yes.
the time, please?
5:43.
You're familiar with Canton, obviously?
Yes.
Much more than we are. Is
Yes.
driving time from 34 Fairview to Michael Lank's house consistent with about 3 or 4 minutes?
It could be with like, they have multiple stop signs.
Okay.
And due to the weather.
Right. Taking a look at page 9.
Yes.
Do you see another pinpointed address?
Yes, I believe it's the same one
Okay. The same address on
as
Oakdale?
Michael Lank.
Okay. And what's the time? What's the date of that?
1/30/2022, and that is 6:28.
And 6:28 is about 45 minutes after 5:43, give or take, correct?
Yeah.
Finally, the last page, page 10. Do you see yet another pinpointed address?
I do, yes.
Is that your address?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And what's the date and time of that pinpoint?
That is 1/30/22 as well, and that is at 6:34.
And would it be safe to say that your address from Mike Lank's address, maybe 6 or 7 minute drive?
Yeah, depending. Mhm.
We were talking about what happened when you were at Mike Lank's that evening. By the way, does any of that refresh your recollection about the time that you went to Mike Lank's house?
Yes, I knew it was after Meadows and later in the day, yes.
So closer to 5:45, 6:30, correct?
Yes.
This is in January in Boston, is that right? The greater Boston area?
Yes.
Gets dark really early.
Yes.
It was a blizzard.
The night before, yes.
Safe to say that it was dark out.
Yeah, I
Safe to
assume.
say it was cold out.
Yes.
The blizzard was still brewing, correct?
I think it had stopped snowing by then.
Still freezing cold.
Believe so.
And your testimony is that you sat outside in a car with Carrie Roberts and Michael Lank's wife for 45 minutes.
Yes.
You actually, and I'm assuming the car was running?
Yes.
He had to be on full blast?
Yes.
You're dressed in winter gear?
Yes.
Because it's freezing out, correct?
Correct.
You actually got out of the car and went into the house to go to the restroom at one point.
I have a faint memory. I think I did, yes.
And the three of you didn't just decide, let's just go in the house?
No, we didn't.
You actually came out of the restroom, came out of the nice warm house, and fought the cold and got back in the car, according to you, correct?
Yes, I went back in the car because Carrie was going to bring me home.
You stated on direct examination that, and you stated again today, that you stopped by Michael Lank's house, Sergeant Lank's house, directly from the O'Keefe residence as sort of a, my word, not yours, sort of a pit stop to drop off Carrie Roberts' daughter, correct?
Correct.
In point of fact, you actually drove from your personal residence to Michael Lank's house as a destination, didn't you?
I don't remember that. This is what this piece of paper says. I remember just leaving Meadows and dropping off Lexi.
In point of fact, it wasn't an errand. It wasn't to drop anybody off. It was a destination that you went to from your house to Sergeant Lank's house on January 30th, 2022, wasn't it?
No, we went to drop off Lexi.
Was Lexi at your house?
She was with us at Meadows, and then we went to drop her off.
Right. She was never with you at your house, was she?
I don't remember going to my house.
So if she wasn't with you at your house, there would be no reason to drop the child off from your house to Michael Lank's house, correct?
Lexi was in the car with us, and we dropped her off at Michael Lank's. That's why we went to Officer Lank's house, yes.
And in point of fact, you actually went from your house and did make a pit stop to 34th Fairview before you went to Michael Lank's house, didn't you?
We drove by and stopped, yes. Slowly stopped, yes.
You went in the house and smoked the cellar.
No, I never went in the house.
Why did you come go by and just stop?
I think Carrie and I just went by to like take a look at it. We were still trying to figure everything out.
Stayed there for 6 minutes?
I have to look at the report, but yeah, we were sitting in the car kind of just like, oh my God, looking.
Didn't go in the house?
We didn't go in the house, no.
Nobody came outside to talk to you?
No.
You didn't speak to Nicole?
I don't believe so.
Possible?
Like I said, Carrie and I just kind of drove by and were looking at the area.
And that's before you went to Michael Lank's house, correct?
That was on the way to Michael Lank's.
So in point of fact, you didn't go directly from One Meadows to Michael Lank's house.
I truly thought I had.
But now your memory is refreshed.
My memory is not, this isn't refreshing my memory. I do not remember going by my house before Michael Lank's.
Do you remember testifying a year ago that, well, let me ask it this way. Do you remember denying a year ago that you ever even stopped by 34 Fairview?
I don't remember that now.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at your prior testimony?
Sure.
Take a look at that page, the top highlight. May I?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. On May 21st of last year, you were asked about this very thing in a prior proceeding, correct?
Correct.
At that time, you denied altogether ever going by 34 Fairview, correct?
No, I believe the paper says I never stopped by, but we drove by.
And now you're saying that you did stop.
Stopping by and driving by meant something different to me. Stopping by, I look at it as like, then you pop in the house. Driving by is you just drive by. So we just drove by slowly and kind of looked at the scene.
And Ms. McCabe, I think you just said that you maybe even spoken with Nicole.
I didn't speak with Nicole, no. We were in the car, Carrie and I and Lexi.
You were denying that you ever spoke with Nicole or any other member of the Albert family or anybody at 34 Fairview as you sit here today.
As I sit here today, I'm telling you that we slowly drove by.
So again, last question on this point. You did not, you now admit, drive from One Meadows over to Michael Lank's house directly to drop off Carrie's daughter.
My memory is we did drive from One Meadows. I know what this piece of paper says. I'm telling you that just my memory is we left Meadows and went down Fairview and then went to Michael Lank's. But this paper is saying we stopped at my house first. I don't remember that. But again, I was in shock.
Sorry.
So a lot of things from that day are foggy. Certain things, certain details I may have forgotten.
And all of your testimony over the last several days is based on that memory that you just described to these jurors, correct?
There are certain things I'll never forget, correct?
I'm going to ask you a couple of questions. You may, depending upon your answer, depending upon what you just answered, you may or may not remember. But let's see.
Okay.
Isn't it true that at 12:13 p.m. you left 12 Country Lane on January 30th, 2022?
Yes, according to this, yes.
Isn't it true that at 12:19 you arrived at One Meadows, the O'Keefe residence?
According to this, yes.
Are you asking her regarding?
I'm asking her memory, not according to the document.
Oh, my
Your
memory.
Your
I don't
memory.
remember exact times.
Thank you. Isn't it true, Ms. McCabe, that at 5:12 p.m. you left One Meadows, which is the O'Keefe residence, 5:12 in the evening?
That I don't remember the times that I left.
Isn't it true that at 5:21 you arrived back at your address on Country Lane?
I do not remember that.
Isn't it true that at 5:28, 7 minutes later, you actually left your address on Country Lane?
Again, I don't remember going by my house.
Isn't it true that at 5:36 you arrived at 34 Fairview and stayed for at least 4 minutes?
I know we drove by.
Isn't it true that at 5:40, or just thereafter, you left 34 Fairview?
I know we left and went to Mike Lank's.
And isn't it true at 5:43 you arrived on that Oakdale Road address at Sergeant Lank's house?
Not sure of the exact time, but yes, we did go to Sergeant Lank's house.
And isn't it true that at 6:28, almost 45 minutes later, actually a little better than 45 minutes later, you left that address at Michael Lank's house and drove back to your house directly?
After leaving Mike Lank's, I went home, correct?
And you arrived at your house at 6:34, correct?
According to the paper.
What about according to your memory?
I don't remember exact times.
Mr. Jackson, is this a good place to take a break?
is.
Do you
I'm
have a
about to shift
while more? Okay.
All right, jurors, we will take our morning recess. 15, 20 minutes, just do that. Again, if you just go home.
Wait this way, jurors.
That you had with Trooper Michael Proctor back in January of 2022, moving forward to February and March. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Can you tell me, Ms. McCabe, if you recognize those documents that I just handed you?
Yes, this first one looks like a Verizon record of my phone.
Okay, and what about the second document?
Phone bill. And yes, more records from my phone.
Okay. I want to ask you a couple of questions. Before I do, I'd like to have both of those documents respectively marked just for identification. I don't anticipate entering.
Exhibits M and N for identification.
Thank you.
May I continue? Thank you. Ms. McCabe, you had a number of phone calls with Michael Proctor on January 29th, moving into January 30th and on to 31st, correct?
Are you asking her to read the records or?
Not yet. I will in just a
All right,
second.
so turn the records over, see if you can answer the questions without looking.
Okay.
You had a number of phone calls with Michael Proctor in the days and hours following the incident, correct?
Yes, I know I had some phone calls. Yes.
I'm assuming you don't remember exactly the time and duration of those phone calls as you sit here?
Correct.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at your phone records that you supplied for this time period?
Sure.
There's two different documents, Ms. McCabe. One of them starts with January 29th. Can you grab that document, please?
Sure. Okay.
You should see some highlights on that document.
I do.
Did you receive a phone call from Michael Proctor at about 10:54 a.m. on January 29th, a couple of minutes in length?
I object to the form.
Okay, so you asked her if this would refresh her recollection. You need to ask her if this refreshes her recollection.
Sure. Do you remember, as you sit here, a phone call at 10:54 a.m.?
I remember getting a call. I don't remember the exact time.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at the document that you're holding as to the time of that phone call, time and date?
I see what the document says, but I just, in my head, if you ask me what time did he call you, I don't remember.
Do you have any quarrel with the accuracy of that document?
No, it looks pretty accurate.
Okay.
It looks right. It looks possible, yeah.
All right. Did you receive, as you sit here, do you recall, does that refresh your recollection that you received a phone call from Michael Proctor about 10:54 in the morning?
Does that refresh your memory now?
I know I did receive a phone call from him, yes.
At that time?
I don't know the exact time.
All right, so the answer is no.
Was it mid-morning?
Yes.
Did you receive another phone call on the 29th around?
Without looking, so this is again, you're being asked questions.
I'm going to go through this with each one of these calls. There's not that many, but a few.
Okay.
On the 29th, did you receive a phone call at around 12:49?
I know I received a phone call. I, again, don't remember the time.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at the document, the next line down, or the next phone call with that number?
Yes, I see that there's a call on this record.
Okay. Is your recollection refreshed that you did receive another phone call on the 29th from Michael Proctor?
Is your recollection reflect, do you now remember independently that?
I don't remember the specific times, no, but I do remember that he did call me, yes.
Okay, so there's two phone calls.
Excuse me?
I only object to the form. I don't object to the record.
All right. So I guess the record is fine, but if you're asking it whether she remembers, you're not going to get anywhere, Mr. Jackson.
Well, then I'll just,
I'm being told that there's no objection
fine,
to the record, just the question where you're incorporating several things from the record.
fine, then that'll speed things along. I
The
appreciate
nature of
that.
the objection, Mr. Bowman?
Yes, I have no objection to the data coming in.
Thank you. I'm just going to speed things along, and I appreciate Mr. Brennan's assistance with that. January 29th, you see the record indicates a phone call from Michael Proctor, 10:54 a.m.
Yes.
You also see on that same record a phone call on January 29th coming in from Michael Proctor at 12:49 p.m., correct?
Yes.
Moving on down to January 30th, you see a record of a call at 9:51 a.m. from you to Michael Proctor, correct?
Yes.
January 30th, about a minute later, you see a phone call from you to Michael Proctor lasting about 22 minutes, correct?
Yes.
January 30th at approximately 4:45 p.m., you see a call from Michael Proctor to you, call lasting about 10 minutes.
Correct.
Going on to the next day, January 31st, you see a phone call from you to Michael Proctor at 11:51 a.m., just before noon, lasting about 4 minutes, correct?
Yes.
Take a look at the second document, if you will. That covers that document, or that time frame.
Okay.
The second document, you should see some highlights, and I'm going to ask you to start where there's a tab at February 14, 2022.
I don't, am I looking at the second one or the,
May I approach you?
Yes.
this one? Yes.
me see the other document.
This one has the February 14th.
There you go. Thank you, Ms. McCabe. Taking a look at that document. And by the way, for the record, which one is that, M or N?
This is M.
M as in Mary.
Mary, yes.
Thank you. Do you see a record of the phone call on February 14th at about 3:55 p.m., lasting about 17 minutes between you and Michael Proctor?
Yes.
February 17th, at about 5:19 p.m., is there a record of a call between you and Michael Proctor at that time?
Yes.
February 28th, at about 12:48 p.m., is there a record of a call between you and Michael Proctor?
Yes.
On the same date, February 28th, do you see a call at 4:34 p.m. with you and Michael Proctor?
Yes.
March 1st, at 10:16 a.m., do you see a record of a call between you and Michael Proctor lasting 10 minutes?
Yes.
March 1st, you should see two calls, one at 4:51 p.m. and one at 5:06 p.m. Do you see those two calls between you and Michael Proctor?
Yes. One was 1 minute and the other was 2.
Thank you. And staying on that same date, at 5:50 p.m., do you see a call on March 1st between you and Michael Proctor lasting about 12 minutes?
Yes.
And then finally on March 29th, 2022, do you see a call at about 3:27 p.m. lasting about 4 minutes?
I'm sorry, what was the date?
March 29th?
Oh, okay, yes.
Okay. And that's about a 4-minute call at 3:27 in the afternoon.
Yes.
Okay. And you had in fact, and that's all I have on those records. Thank you for that, Ms. McCabe. You had in fact met Michael Proctor in person on January 29th, correct?
Yes.
He was actually in your home and personally interviewed you, correct?
Yes.
Not only did you have him in your home, it was for the purpose of a formal interview between the two of you in person. Is that right?
Yes.
That was the time that Brian Albert was there.
Yes.
In your home as well.
Yes.
And you had at least, I think we went through about 14 phone calls with Michael Proctor in just the next days and weeks, going all the way up through February and March. We've just gone over those, correct?
Yes, there are calls, but you're right about the number of calls, but some of them, I don't even know if they were answered.
And of course, that doesn't, and that may be true, but you're communicating back and forth, certainly.
Yes.
In the weeks and months following.
Yes.
And that doesn't include those records, just for brevity's sake, those records stop in March. But there were more communications in April, May, June, July, August, correct?
I'm not sure about that. I don't know. I think initially we communicated, but I'm not sure how long it went.
So,
and then I know we started communicating again in the summer of 23, I believe, or April of 23.
So you had spoken with Michael Proctor on the phone many times. We've just gone over those records, correct?
Yes.
You met him in person on the 29th.
Yes, when he came to interview me at my house, correct.
You just took the words out of my mouth. That was for a formal interview with you, correct?
Yes.
And it was in your house that you met him for that formal interview.
Yes.
And that was probably for some time. It wasn't a 2-minute conversation.
No.
Then in September or October of 2023, you were interviewed by Lieutenant Tully, correct?
I have been interviewed by Lieutenant Tully. I don't recall the date.
And you indicated just now that you began picking up conversations with Michael Proctor again in the summer of 2023, correct?
Yes.
So there were many more communications at that time, just before the September-October timeframe of 2023.
Yes, but that was in regards to something different than this case.
Not the subject matter, but you had met him and talked to him more times in the summer of 2023, correct?
I never met with him. I just spoke with him.
Okay. In that interview with Trooper Tully, you were specifically asked about your relationship with Michael Proctor when Trooper Tully sat down with you in that, I think it was a September, or maybe it was an October interview, correct?
I don't remember the specifics of the interview.
He asked you specifically whether or not you had met Michael Proctor, whether or not you had any sort of relationship with Michael Proctor. Is that right?
I'm not sure the specifics of the interview.
Isn't it true that you told Lieutenant Tully that you had, quote, never met Trooper Proctor prior to September of 2023?
No, because Michael Proctor was in my house in January of 2022.
Exactly. The interview with Trooper Tully, I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
The interview with Trooper Tully in that fall of 2023, where did that take place?
I don't recall.
Do you recall telling Trooper Tully that you had never met Elizabeth Proctor or Michael Proctor prior to September 2023?
No.
Would it refresh your recollection if you saw a copy of Lieutenant Tully's report?
I don't need to see the report because I know I told him that I met him on January 29th when he came to my house.
So again, Trooper Tully wrote, you never met Trooper Proctor before September 2023. That would be an error by him, correct? ask for an instruction.
So again, that is sustained. Ladies and gentlemen, I instructed you on previous questions regarding the same type of thing, whether another witness is lying or not. Disregard the question and move on, Mr. Jackson.
If you had told Trooper Proctor, Trooper Tully, Lieutenant Tully, that you had never met Trooper Proctor before September of 2023, would that have been a truthful or an untruthful statement? I'd like to be seen.
Okay, come to sidebar, please.
Here you go. And it's what she finna tell her is. Drop some fire
Next
emojis
question.
in the chat.
May I? Did you tell Trooper Tully, quote, you had never met Elizabeth Proctor or Michael Proctor prior to September 2023, end quote?
I had never met Elizabeth
That's not the
Proctor
question.
prior. Well, there was a,
Did you tell Trooper Tully, Lieutenant Tully, that quote?
if I can break that quote up because it's two thick parts.
No, you can't.
So this
my
has been
question is my
asked
question.
and answered. Move on, Mr. Jackson.
Do you deny, as you sit here, telling Lieutenant Tully that quote that I just read? Do you deny it?
Sustained. Move along. The question's been answered.
Let's talk for a second about your phone calls to John O'Keefe on January 29th, 2022. I'd like to go through those calls with you briefly if I could. Your Honor, this has previously been marked Exhibit 26.
Okay.
Mr. Brennan has a copy, if I may.
Yes.
Thank you. Do you want this one?
Back that.
Thanks.
You've indicated on direct examination and earlier on cross-examination that you had multiple phone calls to Mr. O'Keefe in the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022, correct?
Correct.
Those phone calls ranged from about 12:14 a.m. until about 12:50 a.m., correct?
There was a call at 12:14 and then at 12:18.
I'm sorry, I'm bracketing it. The
Oh,
calls
I
were between,
apologize.
that's okay, 12:14 all the way to about 12:50, correct?
Are you saying 15?
50,
Oh, 50. Oh, sorry. I apologize. Yes.
You called John O'Keefe at 12:14 and 31 seconds, lasting about 49 seconds, and that call was answered, correct?
Yes.
And you see that reflected in Exhibit 26, is that right?
Yes.
Going in reverse chronological order on this exhibit, you also see a call at 12:18 and 47 seconds, wherein John O'Keefe calls your phone lasting about 36 seconds, is that right?
Yes.
You know that call was answered, even though it says, it says unknown in the document, correct?
It does say unknown. Yes.
1, 2, 3, 4, fifth column over. That's where it says unknown.
Yes.
But it also indicates that call lasted 36 seconds, so you know it was answered.
I don't know from this record it was answered, but I know from my memory that I spoke to him a second time. Yes.
You also made a call, moving up to the page before this, starting at the bottom of the page, at 12:29 and 44 seconds. There was a call from you to John O'Keefe's phone lasting 7 seconds, correct?
That's what it says.
And the record indicates that it was an answered phone call, correct?
According to the record, it was answered, but I never spoke to him.
You deny speaking to John O'Keefe at 12:29 and 44 seconds.
Yes, I never spoke to him after 12:18.
Okay. Moving up, 12:41 and 10 seconds. There was a call from you to John O'Keefe's phone indicating that was missed. You see where it says missed?
I do.
12:41 and 59 seconds. There was another call from your phone to John's phone, and that was also indicated as missed. Correct?
Correct.
12:43, 19 seconds. You called John O'Keefe. That was a missed call.
Correct.
12:46 and 16 seconds. You called John O'Keefe's phone, and that was a missed call.
Correct.
12:47 and 52 seconds. You called John O'Keefe's phone, and that was a missed call.
I'm sorry, which one was that?
12:47 and 52 seconds.
Yes.
At 12:50 and 37 seconds, you called John O'Keefe's phone, and that was a missed call as well.
Yes.
Ms. McCabe, there's 7 calls that you indicate you made to John O'Keefe's phone and that were missed. Is that right?
According to this record, yes, they were
And
calls
that
missed.
comports with your memory, correct? You indicated that you called him multiple times that morning and there were missed calls, right?
I called him, but I also think that some of the calls I might have done inadvertently.
Well, we're going to get to that in a second. My question is, that comports with your memory that there were several calls, according to the records, there were several calls made to John O'Keefe's phone, including 2 calls that you say you spoke to him, 12:14 and 12:18.
I spoke to him at 12:14 and 12:18, yes.
But you indicate every single call after that was missed, and you deny making those calls.
I'm not denying it, I just don't remember.
You've previously given explanation for what those calls were, these 7 calls that were missed between about 12:29 and about 12:50. That's 19 minutes. You'll agree, correct?
Yes.
If you divide 19 by 7, that's about every 2.5 minutes or 2.7 minutes, your phone is calling John O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct.
You previously explained what you attribute to those phone calls. Is that right?
Yes.
What's your explanation?
I think I was going back and forth to the door. I was texting him. I think I put my phone in my pocket. I think I inadvertently maybe have called him.
What did you call it at the last hearing?
I believe I called it a butt dial.
And it's not just one butt dial, correct?
There could be multiple, yes.
7 butt dials in the course of 19 minutes, less than 20 minutes, correct?
That evening, I wasn't paying attention to butt dials or calls. I was going back and forth, listening to music, being with family. So if I inadvertently called his phone, I did.
Not inadvertently called him once, 7 times, correct? According to you.
According to the record.
And we only know about these calls because you're looking at an extraction of John O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct, but I also turned over my phone, so you could have gotten all of that off of my phone as well.
And you're well aware that an extraction was done on your phone and not one of those butt dials appears on your phone extraction, correct? Objection.
Are you aware of that?
I am not aware of that.
Next question.
Weren't you confronted with that at the last hearing a year ago? Whether or not those phone calls actually exist on your phone logs? Objection.
Do you remember that?
I remember you asking previously, yes.
When you dial somebody by mistake, it requires several steps, doesn't it?
I'm not sure. A lot of times I just put my phone down and the next thing I know, I think it's very common to do butt dials.
So you have an iPhone, is that right? Or had an iPhone.
I do, yes.
And that iPhone required a biometric or a passcode to get into the open phone. Mine's not open right now, right?
It's not open, correct?
And your phone requires some sort of biometric interaction with the phone, otherwise known as Face ID, or you put in a code, correct?
Yes, or I could have been texting, and then after I texted, the phone was open, and I could have accidentally called John. That happens to me all the time.
It also requires you to open the phone app, correct? For instance, if you're texting, you're in the text app. Is that right?
Actually, I'm not. I'd have to sit and look at it
Well, how often make phone calls?
every day. Every day.
Every day?
Yeah.
Hundreds of times a day, right?
Not hundreds.
Dozens of times a day.
Yeah.
You have to open the phone app to make a phone call. You can't call somebody from the texting app, right? Is that right?
I'm not sure. I don't know what to tell you.
There's a list of apps at the bottom of the phone.
Yes.
Messages.
Mhm.
Oh, right.
Mhm.
Is that yes?
Yes, and maybe
And
I
that's it.
accidentally hit the
So-
last thing, the last call. Like since I had talked to John,
Your Honor, at this point, I would ask the court to instruct the witness to answer my question.
I believe she is. Go ahead and finish.
Your Honor, let me approach.
Okay?
Here we go. This is gonna be the only I don't know what he tell her up there. He might have told her the feds was watching. But watch how they come back.
Ms. McCabe. I'm
Yes.
sorry. Jumping the gun.
So let me, Ms. McCabe, answer only the question that's being asked of you, okay?
Ms. McCabe, you're aware that when you're in the messaging app, you have to do something else volitionally to open the phone app, correct?
correct?
You have to touch the phone, is that right?
Yes,
That would open a separate app, correct?
correct.
Then, once that phone app is open, then you have to choose the person to call, correct?
Yes, sometimes the last dialed.
Right.
Yeah.
And that happens to be the last dial.
Mhm.
Scroll through, pick a person, make one tap, and that calls the person and initiates the call, correct?
That is one way, yes.
But if you get out of the app, I'm sorry, if you close your phone, hit the lock button after a text message, none of that can happen without you having to open the phone and engage the phone additionally, correct?
If you hit the button to lock it, yes.
Right. So you indicated that these are all missed calls. Is that right?
That's what the records show, yes.
In addition to a missed call, you've had missed calls before. You both received a missed call, and you make calls that were missed. Is that right?
Yes.
When you make a call that's missed, it generally goes to voicemail, does it not?
It does, yes.
So then you have to do something additional with that call. Push the end button, correct?
Correct.
Otherwise, voicemails just go on forever. And actually, they go on for 4 minutes,
Okay.
right?
I don't know how long voicemails go for.
So if you had missed calls, 7 missed calls, that's at least 14 interactions, double it, because you got to make the call, then you got to end the call. 14 interactions with your phone for a single missed call.
One
I'm sorry,
missed
for
call.
7 missed calls.
It could be, yes.
And your testimony is you don't remember making a single one of those calls to John O'Keefe between 12:29 and 12:50, correct?
I do not remember making those calls, no.
As you sit here, do you deny making those calls between 12:29 and 12:50 to John O'Keefe?
Oh, I'm not denying that, no.
I'd like to ask you a few questions about January 29th, a little further on in the morning after you got home from 34 Fairview. Approximately what time did you get home?
I'm not sure, maybe around 11:30, 12, I'm not sure.
11:30 or 12?
It could be 11. Are you talking about, I'm confused, are you talking about,
Let me rephrase the question.
okay, sorry.
On the night of the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022, when you left Fairview.
Oh, I'm sorry,
What
okay.
time did you get home today?
It was after 2, I believe. I'm not positive.
You went upstairs, is that right?
Yes,
You began to engage with your phone at
yes.
that time. What application did you open up on your phone once you got upstairs?
It could have been Hockomock Sports.
I'm sorry, I'm backing up foundationally. What application on the phone? Was it Safari?
Oh, okay, yes. I think, yes.
Do you use Safari as your browser?
I'm not sure what I used.
You opened up a search engine as well within that browser, did you not?
I just know I Googled Hockomock Sports, I believe. I'm not sure what app I opened or how I went about it.
So Google is a search engine. You use
Okay.
Google.
Possibly. I mean, that's just an expression, but I'm not, if you could show my record, I'm not sure what app I opened
Well,
or
Mr.
what.
McCabe, you've seen this record many, many times about that search early in the morning hours, correct? You know that it was a Google search.
It was Google. Okay, it was a Google search.
Okay, so it was a Google search using the Safari app.
Okay.
You indicated that you were Google searching Hockomock Sports and something about Ozone?
Yes.
Ozone Sports or
It
Ozone
was
Basketball?
Yes.
What time was it that you did that Google search?
It was when I was home up in bed. I don't have an exact time.
About 2:27 a.m., correct?
I'd have to look at a record. I don't recall off the top of my head.
You that time frame, don't you?
I know I was home and I Googled that, but I don't remember the exact time.
You do recognize 2:27 a.m.
I do recognize it, but it's not from me remembering it from that night specifically. It's from me learning afterwards.
And what you learned afterwards was there was a Google search at 2:27 a.m., right? I mean, that's a layup, to use a basketball term, right?
There's a record, I think, of one.
Right. The record is of a Google search at 2:27 a.m. on your phone. Is that right?
I'm not a phone expert, so I don't know. I can't read.
You're well aware. You don't have to be a phone expert to know that there was a Google search on your phone recovered at 2:27 in the morning. You know that. You've been told that. You've seen it. You've been asked about it dozens of times, haven't you?
I have been asked about it dozens of times, yes.
So let's set the foundation. There was a Google search on your phone at 2:27 a.m., correct?
Which Google search are you referring to?
It doesn't matter, Ms. McCabe.
Well, I know I did Ozone and I did Hockomock Sports.
And I didn't ask
and
you
those
that.
were the only 2 things that I Googled.
I didn't ask you what you Googled. I haven't gotten there yet. We're going to get there. I've asked you, was there a Google search at 2:27 a.m. on your phone?
If you want to show me a report.
Sure.
Okay.
You don't remember, as you said, you don't remember that.
I don't.
You have no record. You have nothing in your mind about Google search at 2:27 a.m. That's what you're testifying to in front of this jury right now.
Are you asking me if I made a Google search at 2:27?
Yes.
I don't know what time I was searching for Hockomock Sports and Ozone. I have no idea what time that was.
You're well aware that your records have been pulled, correct?
Yes, they have.
You've been funded with those records many times, haven't you?
I've been asked by you, yes.
And by others, right?
Yes.
I mean, the police have asked you about it. You've been interviewed about it.
I've been asked by you.
And Mr. Lally,
Yeah, Ms. Lally asked about it, yes.
And every time you're asked, it's about a Google search at 2:27 a.m. That's all I'm asking.
It is, but it's not one that I remember doing or making or did. It's not one I did. It's just one that is in a record that was misread.
Are you denying that you made a Google search at 2:27 a.m.?
If you could show me this Google search, I'd appreciate it.
I have a moment.
Yes.
I need a quick minute to find the record that I did not make over there. Can we take a brief recess, about 5 minutes?
I'll sit Hazel inside. I will. If Ms. Little wants to keep looking, we'll come to side out. Go ahead.
Thank you. Found the paper. Thank you for your patience, Your Honor, and Ms. McCabe. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
May I approach?
Yes.
You indicated you wanted to see a record, Ms. McCabe. Did you see a record that indicated a Google search? Not what the contents of the Google search is, but there was a Google search.
I just saw a Celebrate record, yes.
And did you see the time of the Google search?
On that record, yes.
Is it 2:27 a.m., correct?
Yes.
Ultimately, you will agree that there was a Google search done, and now I'm going to ask about the content of Hoslong to Die Cold, correct?
That was done in the morning at the request of Ms. Reed.
Ms. McCabe, I didn't ask you that. I asked you a yes or no question. Did you understand my question?
Could you repeat it, please?
Sure, I'd be happy to.
Thank you.
Did that record indicate that there was a search at some point done, at some point, for Hoslong to Die Cold?
I object to recovering the record.
So was there a search on that at some point?
On that paper, was there a search that said that? Is that the question?
Let's start with that.
Yes. Yeah, there was.
Okay, now let me ask you a different question. You Google searched the phrase Hoslong to Die Cold, yes or no?
Yes.
On January 29th, correct?
Yes.
So you agree that you were on Google, correct?
Yes.
You agree that there was a search done at 2:27 a.m., correct?
I don't recall doing a search at 2:27. The paper says it. I don't.
Okay. And you also agree that at some point that morning, you plugged into that phone Hoslong to Die Cold. Is that right?
Yes. After we found John O'Keefe.
Now, you claim that that was at 6:23 and at 6:24 in the morning, two iterations of How Long to Die in the Cold. Hoslong to Die Cold, How Long T.I. Die in CIKD, correct?
I'm not claiming it. It's the truth. It's what happened.
You're testifying to that.
Yes, I am.
You also testified that at the time you Google searched those phrases, it was Karen Reed screaming and yelling at you, shaking you to Google hypothermia, correct?
She was pulling on my sleeve, yes.
Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. You have discussed this Google search and the issue of the hypothermia with Carrie Roberts, correct?
I told her in the days following.
You discussed it? Or
Yes. Mm-hmm.
You discussed it in the days following January 29th, correct?
Yes.
You discussed it before her testimony at the grand jury, correct?
We discussed it after. We don't talk about what we're going to say before testifying or anything like that.
So in the 3 months between this incident and the testimony by both you and Ms. Roberts, you two did not discuss this hypothermia issue?
It wasn't an issue. It was just something she said, but we don't discuss it every day. There's no need to.
I didn't ask you to discuss it every day. I asked you if you ever discussed it.
Originally, yes, we did discuss it in the first days following all of
And
this.
that would have been before either one of you testified at the grand jury, correct?
Yes.
And we know that you were with her during her, just before her testimony at the grand jury. Is that right?
Yes.
And you're certainly aware that at the grand jury, that in prior testimony, Carrie Roberts corroborated your statement that Karen Reed demanded to Google hypothermia.
Objection.
Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Are you aware that Carrie Roberts, well, let me ask it a different way. Have you and Carrie Roberts ever discussed the fact that she corroborated your statement that Karen Reed demanded that you Google hypothermia?
No.
She never told you that.
No.
Did you ever ask her that?
No.
Did you discuss your statement that Karen Reed was the one that demanded that search?
Karen Reed did ask me to do the search, yes.
Okay, that's not what I asked you. Did you and Carrie Roberts discuss that?
Yes, we've talked about that.
Are you aware that last week Carrie Roberts denied hearing that statement?
Objection.
Sustained.
Have you been told, have you been updated that last week Carrie Roberts denied ever having heard that statement?
Sustained.
May we approach?
Yes. Jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch. So just one question on this. Just one question on this, please, Mr. Jackson.
Have you become aware from any source that last week Carrie Roberts denied having heard the statement that was attributable to my client?
No.
You aware of that?
No.
You've reviewed the video from the dash cam out at the scene, correct?
I've seen it, yes.
You're aware that there is no video showing my client demanding a Google search anywhere in this case, correct?
I'm not sure what what cameras were where.
You're aware that there's no audio of my client demanding a Google search, correct?
Correct.
You're unaware of any witness who can corroborate your statement that my client demanded a Google search. Any witness at all.
It was just the two of us. She had sent Carrie off.
So, of course, Carrie Roberts is not such corroborating witness. Is that right? At least you understand that.
Can you rephrase the question, please?
Carrie Roberts is not a corroborating witness for you. You understand that? You just said that.
Yes, Carrie, I don't believe heard it. She was sent off.
So it's your word and your word only, Ms. McCabe, that my client demanded a Google search. Is that right?
Yes. Yes. Mm-hmm.
Ms. McCabe, you were with Carrie Roberts just before her grand jury testimony. Is that right?
Yes.
You had been with her to create a timeline of a version of events that occurred, correct?
I wouldn't say a version of events. We each put down what we remembered.
She saw what you put down. You saw what she put down.
Yes.
And you compared and contrasted those with each other to create that timeline, correct?
No, we didn't compare and contrast. I said, she called me, she said this, then Carrie, and someone was writing it down for us.
That would be your sister, who?
It was my sister, yes.
Which sister?
My sister, Denise
What's your last name?
Galvin.
She here?
She is here, yes.
Where is she?
She's sitting over there.
Can you point to her and describe what she's wearing?
Sure, she's over there in the back with the striped shirt on.
Between the gentleman in the purple and the gentleman in the black?
Yes.
So she witnessed this timeline being prepared, correct?
She wrote the timeline, yes.
And then you've spoken to Ms. Roberts several times about this case.
Yes.
And about your perceptions of this case, correct?
We talk about what happened and the aftermath of this case. We don't talk about the specific details as much as we talk about the aftermath of everything.
Ms. McCabe, the fact is you instructed Carrie Roberts to say that she heard that Google hypothermia statement from my client before she testified at the grand jury, didn't you?
No, absolutely not. I never instructed her to do anything.
You wanted some witness to back up your story about this Google search, correct?
No, absolutely not. I don't
Ms.
need.
McCabe,
It was said. Karen said it. It's that simple.
so you're the only person saying that, though.
Yes, and I stand by that 110%.
And the reason that you wanted another witness to back up that statement is because you knew that that Google search for Hosselong to die in cold points a very uncomfortable finger right toward you, correct?
I never did that search at 227. I never needed to instruct somebody. No, I'm sorry.
There's that apology again. Has someone told you that you need to apologize when you say, when there's an uncomfortable question that you don't want to answer?
No.
Have you discussed this with anybody?
No, and that's not an uncomfortable question. I'm fine to answer it.
How many times did you say, I apologize yesterday in cross-examination?
I didn't count.
Probably more than 15, right?
I have no idea. I'm just trying to answer the questions and be truthful as I can.
And you're aware that the Celebrite extraction that was done on your phone determined that of the three searches, 2:27 a.m., 6:23 a.m., 6:24 a.m., only one of them was recorded as deleted, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Have you ever been confronted with having deleted a Google search off your phone? You ever
Yeah.
been asked that?
Yes, by you.
Do you deny that you deleted a Google search off your phone?
I never deleted a Google search off my phone.
So you
Never
deny
did that. I deny it, yes.
that you ever deleted a Google search?
Yes. I never made the search.
I'd like to move back to the time of about 6:03 in the morning, Ms. McCabe, when you, along with Carrie Roberts and Ms. Reed, approached 34 Fairview. This is Exhibit 4. It's been previously entered into evidence. I think you've seen part of this exhibit. Do you recall, before we get to the exhibit, do you recall my client when the first officer on scene, do you know his name, by the way?
I believe it was Officer Seraph.
When Officer Seraph approached, he asked the question, what happened? Something like that. Open-ended question. Do you remember that?
I don't remember what he specifically said.
Do you remember my client a few seconds later saying, my boyfriend, I left him, he never came home?
I don't remember the specifics of what was said.
Your Honor, if we could, I would ask that we queue up Exhibit 4 for the jurors at runtime 4:20.
Okay.
Before we play this, I'm going to play just a second of it and ask if you can hear the volume.
Okay.
We could, Mr. Wolf? Could you hear anything?
Oh, I can hear, yes, sorry.
Okay. I don't know how loud it's going to be, quite frankly.
Okay.
Ms. McCabe, will you please pay attention to the audio portion of this video as this is played? Could you hear that?
I heard something.
Could you hear my client? Did it sound like Ms. Reed?
It sounded like a female.
Did it sound like Ms. Reed, the female?
I'm not sure I could, could I listen to it again?
With the court permission, one more time?
One more time.
Could you hear it?
I could hear it, yes.
What did she say?
I have no idea.
Did she say, my boyfriend, I left him, and he never came home?
I could not make that out.
You testified on direct examination that you were basically a passenger along in this ride on the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022, that you were not the person in charge, correct?
I was in the passenger seat and Miss Roberts was driving.
It's a bad question on my part. Let me see if I can reframe that. You testified that it was Carrie Roberts who was basically the take charge person in the scenario between and among the three of you, Miss Reed and Miss Roberts.
Yes, yes.
Not you, correct?
No.
You were just sort of along for the ride, assisting how you could, correct?
I was trying to help Miss Reed and find John O'Keefe.
If we could play a clip starting at, and I'm going to ask you, Miss McCabe, to take a look at several clips. The first one starting at 6:21 runtime to 7:41. It's just over a minute. With the court's permission?
Yes.
You pause this. Do you recognize the three individuals in the foreground of this video?
I do, yes.
Can you start from left to right and describe for the jurors who we're looking at?
I believe that's me in the black coat. To the right of me is Miss Roberts, and on the other side of the car is Miss Reed.
Miss Roberts has, just to distinguish, Miss Roberts seemed to have fur on her hood where you did not.
Yes.
If you could go ahead and play that, please. You pause it, please. Can you see who it appears you're talking to at that point?
I don't know who that is, no.
Go ahead and play it. Pause it. Does it appear that you're engaged in conversation with that person while Miss Roberts is attending to something in the truck and Miss Reed is running back and forth?
Yes, I was speaking to whoever that was.
Do you believe that was a police officer?
I believe, yes.
Go ahead and play it. Mr. Wolk, if you'll stop it at 7:41, please. Could you see what was depicted in the video for about that minute and 10-second runtime?
Yes.
Did it appear that you were engaged in conversation with that other person?
Yes.
When that other person walked away, could you see his jacket?
I couldn't make it out, no.
Did it appear to be he was a police officer?
I'm going to assume it was a police officer, yes.
Okay. In that video, who looks most like she is taking charge, you or Carrie Roberts?
Objection.
Sustained.
Does it appear in that video that you're the one controlling the narrative, at least with law enforcement at that point?
Objection.
Sustained.
Does it appear in that video that you're the one engaging in conversation with law enforcement while Carrie Roberts and Ms. Reed are otherwise occupied?
I am speaking with law enforcement, yes.
Can we move to runtime 8:56? Pause it. Can you see yourself in that video?
I can, yes.
Which person are you?
I'm in the far right.
Speaking to someone?
Yes.
Who's that you're speaking to?
I can't make it out, but it looks like a police officer possibly.
And Miss Roberts is directly in the middle of the screen, is that right?
I thought that was Miss Reed, but I could be wrong.
Let's go ahead and play it. And at 9:26, you'll stop, please. in that video clip, who among the three of you appear to be most engaged with law enforcement at that time?
Can you tell? Can you answer that, Ms. Reed? I mean, can you answer that, Ms. McCabe?
Yes, I can. I was speaking to police officers. Yes, I was trying to help them.
Okay. Can we go to runtime 1049? This will be from 1049 to 1155, Mr. Wolk. You pause it. Who is it that's just gesticulating in the video?
That is me.
Can we go ahead and play it? Did you see yourself in that video, that clip, about a minute-long clip?
Yes, I did.
Who among the three of you appeared to be most engaged with law enforcement in that clip?
I was.
Runtime 2022, Mr. Wolk. Stop it. Do you see yourself in that video?
I do, yes.
You just walked in from frame right?
Yes.
From frame right going left?
Yes, behind Miss Roberts.
Okay,
Yes.
and that's you right in the middle of the screen?
Yes, it is.
And Miss Roberts had already run through, went to her SUV, correct?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead and play. This is about a 2-minute clip for the court's edification.
All right.
And this is the last of them. Mr. Wolk, can you pause it? Can you tell who you're speaking to there?
I think it's Mike Lang.
Go ahead and play it. Yeah, just a moment, Your Honor. Ms. McCabe, who was most engaged in that clip with law enforcement? Between and
was.
among you and Carrie Roberts and Ms. Reed.
I was.
You noticed when Mr. O'Keefe was placed on the gurney in a prior clip and moved past you, correct?
Yes,
Did you notice what your reaction was when that gurney passed you?
I didn't know.
Did you see that you turned your back completely to Mr. O'Keefe as he passed by?
If that happened, it wasn't on purpose.
Ms. McCabe, when you got to the scene, we can take that down. When you got to the scene at 6:03 in the morning, you immediately recognized, did you not, that this was an emergency situation? High intensity emergency situation, correct?
I knew it was an emergency situation, yes.
As a matter of fact, a man's life was in grave danger. You knew that.
Yes, I did.
And this is someone that was a friend of yours, correct?
Yes, he was a dear friend.
Not just a friend, but a police officer who was laying, as far as you knew, dying in the snow. Is that right?
Yes,
You knew that you needed to get immediate medical attention, emergency medical attention to him as quickly as you possibly could. Is that right?
yes,
You knew that minutes counted, right?
yes,
You knew that seconds counted, correct?
correct.
This man was grasping, as far as you knew, grasping and clinging to life at that moment. Is that right?
Yes,
That's why you called 911, to get emergency personnel who are trained in CPR and life-saving measures to the scene, to the gentleman, to Mr. O'Keefe, as quickly as you possibly could, correct?
yes,
You called 911 at about 6:03 and 35 seconds. Is that right? I don't expect you to know down to the second, but it was about a couple of minutes after 6.
right after, yeah, we found him, yes.
And you're aware from the dash cam that Officer Seraph got there about 6:10, almost on the nose, right?
I didn't pay attention to the time.
You'll agree with me that there was about 6.5 minutes or so between the time you called 911 and the time Officer Seraph got there. Is that right?
If that's what the dash cam says, yes.
On that 911 call, you referred to John O'Keefe as a man passed out in the snow.
Yes.
You didn't say, "This is my friend."
I needed to get, like you said, emergency there. So
Did
I
you
wasn't
say,
going to
"This is
give
my
a
friend"?
I wasn't going to give a description and say my friend is in the snow. I was going to give them the information that I thought was the most important at the time.
Did
And
you say his name?
I just said a man because that was the most important identifying.
You didn't say John.
Eventually in the 911, I do say his name.
You didn't initially say O'Keefe, correct?
No, none of that matters. It was a man in the snow, and
And
I
you didn't
wanted help
say-
there.
And you didn't say he's a Boston police officer or an off-duty police officer.
Again, a man needed help.
Yes or no? Did you
No,
say that?
I didn't.
Do you think that might, yes or no? Do you think that might have sped things up if they knew, if the 911 operator knew that this was a fallen officer, a fellow officer?
I think 911 comes to everyone equally. I don't think they would have.
Do you think that might have been something important to relay to the 911 officials?
I don't know.
You were even asked by the 911 operator, does anybody know CPR? And your answer was no, correct?
I'd have to listen to it to remember my exact answers.
But it was basically in the negative. No, we're not professionals. We're just out here doing the best we can, correct?
I wouldn't say that, no.
You didn't believe Karen Reed knew CPR?
I didn't know. I don't think I answered that question. I don't think it
You
was
didn't-
asked.
You didn't know if Carrie Roberts knew CPR, correct?
I didn't know if they knew CPR, correct?
And none of you were paramedics?
No,
None of you are first responders?
no,
None of you are trained in emergency life-saving techniques in any way, correct?
correct.
I have a question, Ms. McCabe.
Mhm.
On all of Fairview, the entire road between Chapman and Cedar Crest, can you think of any person on that road who might have had life-saving techniques trained into them? First responder, someone who knew how to deal with someone in distress, someone with high skill level training. Do you think of anyone on Fairview who had that kind of training?
Can I now or did I then? Which are you asking?
Did you then?
No, then my focus was on John O'Keefe.
Okay, let me narrow the focus. How about on the property? How about at 34 Fairview? Could you think of anyone that was a first responder who would have life-saving training, life-saving technique training under his belt?
Yes, my brother-in-law, Brian Albert.
And you didn't go in the house, did you?
No, I did not.
When you arrived at the scene, you didn't go in? Not until much later, correct?
Our focus was John.
You knew that Brian Albert was inside the house. You'd just been with him hours earlier, correct?
Yes.
You knew that his window was 30 feet away. You're staring at it. You could look at it if you wanted to, correct?
It's off to an angle.
And you didn't go in the house then either.
I did not know.
You knew that John O'Keefe was clinging to life during those precious minutes and seconds. Is that right?
I did, yes.
And you also knew that Brian Albert, your brother-in-law, was a first responder trained to deal with people in that kind of distress, correct?
In that moment, my only thoughts were John and everything we could do for John.
And you knew that there were warm blankets inside the house. Is that right?
I did, yes. There were warm blankets in the house.
And
Those
you
weren't-
still never went in, did you?
No, I went and attended to John because once I finished calling 911, I went over to John and Kerry Roberts asked me to take over compressions. So I felt like that was more important and 911 was on the way. I never thought about going in the house. I just thought, how can I help John?
You never thought about going in the house, but you did pull out your cell phone and make 2 phone calls, didn't you?
After I called 911, I tried calling my sister, yes.
While John was out in the cold, clinging to life, you weren't doing chest compressions at 6:07 and 6:08, were you?
I was walking over when I was calling.
You were calling your sister on the phone, weren't you?
I was calling them to see if they would come out, but I was going right over to work on him.
And you could have walked 25 feet to the front door, walked in the house, and screamed for Brian Albert to come out and help you in those precious seconds and minutes, couldn't you?
That would have taken me away from helping John, getting Kerry blankets, giving him compressions.
And making those 2 very important phone calls at 6:07 and 6:08 that you say were not answered, correct?
They were not important phone calls. I tried to call my sister, and then I focused on John.
They were not important phone calls, but they were important enough for you to make while John is clinging to life right there in front of you, right?
As I was walking over, I called to see if she would answer.
And she didn't answer. Let's talk about that. She didn't answer according to you.
So if we're going to talk about it, we're beyond the luncheon break.
Your Honor, I have 2 more questions,
Okay.
and I'll wrap it.
Okay.
Let's talk about that real quick.
Sure.
She didn't answer the phone, did she?
No, she didn't.
So you have a situation where a man is laying dead or dying in the front yard of your sister's house. You see nothing in terms of life inside the house. Lights aren't coming on. They're not getting up. They're certainly not coming outside, right?
They were sound asleep
They weren't coming outside, were they?
because they were asleep.
You didn't know if they were asleep. All you knew was there was a severely injured man on the front lawn of their house, and your sister didn't answer the phone, not once, but twice, correct?
Correct, she didn't answer the phone.
Did you think your sister might have been in peril? Did you think to go inside the house and check that they're okay?
I had no reason to think that they weren't okay.
You had no reason to believe they weren't okay. A man was dead or dying on their lawn, and your sister's not answering the phone. And nobody is coming out to the chaos of Karen Reed screaming on the front lawn. You didn't think there was some reason to believe they could have been in peril?
I didn't because your client was screaming she hit him. She had a cracked taillight. She was crying she hit him. I didn't, but my focus, can I finish, please?
You had solved the crime right then and there. You solved the whole case.
No, I didn't. I knew John never came in the house, so I had no concern for anyone's safety inside the house.
The reason you didn't go inside the house is because you knew better. You knew better. You knew she wasn't in peril. You knew that Brian Albert wasn't in peril. You weren't worried at all about them, were you?
I was not worried at all because something happened on the front lawn that had nothing to do with anything inside that house.
You weren't worried about them at all because you knew what really happened, didn't you, Inspector?
At that moment, I didn't know that he was hit by a vehicle and there was taillight found next to him.
That's all I have.
All right, jurors, luncheon break. Let's take 1 minute, 25. Follow up behind.
And the response in this text message, number 169, from Ms. Roberts to you.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mrs. McCabe.
Good afternoon.
I want you to briefly tell us your memory of the weather when you first arrived at Fairview, when you left at Fairview, and when you returned the next morning a little after 6 a.m.
Okay. When I arrived at Fairview on the early hours of the 29th, the snow was falling, just starting to fall, starting to stick to the street and onto the windshields. When I left Fairview, it had, accumulated more where my husband had to wipe the windows. And then the following morning, when we were driving there, it was dark and the snow was like coming at the car. Like it was very hard to see.
When you returned the next morning, we've seen video from the dash cam. The elements, the visibility, is that fairly depicted in that dash cam?
Yes. Obviously it was lit more because of the lighting and the spotlights, etc.
From the moment that you first saw John until you went into your sister's home, is it fair to say a number of different first responders arrived?
Yes.
When the first responders arrived, did you see a number of different vehicles arrive?
I did, yes.
Did any of them have their sirens on?
Not that I recall.
Ambulance, fire truck, police cars, do you remember ever any siren on at all?
Not that I recall, no.
And your sister and brother-in-law, you described how you went in the house and woke them up. They never came out before you woke them up?
No, they didn't.
There was a house right next to where you found John before 34. Do you know what address that is?
I would assume it's 32.
Did you ever see anybody come out of 32 Fairview and come over to John in the scene to help out?
No.
Across the street, there's a house that's in between 32 and 34 if you cross the street?
Yes.
Did you ever see anybody come out of that house and offer assistance to help?
No.
There's a house right across the street from 34 Fairview, isn't there?
Yes.
And did anybody ever come out of that house and come over to assist?
No.
When you were trying to help John that moment, have you ever been trained in emergency aid?
Probably 25, 30 years ago.
Your state of mind. Best describe how you were feeling at that moment as far as your focus and what was going through your mind.
I was shocked, confused, nervous, scared, anxious. My friend was lying there on the ground. I had no idea what happened. All I wanted to do was to get help for John, and as fast as I could.
You saw on the dash cam, you spoke to a number of different people in law enforcement?
Yes.
In fact, during that day, a number of different people from law enforcement, did they call you?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Move along to Mr. Brennan.
Did a number of people call you from law enforcement that day?
On the day of the 29th,
Yes.
Michael Proctor called me.
Okay. Did you speak to law enforcement after that day?
Yes.
Were you asked to engage in interviews?
Yes.
Were you asked to testify in front of grand juries?
Yes.
Were you asked to come to court and testify?
Yes.
Did you ever once refuse to speak to the police?
No.
Did you ever once refuse to testify?
No.
When you were speaking to the police on that dash cam, it's depicted on the dash cam, why were you speaking to the police?
Well, each officer that arrived had a set of questions of who it was, what happened, etc. So I was answering all the questions because my main focus was John.
Did you ever try to be evasive with the police?
No, I told them everything I knew.
Did you ever try to avoid speaking to them?
Objection.
The form.
Did you ever hold anything back from the police when you spoke to them?
Objection.
I'll allow that, and then let's move on, Mr. Brennan.
No, I didn't.
When you interviewed with many different law enforcement and people involved in this case, were you ever given an opportunity to review somebody else's report after it was written and provide edits or your input?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No.
When you testified, are you testifying from what somebody wrote? They interpreted what you said months or years ago, or are you testifying from your own memory?
I'll allow it.
I'm testifying from my own memory.
You called 911?
Yes,
And that morning when you called 911, well, let me ask you, do you wear an Apple Watch?
I do have one, yes.
When you were speaking to 911 that morning and during that event, how did you feel?
Extremely nervous, anxious, scared, uncertain,
Do you think
panicked.
Do you think your heartbeat was up?
Yes,
At 2:27 the night before, or around that time when you were looking up Hockomock before you went to bed, were you of the same state of mind of fear and panic, or were you in a very different state of mind?
Objection. Strike the fear and panic part. You can answer that though. Were you of the same mind or different?
different.
What was your state of mind at that time?
I was relaxed, just playing on my phone, looking up things before I went to bed.
Do you think your heartbeat was as elevated that evening as it was the next morning?
Objection. Sustained.
When you made a search for how long to die in the cold or how long to die in cold, is that something that you thought of for yourself?
Objection. I'll allow it.
No,
Why did you do it?
Miss Reed asked me to Google it.
And when was that?
That was in the morning after we found him.
And had you ever attempted either of those searches before Miss Reed asked you to do that?
No, I didn't.
You were asked questions about the next day when you visited the O'Keefe home. And you read some records. Do you remember those questions?
Yes,
Do you remember going to the O'Keefe home?
I do, yes.
You went with who?
With Carrie and our 2 daughters.
You remember how many hours you spent with the O'Keefe family?
I don't remember how many hours, say a few.
Was it over 3 or 4?
Could have been, I'm not sure.
What is the reason that you spent so much time at the O'Keefe home the next day?
We went over to offer support, love, comfort, to be with them.
You weren't avoiding them, were you?
No.
Sustained.
After you left the O'Keefe home and reading the records, I don't know if this is your memory, it was suggested it was 5:12. Do you remember going to Fairview?
I remember driving by Fairview on the way to Mike Lank's.
When you went to Fairview, you were asked questions about when you stopped by, whether that meant you went in or were outside. Do you remember whether you went in or were outside?
We never went in.
Have you seen your phone records that there are no calls to your sister when you went by Fairview at that time?
Objection. I'll allow it.
I haven't, no.
And when you went by, you were asked about that. In fact, you had been asked about that before, hadn't you? Whether
Yeah.
you stopped by?
Yes,
And Attorney Jackson showed you part of that statement.
yes,
Did you, when you were saying that's part of the statement, did you read the whole statement to yourself?
I did.
And to put that in completeness, had you, under oath, talked about the fact that you went by that day?
I'm confused by your question.
Okay, may I approach?
Yes.
181, 182.
Thank you.
You were shown page 181 and then 182?
Yes,
And so when you were asked about that before, had you in fact offered under oath that you did go by Fairview?
yes,
When you stopped by Fairview, according to the questions you were asked, or the records you were asked to read, it was 4 minutes you stopped by Fairview. Does that sound like your memory?
no, I know we drove by, slowed down, and we were looking outside.
Why did you want to go back to the very scene that you had seen that morning?
I think Carrie and I I'm not really sure. I think we just drove down and
All right, so your answer is not really sure.
Okay.
Next question.
And then according to the records that were read to you, you went to Detective Lang's house
Yes.
and you were at that address for about 40 minutes, 50 minutes?
Yes.
You were read or shown certain text messages between you and some of your family.
Yes.
Was that a complete listing of the text messages in order that were on your phone?
I had a lot of text messages with them on my phone. Yes.
Were some missing from what you were shown?
I'm not sure.
Okay. You were asked about your state of mind. I'm going to ask you about some of those text messages in a minute.
Mhm.
You were asked about calls and text messages to John O'Keefe.
Yes.
Have you ever inadvertently called anybody before on your iPhone?
I'll allow it.
Yes, many times.
And you were asked whether or not you remembered or knew that those calls were made to Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
Did you purposely make those calls?
No, I do not believe so.
If you inadvertently called on purpose, it wouldn't be inadvertent, would it?
True.
Did John ever answer any of your calls after that 1218 call?
No, he didn't.
And when you were reaching out to him, did you reach out to him the next morning after you heard from the defendant?
I did, yes.
What?
Next question, Mr. Bloom.
Why were you reaching out to him?
Because I was trying to get in touch with him because Miss Reed said he didn't come home.
You were asked about your state of mind over the next couple days.
Yes.
And I'd like to ask you about some of the text messages reflecting your full state of mind over the next couple days.
This has to be really brief.
Yeah, his voice is kind of crazy. It's kind of, yeah. We do have Tyre Nichols starting back up at 2:00, y'all. Allegedly. Allegedly. I'm trying to put some sauce on this. But I definitely want to play that one stuff. That one part of it. Regular.
When law enforcement asks for your phone, was there any requirement you give that to them?
Objection. Sustained.
Did you voluntarily consent to give your entire phone to law enforcement?
I'll allow that.
Yes, I did.
I handed you a document that reflects your text messages from that morning and the next day. You were asked about some of them on the screen. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And you were asked how that affected your state of mind and the decisions that you were making. Correct?
Yes.
I want to read along, and I'll indicate if you look at the number on the left, and then I'll read it, and you can let me know if I read it accurately.
Okay.
Starting at number 17, there's a phone call saying, please answer. Who are you calling?
I'm sorry, where does it
May I
say?
approach?
Yes.
Oh, that's the number right
This
there.
would be the number. This would be the calling. This would
Okay.
be-
Okay, so it's John O'Keefe. Okay. Thanks, sorry.
All right, number 17, phone call, please answer. Who are you calling?
John O'Keefe.
Do you know at that point where he is?
No.
459-49, number 18. Karen is worried. We need to find you.
John O'Keefe.
504-40, number 19. Please answer so I know you're okay. Who are you calling?
John O'Keefe.
Number 26, 5/15/41, 129. Okay, I'm trying to call people. I will be in touch soon. Do you know who you're calling?
Don't recognize the number.
What are you thinking at this point?
I'm trying to find people. I'm trying to call people so that I can try to find John.
Number 31, 5/22/57, 129. Okay, I tried to Beatty. Okay, I just talked to her. What are you referring to?
I don't know whose number this is.
Okay.
Um,
At this point in the morning, you're making these phone calls. Do you know where John is?
no, I have no idea where he is.
Turn to number 48, 129/22 at 8:44. You're texting any update. What is your state of mind?
Which number is this?
Number 48.
48. I believe that may be to Kerry Roberts, and I'm trying to get an update from the hospital.
You were asked about your relationship with Kerry Roberts. At that time, before that night, how many times had you met her?
Once.
And you said in the moment, did that relationship change?
Yes, instantly.
Was it for collusion?
No.
Let me ask you, number 160, this is 129 at 2 in that afternoon. Do you have 160?
Sorry.
It's okay.
Okay, I'm here.
160. Do you see that?
Mhm.
Okay. I can't stop seeing him in the snow. Jen, this is awful. Who's that from?
Harry.
Is your state of mind collusion?
No.
Objection. I'll allow it. Don't ask it again, please, Mr. Brennan.
168. 129/22 at 2:04:32. You're calling Miss Roberts. Every time I close my eyes, it's all I see. I feel like I'm going to vomit. I just can't even. I know how close you two were. Can't imagine how hard the situation is for you. Does this reflect your state of mind that day?
Yeah.
I'll allow it.
We have to approach.
Objections noted. Next question.
We need to approach on this particular text.
Come to sidebar. Oh, sidebar.
Said this is a number I don't recognize, and Mr. Brennan read to you a text to that person.
Keeps hitting me. I just feel so sick. Is that accurate?
Yes.
I'm going to read one more. 172. And this is from Ms. Roberts to you at 2:13:41 on 129:22. I don't know what to even do. I'm so sorry for both of us. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Number 175. Again to Ms. Roberts, 2:14:15, 129:22. Do you text, I talked to Peggy, I am devastated for them?
Yes.
And did you follow up seconds later at 2:14:56 on 129:22? I am so sick to my stomach.
Yes.
That day, did you have to speak to your children about what happened?
I did, yes.
Was that part of your state of mind that day?
Yes.
I'll allow that.
Number 208 or 207. You received a text from this number. I don't want to say it out loud, but if you could read it, 207. Do you know who that's from?
I don't.
Okay, we'll move to the next one then. 208, 129:22, 342:06. I've never felt so sick. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Number 210, 433:40, 129:22. You text messaging somebody?
Yes.
Do you know who that is?
I don't, just off of the number.
Okay. And this text message, is this from you to somebody?
Yes.
My mind is racing. I have that awful feeling in my gut like I'm about.
I'll allow it. Sent by this witness, allegedly.
My mind is racing. I have that awful feeling in my gut like I am about to puke. Besides seeing the awful image, trying to wrap my head around what happened to him. Is that accurate?
Yes.
$213. This is on 129/22 at 4:38:20. Do you know who was texting you?
Yes.
Who?
My friend.
Once things settle, you need to talk to someone and process the trauma. And then 214, you respond, 129/22, 4:40:38. I've been shaking since this AM. I feel so sick. Everything started to be a blur and all run into each other.
Yes.
And this is at 4:40:38 at 129/22.
Yes.
And during that day, you've spoken to law enforcement
Yes.
and the days that follow.
Yes.
I'm going to move to 129/22, 752. If you look at number 289, please.
Okay.
At 289, is this a text from your sister, Nicole?
Yes.
Any update? Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. And you were shown this text at 292,
Yes.
and you texted your sister, Kerry talked to cops, kept it simple.
Yes.
What do you mean by that?
I mean, the cops had gone to her house, but she had had a long day and been drinking some wine, so she said she just made it quick.
And you were sharing that with your sister?
Yes.
And was your sister part of many of these texts as part of your support group?
Yes.
Did anybody tell you that you shouldn't rely on your family and have a conversation about what you went through? Objection.
I'll allow that.
No, no one did.
And during that text time, the one I just read to you was at 7:54:38. She turned to 296, 129:22 at 7:56:50. Did your sister text you, okay, try to get some sleep, talk tomorrow?
Yes.
And did you text back at 7:57? Yes, but don't feel pressure?
Yes.
And the next one, 298 at 7:57:07, was your sister asking you for any updates?
Yes.
And at 7:57:13, did she text you, I love you, don't beat yourself up, you did the best you could?
Yes.
And just a few minutes later, one at number 308, please, 129:22 at 8:01 p.m.
Mhm.
Did your sister again write to you, okay, text me in the AM if you hear anything later?
Yes.
You continued texting with her?
Yes.
Okay. You were asked about timeline?
Yes.
If you turn to number 761, please.
Seven
761, please.
What page is that on?
248.
I'm missing page 248.
You don't have a two-page 48?
No, it stops at 212 and picks up at 253.
May I stand up the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Could you remind us who asked you to put together a timeline?
Peggy.
Peggy.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yes.
2 days later, January 31st, 2022, and this is at 10:26:29 a.m. Are you texting Ms. Roberts?
I am.
I have spent the AM trying to process that he is really gone and try to piece together all the events. Is that part of the process of the timeline?
Yes.
at some point on the 31st, was something happening around Fairview Road that you learned?
I believe there was police presence.
Was there any presence from the media, the press?
Oh, yes, there was.
Was that causing any concern?
I believe I talked to Peggy, and she was
Assisting.
And so on January 31st, 2022, we're at number 864.
Mhm.
You're receiving information. Do you know who this number is that's calling you?
That's my sister,
Which one?
Nicole.
And she's texting you, news people came by and knocked on the door again. They're all leaving now, Peggy and them left about 15 minutes ago.
Yes.
And then at 1 o'clock, 18 seconds on 1:32:22, you text back, did you answer the door?
Correct.
Was this part of your state of mind on the 31st, what was going on around the house?
Yes.
Just a few more. In trying to recount for people who asked you that morning and over the next couple days, some of what's reflected in those text messages, was that part of your state of mind?
Yes.
Was it in any way affecting the way you were remembering and thinking about what had happened? Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yes.
Your Honor, subject to redactions, I would seek to introduce all of Ms. McCabe's text messages.
So we'll deal with that later. Is there an objection?
There is.
We'll deal with that later.
Thank you. I have no further questions. Ms. McCabe, a couple of follow-up questions. You indicated on redirect examination that there were no sirens that you heard that morning with the approach of the first responders. Is that right?
I don't believe there was.
But they did have their lights on.
I saw a spotlight, yes, and I do believe they had lights on, yes.
Flashing red and blue lights or red lights, some combination thereof, correct?
Correct.
That was cruisers, police cruisers, correct?
Yes.
There were fire SUVs, in other words, a captain of a fire department.
Possibly.
There were fire trucks and fire engines. You know the difference?
No.
Fire engine, big one with a ladder on it.
Yes.
There was an ambulance, correct?
Yes.
And all of them had their emergency lights on.
Most likely, yes.
All of them had their motors running.
I'm not sure if they were all running. They could have been, yes.
Certainly, you would agree that there was a cacophony of diesel engines and gasoline engines and internal combustion engines that were running right outside of 34 Fairview, although no sirens, correct?
I wouldn't exactly say right outside of 34 Fairview. I'd say there were some right outside of 34 Fairview, but the first vehicle pulled up kind of right just on the right end, and most of the vehicles with the lights on were to the left. So they were actually more in front of 32 Fairview. But there were vehicles. There was Miss Roberts' vehicle, and then I believe another vehicle pulled up. I think I remember from seeing the dash cam.
And Sarah's cruiser, correct?
Yes.
And Mulaney's cruiser, just on the other side of Terry Roberts' vehicle, correct?
Yes, I don't believe lights were on. His lights were on.
And there was an ambulance just to the left and behind Sarah's vehicle, correct?
Yes, which would have been in front of 32 Fairview.
Lights on that as well?
Yes.
All facing in the direction of 34 Fairview, correct?
Facing, but out front of 32.
So is there a reason that you're so resistant to admit that there was a cacophony of sound and noise outside of 34 Fairview?
No.
Okay, so there was, correct?
Outside on the front lawn, yes,
Yeah.
side lawn.
And there was also some people yelling and screaming at a high pitch, right?
Yes.
Both Miss Reed, who's yelling and screaming, correct?
Correct.
And Miss Roberts, who at least at some point told her to shut the fuck up, correct?
Correct.
You were asked about the stop at 34 Fairview on the way to Sergeant Lang's house on redirect examination by Mr. Brennan just now, correct?
I was, yes.
He showed you a couple of pages of your transcript from that question and answer, correct?
I believe he showed me a page, yes.
And you noted that this was a question and answer from a hearing last year in this courtroom?
Yes.
And you admitted that you stopped, actually, let me rephrase that. You were confronted with the fact that you stopped at 34 Fairview on the way to Officer Lang's house, Sergeant Lang's house, by me on cross-examination, correct?
Yes, you asked me.
You also indicated that you have never refused to speak to the police, any law enforcement officer in this case, correct?
I've spoken when but asked to, yes.
But in point of fact, when you were approached by the 2 law enforcement agents who were not connected to Massachusetts State Police or to Canton PD, you suspended that interview and refused to answer further questions, correct?
I welcomed them in my house, sat with them, and then I stopped, and then I met with them a few times after, and I answered all their questions that they asked. I helped clear up some misconceptions that they had been told, and as you know, I know they're no longer investigating, so I think I helped them well.
And you're obviously well aware that in that first interview, you stopped the interview cold and refused to answer further questions, correct?
I said I'm going to stop, and I'm going to seek some counsel, yes.
The text messages. You just read a series of text messages that Mr. Brennan actually read for you, and you agreed with, correct?
Correct.
Were any of the text messages that you just read in the group chat that I showed you in cross-examination?
I don't believe so. I don't believe so.
And that group chat included you, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, Matt McCabe, correct?
Correct.
And that was a private chat among the 4 of you. Is that right?
That's just a chat with them, yes.
You read some text messages to and from Carrie Roberts, correct?
Yes.
You had just met Carrie Roberts. Isn't that right?
Yes.
She's not a McCabe. Is that right?
Correct.
She's not an Albert, correct?
Correct.
You even read some text messages with your minor children, correct?
Just now?
Yeah.
I don't believe any with my children.
Mr. Brennan asked you about a couple of text messages, at least one text message with your children. Didn't he?
No, he didn't.
Objection.
She can answer that question. Is that what happened?
Did I misunderstand?
No, I honestly didn't read anything from my children. I think one, I said a friend, another time I didn't know who it was, but I do know my children's phone numbers, and no, it was
Okay.
none of my kids.
Obviously, the kids are not on that group chat, that private group chat that we went over, correct?
Oh, yes, correct. They're not.
Well, let's talk about those unidentified numbers. You said this is a number I don't recognize, and Mr. Brennan read to you a text to that person, correct?
Yes.
Whoever that is, that person's not a McCabe, correct?
They're not correct.
And that person's not an Albert.
They could be, again, it could have been Christelle, but Julie, I don't, one of the numbers I didn't recognize because I have everybody in my phone with a name, so I don't recognize every number.
And that person certainly was not in that group chat with you, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, and Matt McCabe, correct?
Correct.
And then there was a friend. You said this is a friend, and I don't need you to identify the friend. But whoever this unidentified friend is, that friend is not McCabe and is not an Albert, correct?
Correct.
And that friend was also not in that group chat that we went over in cross-examination. Is that right?
Correct.
These are all people outside of that group, among whom you engaged in the chat that we saw, correct?
Correct.
And that includes Carrie Roberts. She was not included in that group chat where you talked about the case and talked about what she was and wasn't doing with law enforcement, right?
Correct. It was just my sister, my brother-in-law, and husband.
Now, just a moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
No, that's all I have.
All right, Ms. McCabe, you are all set. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Baby, she happier. Woo! She happier than the nigga with a commissary. I ain't lying.
I'd like to play a couple of clips, Your Honor.
Yeah, I'd actually just wait
Here he go with
10
the
seconds.
commercial.
I'm sorry.
All right, you can play them now.
May I proceed?
Yes.
I'd like to play clip 12, please.
There was a woman who was a mother to kids that were close to John's kids, who lived very close to the Alberts. In fact, when Jen was navigating John to the Alberts when I was driving, she said it's near Ashley's house. Ashley and John were hooked up prior to John and I dating. There was a woman.
Hold on before you play it
We've
again.
already played that one. We don't need to play it again.
Okay.
12A, please.
either he's hurt himself and is incapacitated. He could be passed out on someone's couch, which is just weird. We're not on a campus. Everyone lives in their own home with children, or he's sleeping with someone. And there were multiple women in the neighborhood of Fairview that John had been with. And one of them very recently, before I started dating John.
Clip 16, please.
We'll back up later. Let's start at 3 So who are you with?
I'm with Jen McCabe and Carrie Roberts, and Carrie Roberts is Ford Explorer. And I'm in the back, leaning over the front two seats. Carrie's driving and Jen's in the passenger seat. And I described this to everyone, so you've probably heard this before, but John looked like a buffalo on the prairie. It was just a lawn and a heat that it wasn't a bush or a hydrant or a dog. It was a weird shaped lump at that time in those elements. And I was looking to find him on the side of the road. I was expecting I'd find him. And the fear of what I was going to see is the worst feeling I've ever experienced. The anticipation of what is awaiting me was as extreme a feeling, I wouldn't say it was as extreme a feeling as the grief of realizing what happened to him.
And finally, clip 17, please.
We need to see the court before this one's like.
All right, hold that, please.
Body position. That's pretty significant, especially for a fighter or somebody who understands a lot of the martial arts. His body position is on the right-hand side.
I'm sorry, whose position?
Excuse me again. It is Tyre Nichols' body position is laying on the ground with his leg tucked. That's significant because what he's doing is changing his body position, I believe, to set up to get off of the ground. He's going to use his body position with his knee down and his other leg to come up off of the ground. So to me, that was a significant point of contact. And the officer being Officer Smith only has two hands on that handcuff. The problem with only two hands on a handcuff, one would think you could easily control an individual by holding onto the handcuffs, but the rest of the body is free to do what it wants to do, especially the lower part of the body where it's on the ground. You can use the ground as a push-off point. It's extremely easy. May be hard to see from some of you from your perspective, but for mine, it's very easy what he's doing. He meaning, I'm getting there, sir.
Oh, okay.
He meaning Tyre Smith, excuse me, you got me confused, Tyre Nichols is actually starting to come up with it. Okay?
Does, in that image, are you familiar with the term called an iron wrist lock?
I am.
And that is utilizing a handcuff for pain compliance.
It is, yes.
And did you see in the analysis of the video that Justin Smith was attempting an iron wrist lock?
Yes, I did.
How painful is an iron wrist lock on someone?
It's extremely painful because it is making contact with the radial nerve in the wrist. And it's extremely, extremely painful.
If in applying a pain compliance maneuver such as an iron wrist lock, does an officer sense or an arresting officer sense that it's having some effect on the person that they're applying this pain to? They either verbalize something or what?
Yes, there's an actual feedback because the officer is in contact with the individual that they're applying the pressure on.
Yes.
You would expect to have some kind of a response from them, such as, "Oh, it hurts," or some kind of a grunting fashion, or yelling out, "Help," or "Heart, it hurts." Some of that type of a feedback to give you an idea that, hey, it's working. I can continue to use it.
If the pain compliance techniques of the iron wrist lock had no effect on Tyre Nichols, do you find that to be significant?
I do.
How so?
That immediately, from my experience in training, goes to the fact that I think that individual is probably on drugs, number one, or maybe be psychotic.
Did you say psychotic?
Psychotic.
Hitting play on the bottom bar of 1:21. The time stamp is 20:34:57. Zwicky, what do you see both on video and on the animation, Mr. Nichols' right arm doing?
I see Mr. Nichols' right arm being positioned in upward position at this point with Officer Smith's both hands on the handcuff.
Well, let me get to where we go back to live video. Let me ask you. Right there. Do you see Mr. Nichols' right arm? Get up as close as you want.
Excuse me.
Or turn these lights out.
I can't see from that position.
Off. Do you see Mr. Nichols' right arm? It has handwriting on the sleeve coming down.
I see just above the wrist on the left arm.
Look for his right arm. If you know where his left arm is, do you know where his right arm is?
I can't see it. Oh, yes, I can. I'm sorry. Yes, I do see it from there. I was focusing on his other arm. His other arm is his right arm of Mr. Nichols is resting on the pavement. His hand is flat on the pavement.
Moving forward. From the body positions of parties, the weight, and where Justin Smith has the handcuffs. Do you have an opinion what Justin Smith is attempting to do?
It appears to me that the officer is trying to push the right arm forward from that position to move Mr. Nichols' body towards him and then forward to the ground. And there'll be a follow-up, I believe, just after these frames.
Is that the frame you're talking about?
Yes, sir.
What, based upon body positions of the parties and the movement, what is Justin Smith attempting to do with Mr. Nichols?
To me, it's pretty obvious he's trying to reposition Mr. Nichols forward, back onto the ground, onto his stomach.
What does proning someone out mean?
Means putting him down onto their stomach so that they can then rotate the arm behind the back and apply the handcuff and gain control.
Do you see that occurring in this image?
I see it as an attempt to do that. Yes, sir.
Okay. Going forward. What is happening in this?
That's a completion, basically what I was talking about earlier about the pressure on the arm. Mr. Nichols now is up on his knees and he's got his right hand placed on the ground and it offers him a push-off point from the ground.
Is he coming up?
Where he could come up off of his feet and get into an erect position.
Is Tyre Nichols coming up off the ground on his own?
He is. He's not being pulled up. He's pulling himself up or pushing himself up. Yes.
He's pushing himself up, but what is Justin Smith doing trying to avoid that?
He's trying to push him down.
Going forward?
That's correct.
No, I mean going forward. Okay. What is significant about, if anything, about Justin Smith's body weight, flexion, anything else? Anything significant about Justin Smith?
Yes, this particular frame, including the frame prior to this, shows that Officer Smith is pulling backwards in one direction, try to stop Mr. Nichols from moving forward. And his upper body of Mr. Nichols is trying to go into a direction to Mr. Nichols' left, which would indicate he's moving in that direction. And Officer Smith is trying to restrain him from going that direction and control him.
Going forward. It appears there that Mr. Nichols' right arm is free. Is that right?
Yes, it is. If you could pause.
You got to tell me.
Pause. Yeah. And I think it also illustrates if you look at Mr. Nichols' foot motion, that he is in motion. And the previous scenes that you just saw as well, if you were to look at the officers' feet, Officer Smith, Officer Bean, they're all in motion. There's no indication in my mind, looking at those particular frames, that Mr. Nichols was standing in one position and being held motionless so that he could be hit. I think that was the critical point to show that this happened so fast and it was continual in motion that there was no opportunity for a stop and pause and hold somebody into a fixed position so they could be hit.
Going forwards. Is there anything significant about the body position of both Mr. Nichols and Justin Smith in that image?
Well, it's clear to me, Justin Smith's feet are spread wide. He's trying to stop Mr. Nichols' motion from walking forward as Officer Smith is holding onto his arm.
From the time the handcuff was placed on the left wrist, did Justin Smith ever let go of the left handcuff?
I did not see any, no.
Could he or should he let go of that handcuff?
No, he shouldn't, number one. I didn't see it. I don't think he ever released his hold.
Yeah, I'm not
Period.
suggesting. Go ahead.
Yeah.
What would happen if he let go of it?
And he shouldn't, because it could be a dangerous weapon for him. It is
Also.
a dangerous weapon.
Also.
If you get hit, an officer can be severely injured and even killed with a loose handcuff. Officers are trained in the academy, and I've trained officers over the last 50 years doing that. Do not let go of that handcuff. Hold on to it for your dear life.
Going forward. Mr. Zoyke, from that position, do you have an explanation for the jury why it is that Justin is not placing that left hand behind Nichols' back for handcuffing?
The only answer I can give to that, frankly, I don't know specifically, but they can't. I mean, to me, it's pretty obvious. He's been holding on to that left arm of Mr. Nichols, and he's tried to get it behind his back, and he can't. And I can surely demonstrate to anybody that if I don't want you to put my arm behind my back, you're not going to do it.
Going forward. All right, Mr. Zwicky. that's the end of the video thing, but I have a few questions for you. When we talk about physiological human factors that police officers in critical incidents suffer from, you went through the list of different things that officers in critical incidents suffer from. Could you go through those again for me, please, and tell me what they are?
You're talking about tunnel vision, number one we talked about.
Let's talk about tunnel vision first.
Okay.
What is tunnel vision?
Well, tunnel vision, simply put, is whenever you focus on something and you focus on something closely. As an example, my phone. If I look at my phone in front of me and I look at all of you, I can see you. But if I look down at my phone, there's no way I can tell you where you are or what you're doing if I'm looking down at this phone. And if you can imagine if an officer's in a critical situation, and we use the term fight or flight, where the adrenaline starts flowing in your body, and you're focused on one individual you're trying to get handcuffs on, who has not been searched, and you've got chemical agents in your face, there's no way you're going to see what somebody else is doing because your focus is so intense on it. And another simple way to explain that is, and it happens to all of us, if you're commuting all the time and you go down a regular street all the time, and if you're talking on the phone or you get distracted and you miss your cutoff or your street, it's happened to me quite a few times. You go, oh my goodness, I just passed the cutoff. And that's a good example of your focus is on something else and you don't see it. I mean, that's a simple way of doing it. And not only that, I think we heard in our testimony with Officer Mills, he even said that he didn't hear certain things when he was at the scene, but he did hear them in a audio tape that was replayed back to him in court. I think all those are examples of what that is, where you get so much focus on too narrow away from what we're normally adjusted to. Under normal conditions, we would say that right now I've got full, almost, you can't say 360, 180 degrees around. But suddenly what happens in a critical situation, the focus then narrows. And scientists have told us that it gets down to about 2 degrees. And when you think about it, 2 degrees is about like this. I couldn't tell you what the judge is doing right now because my vision has been blocked. But suddenly if I got something in my eyes, or find somebody that's got OC in my face, I get about like this, and I'm not going to be able to see.
What about if you wore glasses? Does that make it worse?
Well, fortunately, I can still see a little bit when my glasses are off. But when you've got OC, and I've had it myself just recently, you can't see. It's all blurry and it hurts my eyes.
We talked about Mills' earlier testimony that he could not recall until he watched the video later certain things having been said on the scene. Is that an example of what? Is that called auditory what?
Exclusion, basically, or narrowing as well. It's the brain that basically just shuts down your hearing. It's a protective mechanism. I know occurs because I've experienced, other officers have experienced it. I've interviewed probably over 100 police officers during my tenure in critical incidents of what they heard, what they saw. They were all affected by those phenomena.
The example of the field of vision going down to 2 degrees and then even getting narrower that you did with your hands.
Yes, sir.
When you're in a critical incident and you're focused, let's say, on a set of handcuffs. Based upon that evidence, based upon what your opinions are, did Justice Smith have any capability of seeing what was going on around him?
I do not believe so, no.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Mr. Perry?
No question.
All right, State.
Oh, I'm sorry. No questions.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Mr. Sawicki.
Afternoon.
You talked in the very beginning about being, having testified as a friend of the court.
Yes, ma'am.
What year did you say that was?
I think it was in 1986, 87.
And you've just done it that one time
Yes, ma'am.
in 87?
Either year, one of the
86,
two. Been
87?
quite a long time, yes, ma'am.
And to be clear, you're not here testifying as a friend of the court.
No.
You're
But I am
here,
friendly to the court, but I'm not testifying.
you're here testifying on behalf of Justin Smith, correct?
That's correct.
Who is paying you?
The PORAC, I believe,
What is that?
it's a peace officers organization that these officers are a member of, and they're paying for his legal defense, their legal defense.
You testified at the federal trial,
I did.
and now you're testifying here.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you get paid by the hour, by the case, by the trial? How does that work?
It depends on what kind of work that I do.
In this case,
In this case, I'll be paid for testifying today, for traveling from Idaho, California to here.
do you get paid for every day you've been sitting in this courtroom watching the trial?
Not that I'm aware of.
Do you get paid for your time reviewing the file?
For this particular case?
Yes,
No,
all
I've
my
already
questions will be
reviewed
about
it. No.
this case. I'm sorry, sir?
No, I have not.
You didn't get paid for reviewing the file?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Tell me what all you reviewed again. You mentioned a little bit in the beginning. What all did you review?
Well, I would have to list, I don't have everything in front of me, but all of the discovery from the state and the federal and all of the video evidence as well.
When was the last time you were actually an officer, law enforcement? Because now you're a professional witness, would that be fair to say?
I do that on site as a professional consultant, yes, ma'am.
So when was the last time you were an officer?
Last time was 2011.
You never worked for MPD, Memphis Police Department?
Sure did not, no.
You ever worked in the state of Tennessee?
No, I didn't.
I'm going to play you some video that you have, I'm sure, seen before in all of your review. And this is going to be just the very beginning of Hemp Hill's body worn camera.
Mhm.
This is going to be what we refer to generally as the initial stop or the first scene. Are you familiar with that video?
Yes, I am.
I got just a moment to cue that up. Playing Hemp Hill's body worn camera from the beginning. We're just going to go through sort of the stop, and then I'll ask you a few questions.
Certainly.
that video before, Mr. Zawicki?
I've seen that one, yes.
Would you agree with me that's a pretty chaotic stop?
Chaotic? I would say it is, yes.
Would you agree with me that there are at least 3 officers on that scene? Yes or no?
Yes,
Do you know the names of those officers?
I think so, yes.
Would you agree with me? It's Hemphill, Martin, and Haley.
Yes,
Tyre Nichols, our victim in this case, is the person they're encountering.
yes,
Would you agree with me that all 3 of those officers are simultaneously giving commands to Tyre?
yes. Sounds like it.
And is there any way possible for Tyre to follow all of the commands that are being given at once?
I couldn't tell you. I can't look into his mind whether or not he would respond or not.
Is that best policy and practice?
No, it's never the best policy, but it does happen, unfortunately, in chaotic situations.
What's better?
I thought I just testified to that. It's always better to have one person do it, but things change as they rapidly evolve, and other officers do get involved.
You've testified you're familiar with the video as well as all the discovery in the case. In the beginning, going to the second scene, initially where Officers Smith and Bean have contact with the victim, and right about the time Martin comes in for that first soccer kick, you've called it. At that time, if Defendant Smith has described himself as holding Tyre down, would you agree with that statement?
He was attempting to hold him down. And when you define what is down, he was on his right-hand side or left-hand side or on his back at times. But at
Smith
the point
said
that
he was holding him down.
Your Honor, that's the second time. You've got to give the witness a chance to answer before the next one.
I apologize. Go ahead, Mr. Zawicki. I apologize.
But at the time that the kick was made, it's hard to tell whose hands were on who. So I couldn't tell you specifically if it was Officer Bean or if it was Officer Smith doing that.
Did you, in your review of the video, you heard Smith say, hit him?
Do I remember in the video that Smith said hit him? I don't remember reviewing that. I remember hearing it in testimony that somebody said he said it, but I couldn't make out it was his voice.
In all your 100 times reviewing the video, you never heard Smith say hit him?
I
Your
didn't.
Honor, that Mr. Characterizes testimony. He said that he didn't recognize the voice of Smith.
I'll allow him to answer the question if he can answer it. And he can.
You testified on direct that he knew the voices and was very familiar with Defendant Smith, which is why I asked the question. Defendant Smith said that after the punches from Martin, he should have intervened. I'm going to talk a little bit about duty to intervene. You agree that police officers have a duty to intervene when they see excessive force, correct?
I'm not clear on what you said. Who said? Clarify
I'll
that.
back it up.
Please.
You agree with me that officers have a duty to intervene when other officers are using excessive force?
Legally, they do. Yeah, absolutely.
And if Officer Smith said that after those punches from Martin, he had a duty to intervene.
Approach.
Y'all in the comments going so hard. Is it because Cavell and Ed is in here? Let me know something because y'all going so hard in the comments. Ed says, put some real fact finders up there. We want to learn something. Jen says, now he want to act dumb. Science says, think he's slicker than a can of oil. Page speak in favor of the defendants instead of telling the truth. Lord help them. Okay, so Haley is okay. So he is the one on the end, but this is Haley right here. Keep me honest, y'all. Isn't this Haley right here? Talking to the lawyer. I think that's Haley. Though. That's Bean for sure. And one of them is Justin. And I think that's Justin. Okay, Cam says, yeah, that's him. Okay, so there you go, Sonya. Okay, yeah. I thought he was on the end, but I was like, is he on the end furthest away or the one closest? Because I knew Beans was in the middle. And Justin has the glasses. Yeah, you could tell he locked up, baby. He can't hit the gym or nothing. He in PC anyway. He in PC anyway. All the people they didn't harass that's locked up in there with them. He in PC. Y'all are so funny. All these so-called experts, and I guarantee you, the only reason the trial court is allowing it in order to give a fair when they get life. I think they get life too. I think they're going in. I think they're gonna make an example out of these boys. But the only thing that I have reservations about is that they will throw these boys under the jail. But if these were white officers, they'd get a slap on the wrist. And that's unfortunate. But they gonna hang them. Sure are. This all white jury. Oh yeah. They're gonna take them down and through there. Yeah, he in PC. He ain't in no gym. He ain't in no gym pop. Ed say the keyboard skipping. My friend just wrote me and said, I'm taking the LSAT one more time. Let's do it again. Hell nah. Like I just told her this morning, I'm not taking it over. Well, she has her cycle has ended, and so her cycle ended, and so she's not well, she's not really asking me to take it again, but she's saying she's taking it again, but she did encourage me to take it again too. I gotta listen to her voicemail. I'm not taking it again. I'm not taking it again. I'm not. But I'm glad, but I am glad that she's deciding to take it again because I think that she should definitely attempt to go to law school. What Haley going through. I want to know what made them think they could get off on this. Child. But here's the thing too, though. If you plead guilty, you have no shot at an appeal. So it's better to just go ahead and take it to trial if you want to try to, basically see if you're gonna look up on the appellate issue. To you think you study too much? No, I think that. I don't think I studied too much. I think that test was
The last
too
couple
hard.
questions specifically referenced things that Mr. Smith may have said. There has not been any testimony of what Mr. Smith has said, so I'm going to strike those questions. Any answers that you may have heard in response to those questions, I'm also going to have you strike those responses as that individual has not testified. So if you have anything in your notes, you are to disregard those from your notes, and those cannot be used later on in your deliberations. State, proceed.
Thank you, Judge. In your review of the videos, is it your position that Justin Smith deployed pepper spray on this night?
I don't know if he actually, when you say deployed, did he take it out and have it in his hand? Yes. I didn't see through the review of the video that was any discharge from that particular canister. That's all I could really testify to.
At what point did you see that in the video?
Well, I couldn't, from memory, tell you exactly what the number was, exactly what place, but it would have been prior to Officer Mills actually striking Mr. Nichols with his baton.
We mentioned briefly that officers would have a duty to intervene if another officer used excessive force in their presence, correct?
That's correct. There are conditions, obviously, when that would occur or how that would occur.
Officers would also have, you would agree with me, officers have a basic level of medical training to give a certain amount of medical care on scene.
Yeah, when you refer to basic, I mean, that's pretty basic what a regular officer on the street or patrol officer would have.
They also have a duty to provide what level of care they can to someone who needs that care. Would you agree with that?
Based on their experience and basically what their knowledge is.
When we were watching that sort of what I'll call animated video, you made that?
I didn't make it. I assisted in the making of that, yes.
Who paid for that to be done?
It wasn't me, it was somebody else, and I have no idea.
The animation, while cool, sort of turns the whole scene into a vacuum, right? We're only seeing Justin Smith and Tyre Nichols, right?
Well, so it's individualized, that's correct. It does not include everybody because you could not see everybody in that animation and get it programmed to do what we were trying to do, is show what Justin Smith was doing.
But then it's at least 3 other officers on the scene, right? We only see Justin, but we know that Mills was on the scene, right?
Yes,
Bean was on the scene,
yes,
and Martin,
yes,
all actively participating.
yes.
When you testified about what's it called, an iron wrist lock? What's an iron wrist lock?
It's not my term, it's MPD's term. It apparently is a technique where the handcuff is encircled on the wrist, and then as the handcuff is pressed against the hand, pressure is applied, especially with a double lock, or they call a hinged cuff. You use the frame of the handcuff to press up against the wrist bone and the nerve ending, either on the upper part or lower part of the wrist.
And you said it's not your term, it's an MPD term. You found that term in the Memphis Police Department training materials?
I believe I reviewed that in, I believe it was Officer Wright's testimony in federal court about that type of a technique. I don't train that, but they do.
So it's not a technique you're familiar with personally?
No, I don't use that technique. I use other techniques.
And how are you able to determine that that was happening in this particular situation? How do you know that Justin Smith was employing that tactic?
Well, basically, I know what it looks like when you do it. If I were to demonstrate, I could do that easily for you or anyone else. But I don't know how much pressure was applied. But it was given in a direction with a handcuff when he has it on the upper part of the hinge. There's only one way that handcuff can go once it's on the wrist. When you tilt that handcuff on the wrist, that's a pressure control.
I believe you testified earlier that you would expect a reaction, a scream, a shout, an ow, something like that.
Oh, absolutely, I would.
And if in the video we hear Tyre screaming and moaning, that would be consistent with what you would expect, correct?
Not at that particular time. If it happened that time, I would expect it. But I think what I saw on the video was not at that particular time.
And you have extensive qualifications. We went over those earlier. You're not a doctor, are you, Mr. Zawicki?
No, I'm not.
Medical doctor.
No, I'm not.
Did you testify that if Mr. Nichols didn't respond to that iron wrist lock, which you don't teach, that you're not familiar with, but you listen to in some federal testimony, that if he didn't respond to that, he would be psychotic?
Yes, Your Honor, mischaracterized the testimony. He actually gave 2 alternatives to why pain compliance would not work. One was psychotic, one was narcotics. Mischaracterized the testimony. Objection.
I'll allow you to ask the question.
Yeah, no, I testified earlier, if I recall. It would, in my mind, based on my experience, because I've dealt with people in similar circumstances, it's if they didn't feel pain administered by either a handcuff or by a baton being struck as hard as it was against the radial nerve of an arm, that I would expect to see some pain. It would either be somebody was high on drugs, probably a narcotic, or secondly, they could be psychotic. They could have some mental problems. Those are the 2 conditions that would quickly enter my mind.
Psychotic.
Not that it's I'm making a diagnosis, but that's just what I would speculate that might be occurring.
In that, again, in that animated video, you talked a lot about how Justin Smith had the cuff on one wrist, left wrist, if I'm correct, and he couldn't let go of that. And I think you testified he never let go of that. Is that right?
Once the handcuff was on, that's correct. From my understanding, from what I saw in the videos, that's correct.
And he can't let go of that because it's a, tell us again why?
Because it's a dangerous weapon.
And so he should hold on to that even if his partner is beating the guy to death.
Beating him to death?
He should still hold on to that left wrist.
Well, if he's beating him to death and the officer can see he's beating him to death, and it would be his responsibility to try to stop that, yes.
Duty to intervene.
Correct. He has a duty for that.
I'm gonna pull up the video you've seen countless times. I'm gonna play for a little bit and then ask you a few questions.
Timestamps for the record.
Just the beginning of the poll cam video. Pause it. 20-34-14. Is that the kick we've referred to numerous times already during your testimony as the first kick, the soccer kick?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you agree with me that that's excessive force?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you agree with me that requires a duty to intervene?
If the officer saw it, absolutely it would be.
Gonna press play now. Pause at 20-34-28. That's the second kick by Officer Martin while Officers Bean and Smith are holding Tyre Nichols. Would you agree with me that second kick is excessive force?
Absolutely it would be. If the officer saw it, would have a duty to report.
Thank you, Mr. Zwicky. I'm going to continue playing the video. Pause it. 20-35-15. Did you just see that punch to the head by Martin?
I saw a punch. I can't tell you where it was landed because it's not clear enough. It's grainy. But I did see the punch, yes, ma'am.
Do you agree with me that punch was excessive force?
Yes.
And if officers saw it, would that require a duty to intervene?
If the officer saw it, and yes.
You press play again. Did you see another punch there?
I did.
You agree with me that is excessive force?
Absolutely.
And again, if officers saw that punch, that would require a duty to intervene.
If they saw it, yes.
Looking back at the video. Did you see that punch, 20-35-25?
I did.
Same questions, Mr. Zawicki.
Same answer, yes, ma'am.
Excessive force, duty to intervene.
That's correct.
Press play. Did you see that punch?
I did.
Same answer?
Same answer.
Did you see that punch?
I'm sorry, I looked away.
Are you aware that there's another punch right after that one to the head?
There was to the head region. Yes, that's all I could see.
You
And
would
it-
agree that's excessive force?
Yes.
I'm gonna back up a minute and go back to the first kick and ask you an additional question about that one.
Sure.
And I'm gonna change videos, actually. I'm going to play the poll cam video with the audio from Officer Bean's body worn camera.
Okay.
Give me your fucking hand.
Pause at 20:34:16. Again, that was that first kick, the soccer kick, as we've referred to it by Officer Martin, while Officers Bean and Smith are holding Tyre Nichols down. Did I understand your testimony on direct to be that after that kick, you described Tyre Nichols' movements as actively resisting?
After the kick, at what point?
After the kick, the movements he's making.
He's still resisting. Absolutely, he's not putting his hands behind.
Is he
The officers
resisting?
aren't just simply yelling to give me your hands when his hands are up, but he's trying to get him behind his back and he's flipping from one side to the other. To me, that is active resistance, yes.
Or is he trying to survive?
I can't get into his mind or yours. At that particular point, he's still resisting. He's not complying with the officers.
Press play.
Get your hand. Give me a hand. Turn around. Lay flat. Lay flat, goddamn. Lay flat, goddamn. Lay flat. Lay flat. Lay flat, goddamn.
Pause at 20:34:37. Your testimony is that right now Tyre Nichols is still actively resisting,
Absolutely.
not just trying to survive those kicks to the head.
I'm telling you, it's active resistance. Yes.
Is it your testimony when we see Tyre Nichols' body moving here from the force of the punch to the head, the excessive force punch, which we've already discussed, that's him still actively resisting?
Yes, he is.
An officer just ran onto the scene. Could you hear what he said?
No, I didn't pay much attention to what he said.
Beat that man's ass. Did you hear that?
Yes.
You did.
No, I heard what you just said.
I said beat that man's ass. Did you hear that or not?
I wasn't listening, didn't hear that. No, ma'am.
We'll back it
But
up.
I heard what you said.
Hey. Did you hear it that time?
I did.
Did you see the officer run into the scene
I
as
did.
that was said?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know that to be Officer Haley?
Yes.
Did you see the kick he administered after saying that?
I saw him kicking, but I could not see where he was kicking.
But you saw him kicking.
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Is that excessive force?
In my opinion, it would be, yes.
And again, anyone who saw that kick, that requires a duty to intervene.
Yes, if they saw it.
Did you see that kick from Officer Martin?
I did.
Again, does that kick constitute excessive force?
Yes, it would be the same answer.
Duty to intervene.
Yes, if they saw it.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am.
That's right.
I didn't think you would.
Mr. Sawicki, I'm going to just go in the order in which my colleague asked questions. You had stated to me on direct that you were being paid, and I think you said like the lawyers and like everybody else did
Yes,
here. But then you were asked on cross-examination, who paid for the week you've been here in court? And I was surprised to hear you say that you've not been paid.
I have not been paid for this week in court.
Well, is there work that you've done on this file that you haven't been paid for?
Yes.
Okay. Then explain to us capitalist pigs why it is that you would work and not be paid. It's not because I'm refusing to pay you or Horac's refusing to pay you. Why is that you're willing to work and not be paid?
Your Honor, may we approach?
All right.
Okay, because the pay is insignificant at this point. I mean, I understand you're trying to rehabilitate this witness, but the pay don't matter. Let's talk about how y'all had him do that animation and say that he, that these guys, some of these guys performed lawful. I'm not even gonna call them lawful because I hate police techniques, trained techniques. But at the end of the day, he said on his stand and said that excessive force was used with those punches. Excessive force was used with those kicks. Justin and Bean held him by his arms while Haley and Martin kicked him and punched him. And Mills walked up, pepper spraying everybody, trying to hit somebody with a baton. So, I mean, I feel like we're belaboring. And we're definitely just trying to put off the inevitable because at the end of the day, right is right and wrong is wrong. They was wrong. And even though we know he a member, he just sat up there and said that they was wrong. So what are we doing here? And in fact, he might have even confused the jury up there. You know what I'm saying? He might have confused them saying, well, he's resisting arrest with the kicks. The extra movement is him resisting arrest, but that was excessive. It was an excessive kick. So if it is excessive, if the action that you're doing is excessive, and I'm responding to your excessive act, how can I be held? How am I trying to say this, y'all? Let me get this out real quick because I'm thinking real fast. How is it that you are holding that action against me? How is it that you're saying that I am resisting arrest when already the action is being performed against me is already unlawful? Like, come on now. Help. I don't know.
Now, back to my question. I'll leave out the capitalist pig comment. Explain to this jury why it is you, with 50 years of experience, have not been paid.
Because I haven't asked to be paid.
Why is that?
Because my testimony to educate the jury on what I believe is the truth about this case is more important than money in my pocket.
Now, have you ever had lawyers come to you and say, hey, I want to hire you to testify on my case and review my facts? Have you refused to work for lawyers or people or cops?
Yes, sir, I have.
And what is your standard for refusing to work as an expert in your field?
One, I'm not going to lie for the attorney that hired me, or I'm not going to give testimony for the attorney as to what the attorney wants me to testify to. I can only testify to what I believe the truth is based on my review and my years of experience. And I think that's fair. And if I believe that the officer did something wrong in a case, which I've done, most recently in Texas, where I think that the individual committed a crime, I would not take the case, because if I went on stand, I would testify to that.
You were asked about the iron wrist lock and then about how you MPD trains it, and you did not train it. You were asked a series of questions about that. Do you remember that?
I do.
Were you here during Mr. Mills's testimony?
Yes, sir, I was.
Were you present when I asked Mr. Mills what an iron wrist lock was and what the effects of an iron wrist lock were?
Yes.
And what did he testify to?
I don't recall specifically, but I remember he testified about the wrist lock.
Did he testify that it was a pain compliance technique taught at the MPD Academy?
Again, objectively.
I'll withdraw it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna ask it a different way.
Yeah.
What did Officer Mills testify regarding the iron wrist lock?
That it was taught in the MPD Academy.
Without going back to the video, you were shown what Ms. Headley referred to as the first soccer kick and then the second soccer kick.
Yes.
Based upon the time and based where Mills was, the OC spray, had it been sprayed by Mills at that time?
Yes.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Mr. Perry?
No, Your Honor, no questions.
Mr. Leffler?
No questions.
All right, State?
Nothing further.
All right, sir, those are all the questions we have for you. You can step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Welcome to stay, or you're free to go.
Thank you, sir.
Your Honor, may he be excused? May I have just 10 seconds to get him his equipment?
Vince, you ready with your next witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
We call John Tisdale.
Your Honor, for purposes of the record, I believe all lawyers will agree, including Mr. Perry, that we have had to take some people out of order, and Sawicki was not.
Sir, do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give today will be the truth and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
All right, please have a seat.
Thank you.
Yeah, proceed, Your Honor, sir. Mr. Tisdale, please state your full name and spell it for the record.
It's John A. Tisdale. It's Tisdale.
Mr. Tisdale, have you worked in law enforcement?
All right.
Oh, yes.
We got another senior citizen expert on the stand today. I'm going to go ahead and call this a natural breaking point for the day because I do got to go pick up my kid from school, y'all. This is the last time I got to pick her up for Sector Patrol, y'all. 5th grade is coming to an end. So I'm going to go ahead and end our stream for the day. I will see you all on Monday. We will be back on Monday. We'll be back trial watching. We'll figure out what happens at the end of this trial today. I may push some content over the weekend. So if you are new here, make sure that you subscribe to my channel here. If you are on TikTok, I'm on TikTok as well, and I'm on Twitter. So I am Taylor Umbridge everywhere. So make sure that you like, subscribe, share, comment, repost, save, everything. Okay. I will see y'all Monday. Have a good weekend, y'all. Wait a minute. Okay, hold on. So if you heard, I think you may have missed this earlier today, but I'm gonna share it with you again. If you need my help, send it there. If this trial is planned over the weekend, I'll stream. We'll stream it. We'll stream it on Saturday if they are. But apparently y'all going over to Fox 13. So enjoy, and I will talk to y'all later.